Welcome in, folks. This is the 427th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us today, I really appreciate you so much for being here. We are live a little bit sooner than usual, earlier than usual. There we go. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words. And that's because later this evening, we're going to be traveling out to LA for 3 or 4 days to do a bunch of really cool stuff. Working on 2 awesome projects that you guys will hopefully see in the next month, 2 months. I think they're going to be great. I think that you guys are going to find them super exciting. And I couldn't be more excited myself. I guess to say as little as possible, while still being super vague, it's a little bit of a blast to the past, to say the least. So it'll be fun. Guys, if you've never been here before, you're in for a treat. Here we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds. And in the process of doing so, we usually talk to some absolutely insane people. Insane people. And hopefully today we are, going to get the more rational Trump supporters. But I feel like that in of itself is a little bit of an oxymoron. So I guess we'll see. We also like to go through the breaking news on a daily basis. Today's breaking news is fucking disgusting. It is genuinely one of the most disgusting things that Donald Trump has ever done. The DOJ under Trump has officially announced a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll for perjury. What is perjury? That's when you lie under oath in court. And they're accusing her of lying under oath in court when she testified at the civil court that Donald Trump had raped her. The civil court that ruled in her favor. The civil court where the unanimous jury of 9 said that she was telling the truth. And this is nothing more than harassment, intimidation, and an attack on his quote-unquote enemies. It is genuinely so fucking disgusting, guys. This is what happens when you make a rapist president, okay? It should be easy to understand. A man rapes a woman. That woman is now forced into silence and complacency, living the rest of her life knowing that she was raped, but not doing a damn thing about it, because she knows if she does speak up, well, then it's possible that she's going to face some consequences, regardless if it's because her rapist is going to try to come after her in other ways, or she's going to be attacked by friends, family, the media, okay, other people and institutions of power. Well, what's happening for E. Jean Carroll today is she came out about the fact that Donald Trump raped her. She was able to sue him and find him guilty in court. And now, all these years later, Donald Trump is attacking her, harassing her, and trying to get her thrown in jail. It's not going to work, by the way, because this is just simply not how legal precedent works. The legal precedent is that it is a statement of fact that Donald Trump raped her. So for him to be trying to go after her for her testimony in the court that agreed with her is genuinely nothing more than a baseless harassment campaign. Guys, I need to blow my nose. I'm having quite some big allergies this morning. I'm just going to lean off screen and take a moment to do that. And in the meantime, guys, go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. I'm back. Because of my allergies this morning, I'll probably have to lean off screen and blow my nose quite a handful of times. The allergies are pretty bad. I did take some allergy meds right before I hopped on. So here in around an hour, hopefully they should kick in and we should be better off. Very allergic to cats, folks. So that's why I have allergies often on my stream, because I have a cat. Welcome to Do You Support Trump? No, I'm going once, man, going twice, and we're going to go to ban you and pass that mic to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very, very best to follow the rules, please and thank you. Run Dodge, appreciate you so much for the 5 trillion galaxies. Yo, huge shout out to Ron. Oh my goodness, what the hell? Thank you, man. Show some massive love to Ron down below in that chat while we're still looking for that next guest. We get a bunch of neolibertarian phalangists in the comments section. You guys need to fucking skedaddle. Holy cow. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Listen, folks, remember, I'm only looking for Trump supporters to debate. And I've seen people in the queue, and I'm like, no way in hell are these people MAGA. Like Sherbs, your bio says 40, vegan, mama 3, mobile dog groomer, Colorado poly, lesbian. Sherbs, all the love in the world to you. You sound like a great person who I'd love to hang out with, grab a beer with. You sound awesome. Bet you're a great mom too. but I'm looking for Trump supporters. And I have a strong feeling, Serbs, that you're not a Trump supporter. So if you're Serbs or anybody like Serbs, please go ahead and leave that queue unless you're a Trump supporter. So thank you so much for following the rules of our live stream. We're going to talk more about that news with a very first guest that we can try to get up here. Hopefully they're MAGA. Welcome in Oklahoma local. Do you support Trump?
6-7.
All right, it's fine. We're going to go to ban them and move on to the next guest here. We have Gabe connecting to the live stream. Their bio says hating is expensive, love is free. I don't know their MAGA. I just want to fart on the mic, whatever. Okay, let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Typically, when we first start the live stream, everybody, we do have quite a few trolls. It's just the way it is. We'll read through them. It's fine. But we are looking for a Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us. Leo, do you support Trump? Okay, it looks like Leo's having a midlife crisis, so we're just going to go to ban him, let him do his thing in the comment section or whatever. Starry, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Starry. Starry with the 20 says, please, no zero IQ MAGA who just repeat and don't listen. Well, Starry, I don't know if your wish is going to come true, but I mean, we can hope, right? One can hope. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Starry W's. And then 200 Megan W's. That is MEGHAN for the $20 donation on Super Chat as well, who says, you entertain me every day. Megan, well, I appreciate you for being here. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for the $20. Very, very kind of you. And then Mr. Rod Dodge back over on TikTok with another 5 trillion galaxies. I appreciate you, man. You're the GOAT, Ron. Welcome in. How we doing? Do you support Trump? Ian. Ian going once. Ian going twice. And Bandon's on to the next guest. We got that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Ryan loading up right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Ryan's taking a bath, buddy. Focus on the little rubber duckies, not a debate on TikTok. What the hell are we doing? Like I said, guys, you know, this is the beginning of the live stream. It's how it gets. This is how it goes, folks. So, seriously, if you are one of the very first 7,000, like I said, it's crazy at the beginning of the live streams. So if you are one of the very first people who've joined the live stream, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok. Sharing out this live with a couple friends. Seriously, hit that repost button with that share and spam that comment section. What I've realized is that we need like around like 10,000 viewers minimum to have like a good flow of Trump supporters. Because like the vast majority just are too scared of me. So it's like 99.9% of Trump supporters won't touch me. Okay, won't debate me, won't get near me. So we need like 10,000 people in the stream to find that 0.01% of Trump supporters who are down to hop in that queue, you know? But we need about 10,000 people watching to find like 10 Trump supporters who are down to debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Ian, just hop back inside of the queue to say and do nothing. That's fine, Ian. We're going to go to ban you. U.S. Make a Patriot. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do, Dean.
How old are you?
28.
Oh, God. Your first post says, we will defeat Dean Withers and his woke army together.
Yeah.
Holy
so
fuck.
About that.
You are so cringe. Wait, what is this post, dude? What is this AI slop? I think that we need to take a look at your AI slop together. What's your at? U.S. MAGA Patriot. Let's go to take a look at this guest's AI slop together, everybody. I haven't heard the audio, so we're going to be hearing it for the first time together. There's just no way that this shit is real. Let's go to put it up on screen. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look.
America is under siege. Woke invaders and DEI are tearing it apart. One man stands in their way. Donald Trump, the only one who can save us. We're going to save this country and make America great again.
I don't understand what's so funny about that.
What the fuck is your problem, bro? What's your deal? Dude, you good?
Woke invaders are taking over, I'm just saying.
Oh my god, I'm actually dying. That's hilarious. Wow. Okay. Yeah, wow. What a good start to the stream. Okay. All right. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
Sure. Well, you see, I'm kind of more into like the neo-libertarian phalangism myself.
You're a good troll. I'll give it to you. I'm not mad. You're a good troll. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, and thank you. It's funny. Ron, thank you so much for another 5 trillion galaxies on TikTok. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Ron. Thank you so much for that love, Ron. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Dude, that guy took the troll all the way. I wonder what his prompt was for that AI generated video, because that was like rather complex. I wonder. All right, guys, we have 9.2 thousand viewers on TikTok. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. We need like around another 800 minimum before we start really getting Trump supporters inside of the queue. But don't worry, because we're going to continue looking nonetheless. But like I said, at around 10,000 viewers is when we can really get the debates rolling. Welcome in, Rich. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, well, I need to ask what year you were born in, Rich.
2005.
Okay, you're terrible at math, Rich. I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful that Trump supporters suck at math. It really helps us out. Let's go to get that next guest connected, guys. Still looking for that first Trump supporter of the day. We've been live for 13 minutes. Zero debates. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes, I do actually. I live in America for 10 years, and I do. But I've got my reasons, and I can explain to you.
Okay, how old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 18. Born in 2008.
When did you have a son?
When I was 6.
This is a troll. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure that you follow the rules of the live stream. We're at 9.6 thousand viewers. Guys, we are close to finding the first Trump supporter. We're right at that cusp of like how many viewers we need in order to have a successful live with a bunch of debates. We're nearly there, folks. Welcome in, Kobe. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Kobe, how old are you?
23.
What year were you born in?
2003.
Okay, yeah, and how the hell do you still support this maniac? Okay, especially after today, he's announced
There you go.
a harassment campaign against the woman that he raped, ordering the DOJ.
Harassing my eyes right now with that haircut.
Okay.
You took a kitchen scissors and just cut the sides there, bud.
No, I actually took some hedge trimmers. You know, like the shit that you use on the trees.
Yeah, it's not working for you, pal. Gotta go.
I don't know. I think
it
is. I think it's looking great. Middle part never goes away.
it sounds like a
Listen,
lot of coke, dude.
it's been iconic since the 70s. It's been iconic since before your time
You
and
just
mine.
ruined it.
I think it's looking
no longer
good.
iconic. You damaged it forever. This haircut will now forever be.
I don't know. You have a lot to
destroyed.
say about my hair. Do you have hair?
I do. I'm 23.
Doubt. Doubt. I think you're bald.
It's a good coat.
Nope. I know. I think you're bald. I think it's like an ice rink up
think I'm-
there. I think you could
think I'm
use the
bald.
top of your head as like a mirror. Honestly,
You
that's
could
kind of
use the
handy
top of your
because
head.
how many people
use
have
the
a
top
mirror
of
on
your
them
head as
like
a-
24/7, right? Like that's good. That's good. You know, like people will pay good money for portable mirrors and shit. No, it's just right there all the time.
You could use the top of your head as a terrorist tactic to try and get people to speak. That's what you can use your hair for. Scare
What?
the hell out of them and just make them crack under pressure. That was good, right? Now look,
It's pretty good. Why do you support Trump? What the fuck?
thanks. A lot of reasons actually. I think, Dean, I spoke to you before, so I spoke to you like a couple months ago, but I do want to say I was listening to Parker's stream yesterday, and look, I told you last time I have some respect for you, but what I don't respect, me being an African American, is yesterday you were speaking about someone was obviously claiming that you're racist, and I do agree you're no longer racist, but you hold on to this narrative that you only said it when you were 14. Now, I find it very disingenuous, right? Like, I want to believe someone when someone tells me, oh, they don't steal, or let's say someone stole from my restaurant or from my house, right? And they stole 2 bars of candy, but they hold on to this narrative that they only stole 1, knowing damn well that they stole 2. You're not telling the full truth. Does that mean like you're really sorry? You got caught when you were 14. That doesn't mean you only said it when you were 14, right? So I'd like to see, be honest. If you are genuine about being sorry about it, you should, I don't think you need to add on the part where it's 14. You were 14 because it makes you seem better, and it's not true. So it's like I think you should drop that part of the narrative and just admit that you're you're done with those old actions, those old ways. And I, again, as an African American, I appreciate it, but I just hate to hear that first when you started off was when I was 14. And that's a lie, you know. It's a lie. We all know it's a lie, you know. So
Okay, what's your evidence that's a lie?
I just because you got, when did you get caught? A couple years ago?
I don't think that a question is evidence. Okay, evidence would be right,
when
like
did
statements
you,
of fact.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. When did you
and,
get
you,
caught?
and you don't need to ask me a question to provide the evidence for your belief, because once again, evidence for a belief would be individual statements of facts, and a statement of fact can't be a question because
Okay.
questions can't be true or false. So once again, what's the evidence for your belief that that's a lie?
Well, my evidence would be that you got caught recently. I think it was the past 2 years. I mean, I believe it was a clip or something of you when you were 14. So that doesn't mean anytime after from the age of 14 to when you got caught, which I believe is 20.
Okay.
You're telling me you didn't say it once between those ages?
So you're
That's not
basically
true.
saying that because you don't have a crystal ball into my life after 14 to track every word that came out of my
Dan,
mouth
I
from that
find
point
it
forward,
very- I don't know
therefore
why
you
you
know I was
even
lying.
still-
Okay,
this
all right,
is
sounds
even-
good.
this is
All right,
even
yeah. What a bad
making me
argument.
a little bit
So let's
more
talk about the prop.
upset,
Why do you
but-
support Trump?
Well, why would you just die on that hill? Just admit the fact that it.
Well,
wasn't
I mean, I
even-
think that you just admitted that you have no evidence for your belief.
Well,
that I'm a
okay, so why
liar.
don't you just clear the room?
Listen,
So why
if
don't
you
just-
if you were
why don't you
able
just
if
clear
you were
the
able to
room?
like provide actual evidence, that's something I lied about. I'd take you a lot more seriously, and I probably want to flesh out this position of yours.
Why don't
But
you
I mean,
just clear
there's
the
no
room?
evidence for your belief in the slightest. You're just essentially saying that because you don't have a crystal ball into my life to track every single word that left my mouth from the age of 14 to 21 today, but therefore you could just basically assume that I'm still slinging the N-word around when I'm off the live, so therefore I'm a categorical racist liar. I mean, what a silly argument. It's obviously cope.
No,
This
I'm
is
not saying-
something that a lot of
no,
Trump supporters will do. They'll get very emotional and launch misappropriated and baseless personal attacks at me. I mean, it happens all the time. It's something that we expect when I start my live stream. I expect very emotional Trump
Like I
supporters
said, Dean,
that
you-
debate in
you
very
do
bad
well.
faith to come up here and make baseless arguments for rage bait purposes to avoid a debate about why you support Trump. Listen, man, let's talk about the facts.
I'm absolutely
Trump is the
not.
worst
Yes.
president of your life. Okay, you said that you were a black American. Well, in the 70s, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. In the 90s, he called all black people lazy. And even today, he's furthering racial disparities, regardless if it's because he's disproportionately hurting black women through giving states the ability to ban abortion, which disproportionately disenfranchises them, or disproportionately disenfranchising black people as a whole by taking from the poor and giving to the rich, which disproportionately negatively impacts black people since they have lower net worths and lower incomes on average due to systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. All these things disproportionately hurt your community. Now, even on top of that, I mean, I don't think that there's a single material way you could identify Donald Trump has helped the country over the course of the last year and a half. He seems just to be breaking his promises. No new wars that went out the window, reducing the price of groceries that went out the window, reducing the price of energy and gas in the first year that went out the window, stopping Russia's invasion of Ukraine that went out the window, building the wall that went out the window. And instead, he's just, furthering his own personal devices like his path of conquest across the world, costing us billions, his shitty economic policy just to disenfranchise the working class to give back to the top 1%, costing us billions, his illegal tariffs that literally cost Americans $92 billion out of our own pockets that we paid illegally, by the way. See, these are all the reasons why you shouldn't support him. Of course, there's many others too, but I just wanted to know, how do you compartmentalize these reasons insofar as why he's a terrible president in your consideration that you still support him?
So, I do believe economically he is sort of working he's working towards a few things to help this country. But why should me or anyone else in this chat that wants to believe you as an aggregator when you can't even tell the truth about certain events of your life? You're yet to denounce that. Why should we believe you as an aggregator if you can't even be truthful?
Oh, yeah, denounce your silly claim?
truthful?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're wrong. I did stop you.
It's not a silly claim. Dean, this is not silly at all. I don't know what you think is so funny about this claim at all. It's not funny in the slightest. It's
It
not
is
silly at all.
No, it is absolutely
It's not silly.
Yeah, it's by nature silly because it's a
How?
belief that you hold with no evidence.
You're being disingenuous.
And
So admit it.
I think that you're being disingenuous. I think that
So
you're being
tell me right now-
disingenuous. You haven't been able to provide any evidence for your claim, and you're just using it to avoid a debate about
I'll
Trump.
use you.
I just gave you around
Okay, so
I
tell me-
just gave you around 30 reasons why Trump
Tell
is
me the
a bad
last time you-
president. And then the last time, like, you respond, and then when you responded to the reasons why Trump is a bad president, you just said, well, I don't think he's doing too good for the economy, but I'm actually going to ignore everything else that you said. And Dean, you're disingenuous, use the N-word. Like,
not
okay.
what I
Like,
said.
no one believes you, bro. It's shitty rage bait. If you want to rage bait me, I'd recommend, like, you know,
No
picking
one's
like a better
rage baiting
path
you,
of
bro.
something
Like
you
I
could
said,
actually
you've done.
No one's rage baiting you,
says
says the rage baiter.
Hold on, you've done a great job the past 2 years to advocate for the African American community, and I just said you should just drop that part of your narrative to make yourself seem better. It is okay. We
Drop
know
what
that
part
you
of my
used to say
narrative?
it. The fact that you said it when you were 14, and that
Well, I
just
did say it when I
like
was
propagates
14.
that propagates the notion
what?
that you've only said it when you're 14 and
Why-
14 only.
Why would I stop saying that I used the N-word when I was 14? Because that's certainly true that I used the N-word when I was 14.
Bro,
Like, what?
You got caught when you got caught years later the video of you getting caught was you at the age of 14. What are you talking about?
I'm
Why
just
are you
confused
lying?
I'm confused on like what you're saying I'm doing wrong.
Bro, you got caught saying something when you were 14 at the
True.
age of 20.
True.
So you're telling me that so what made you automatically stop saying that word at the age of 14? I don't understand.
Well, I think it was actually around 15. And I mean, yeah, there actually is a story about why I stopped using the N-word at 15, but it's relevant to the purpose of the live stream, which is to talk to Trump supporters about why they support the president. I mean, you could definitely find a clip out there of me.
Like I said,
you could
I have
definitely
respect for
find a clip of me out there talking about that story. Like when all this came out, like 2 years ago or so, I definitely went over that story quite a bit. Like that's fine. Like you could go out there. Just I'd recommend like going on like TikTok, searching like Dean N-word or whatever. And I'm sure
Look,
I'm sure
now
if you
your
dig,
chat's even saying it's a word.
I'm sure that if you like
It's
dig
just a
far,
word.
I'm sure if you dig like far enough, you could find it. But the purpose of this
This is
live
what
stream
you're
is to
doing.
talk to
Your
people
own
about why they
supporters
support
are
Trump.
saying it's
Could
just
you please
a word.
could you please respond? Could you please respond to the reasons I
It's
gave you why
nasty
Trump
what
is a
you're
bad
doing.
president?
It's nasty that you don't want to.
It's
respond
nasty.
to this.
I already have. You
is.
could go find
It
it on the
is.
internet. That's just not the purpose of this live stream. The purpose of this live stream is to debate people about why they support Trump. And frankly, if you think that I'm doing something nasty, okay, well that's fine. I mean, you could be a little fucking snowflake and like run away to your echo chamber to to like I don't know, like self-loathe and hate yourself, hate me in the process because you support a rapist as president. I call you and all the other
Clearly
Trump
hate
supporters
yourself
out for
getting a
that.
haircut. I'll tell you that.
And somebody's getting very emotional because now that you understand this is a losing argument for you, you want to go
I'm
back to the
alright.
haircut.
I'm
I
not
just think
losing
that
at
Mr.
all.
Baldy down here is jealous.
I'm not
So do you want to
bald,
respond to the
dude.
reasons that I gave you insofar as why Trump is a bad president, or do you want to continue to cope?
Bald, dude. I'm not bald like you. Like I said,
Okay, yeah, you could
I
deny
smoke
that you're
the
bald.
age-
It's fine.
I smoke. You can deny the fact that you continue to say the word after the age of 14.
Well, I mean, actually, yeah, I'd argue that you have just as much evidence that I continue to use that word after the age of around 14 or 15 as I do. That you were bald, which would be none, but because it's okay, apparently.
No, I just use
To believe things without evidence, I'm going to believe that you're bald. Listen, dude, Kobe, this is annoying
If
as
you
fuck.
want-
You're obviously making a fool out of
I'm trying to
yourself.
debate,
Hey,
so
Kobe,
it-
I'm going to put you on mute.
I'm
Hush.
trying to debate
1,
the topic.
2. There we go, guys. We have to treat them like kindergarteners. That's just a part of the whole shtick. It's crazy. I would be a good pre-K teacher. All right, Kobe, now that you've calmed down, that's great. Good for you, buddy. I gave you around 30 reasons why Trump is a bad president. I'd like you to respond to them. You want to
Okay,
make this
so
live
I
stream
will.
about... Nope. Nope, going back on
You
mute.
just said you
I
like.
have to treat you like a child. MAGA men, folks. MAGA men.
What was that?
4. We just have to have them calm down. MAGA men act like kids. I think that we should like postpone the age to like get a driver's license for MAGA men to like 25. Vote to like 30. Because it's like they don't like mentally mature until like middle age. And that's like even like a maybe. Okay? Because you guys have seen like the 70, 60, 50-year-old MAGA men on this live stream. It's crazy. Okay, guys, calm down. Perfect. Thank you, buddy. Good job. I'll give you a golden star if you want. Maybe I could tell your mama to take you out to get some ice cream after class is out, right? But listen, so I gave you around 30 reasons why Trump is a bad president. I'd really appreciate it if you could respond to those. Most predominantly, I want you to respond to the breaking news of the live, which is the fact that Donald Trump is now legally harassing and targeting the woman who he raped. So, E. Jean Carroll, was able to testify in a court, provide evidence, and convince a unanimous jury of 9 that he raped her. Okay? Now today, after winning his second term and losing all of his appeals on the rape case, he has now told the DOJ to investigate E. Jean Carroll for perjury. What's perjury? Lying under oath. What are they accusing her of lying under oath about? Him raping her. Well, that's insane, because her testimony led to him being found guilty. So, what's your thoughts on you and other Trump supporters electing a rapist to be president, just for that rapist to then turn around and use the power vested in the presidency to attack his rape victim?
So I'm missing the part where he harassed her by getting the DOJ to reinvestigate. See, this is what I'm saying about you as an aggregator. You're just completely how is he harassing her in any way? Can you explain how this is harassment?
Yeah, having the DOJ investigate her for perjury.
How is that harassment?
Because court literally proved that she wasn't committing perjury.
Can you define what harassment is?
Yeah, intentionally attacking somebody repetitively. And of course, we've seen repetitive attacks from Donald Trump, starting out from his original defamation of E. Jean Carroll's character after she dropped her book, to while the court case was ongoing, to after the court case found him guilty, to then attacks on Truth Social before his presidency. Now with the largest attack yet to date, which would be him attacking her through the DOJ, trying to get her on perjury. Now, the reason why the DOJ investigating her for perjury is bullshit is because the court's already proved that she didn't perjure herself. You know, like the court that deemed her testimony as being factual. The court that held Donald Trump liable for raping her.
Wait. What do you mean? How did they? What do you mean? If someone lied under oath, how would they have gone through? Well, I don't understand. How do you know she didn't lie under oath? That's maybe why would the DOJ pick up a case
ruled
that is
that she was telling the truth? Because the jury ruled
okay.
That
How many cases? Do you know how many cases have gone back on their original verdicts?
Well, this one has.
Listen,
if some court overturned the verdicts, said that the jury got it wrong and she was lying, and then the DOJ investigated her for perjury. Okay, well, I'd get it. Okay, right? At least from a legal perspective, I'd get it. But I mean, Donald Trump has appealed the outcome of this court case 5 times, and every single instance he's lost that appeal. And you're arguing that it's about to be overturned. No, it's not, buddy. I'm sorry. That's scope. Can you give an argument for that? I bet you can't. I bet you're just going to go ahead and yap on about how, E. Jean Carroll, crazy liar, with no reason, no rhyme, no evidence whatsoever, just like your frivolous attacks on me and my character. But go ahead, make the case. Make the case that there is good reason to believe that E. Jean Carroll had perjured herself. What's the argument, Kobe?
Just love hearing yourself talk. Bro.
By the way, watch this, guys. He's just going to start talking about me again. He's going to completely forget that he's supposed to be giving an argument that E. Jean Carroll perjured herself.
Well, I was going to answer, but you're just talking to yourself, bro. You're just talking to yourself. Little Dean, little munchkin, just yapping. Love to hear himself talk. Look, like I said, I don't know what Trump has on his behalf to prove that she is wrong, and I don't know. I don't think Eugene Carroll's argument was sufficient enough to prove that he did do it.
Why?
So I think it'd be interesting to see how this case goes. If he's to fail on another attempt, then I think it's best that we just leave the case as it is and leave it to be the verdict that it was initially determined to be. But if there's some new findings that the DOJ, like I said, I don't think the DOJ would really pick up an unnecessary case or a case that doesn't have enough substance. So the fact that they are even looking, what's funny? Sorry.
Well, because that's what the Trump DOJ is notorious for doing. So before Donald Trump's second administration, the DOJ had a successful indictment rate of 97.7%. They rarely, would start an investigation in an attempt to achieve an indictment or a conviction and fail. Literally the most successful legal body on the face of the planet.
Not support my narrative?
Now, well, see, the second part is what doesn't support your narrative. Is since the beginning of Donald Trump's second administration,
dude, you don't have to
their
mute me,
successful indictment rate has dropped from 97.7% to nearly 70% in just a year and a half. because we have seen baseless, trivial indictments lobbed at Donald Trump's political opponents with no reason and no rhyme because of how truly delusional Donald Trump is, regardless of it's Letitia James, who the indictment failed against, or the ex-chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell, who the indictment failed against, or Donald Trump's ridiculous calls for indictments against people like Obama for blatant lies and conspiracy theories because he's detached from reality, such as the accusation that Obama is a literal demon that had wiretapped the Trump Towers that worked with the CIA to coup the government in 2016, or his similar basement charges against Biden, saying that we need to indict Biden at once for the auto pen, even though there's nothing illegal about an auto pen, and in fact, it's something that he uses too. That's his whole shtick, is to lob baseless allegations against individuals. I mean, I would say that the most notorious case of this happening so far in his second administration is Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man in which they falsely accused of being a human trafficker, a man in which they falsely accused of being a gang member, a man in which they falsely accused of being a violent criminal and then illegally deported to Sica in El Salvador to literally be tortured and beaten. And then the Supreme Court ruled that he had to come back because they illegally deported him. They then argued it wasn't illegal. That was quickly overturned. They had to bring him back. So then they pressed charges against him for human trafficking while still calling him a gang member. The charges for human trafficking got thrown out because there's no evidence for them less than a week ago. And they haven't been able to produce a shred of evidence that he's a gang member ever since. That is the basis of the Trump administration, is baseless political persecution of their opponents. Same thing with the six Democrats in Congress who he accused of treason, all because they told members of the military to remember the Unicode form of justice.
Okay, so how can, first of all, do you want to sneeze or something, bro? I don't know what you're doing in your face. It's really pissed me off. How can you say it's baseless if they
I'm happy I
have
piss
like
you off. I'm happy I piss you off. Good.
how can you say it's baseless if even now, if they have like a 70, there you go, good boy. If they have like a 70% succession rate, how is that baseless? It's clear that they've been victorious, obviously, more times than not.
Okay,
so how can you say it is baseless? And even in the first
times that
administration,
they've
like
been
you said, it was
victorious
92%. And now you're saying, the times they've been notorious was what?
The times that they've been notorious is just in like random trivial cases prosecuted by the federal
of course,
government.
they're just random, right, Dean? Of course.
Yeah, I mean, can you give me a notable case against one of Donald Trump's political opponents that the DOJ has been able to successfully yield a conviction from?
I bet I can find one, but like I said,
do
this
it.
is, again, you as an aggregator,
do it. Find me one notable case where the Trump DOJ was able to successfully indict one of Donald Trump's political opponents and then find them guilty of a crime.
Wait, what? No, I don't know about his successfully indicting one of his political opponents.
I know, yeah, because every single time they've indicted one of Donald Trump's political opponents,
so do all the indictments that they take on is all against political opponents?
No, the vast majority are like random fucking cases being prosecuted at the federal level, which is exactly where that 70% successful indictment and prosecution rate comes from. The reason why it's dropped from 97.7% to 70%, the first time in recorded U.S. history, by the way, is because of the baseless and trivial accusations that Donald Trump and his admin have been lobbing at their political opponents, like such as the people that I've already gone over, from Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Letitia James to James Comey to the 6 Democrats in Congress, and now to E. Jean Carroll. Okay, and you said, well, maybe we just have to wait to see like how this investigation from the DOJ plays out to see if Donald Trump has any evidence that he's guilty and that she had perjured herself. Well, we already did. We already saw that play out in the original court case that concluded in 2023 where the jury ruled that he was guilty. And then we saw it play out again in the first appeal with the local circuit court. Then we saw it play out again in a second appeal with the federal court. Then we saw it play out again in a third appeal with another federal court. And Donald Trump lost. Okay, you cannot produce a single shred of evidence here that E. Jean Carroll was a liar. Meanwhile, we could prove beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that he raped her, regardless if it's because we're pointing at her testimony that stayed consistent for 30 years, the corroboration of her testimony from 4 for Friends, therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was raped by Donald Trump, the testimony of the psychotherapist saying that her testimony is consistent with signs of trauma that real victims of rape would experience, the dress that she submitted to the court claiming that she was what she was raped in by Trump, and it had DNA on it, in which Donald Trump refused to test his against, which means he's likely guilty, or his lies, such as saying that he never met her, which was then proven false with a picture of them together, or a second lie saying that he never raped rape her because she wasn't his type, which was then proven false by him confusing the picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be E. Jean Carroll in her deposition, or all of his character priors, in which suggests that he is at an extremely heightened propensity compared to the average male to rape a woman because he's already engaged in other forms of sexual violence in the past and taken great pride in it, ranging from the sexual exploitation of beauty pageants to the credible accusation from a minor in the E-Files to the other 40 plus accusations from other women and girls. Okay, we know that this man did it. And I think that your response is ultimately going to be trivial and baseless. You're just going to say, oh, well, I don't think it was enough, but then you're not going to explain why it's enough evidence. You're going to say, well, I think that Donald Trump may be successful with this indictment from the DOJ to prove that she perjured herself, but then you won't be able to give the evidence that she did perjure herself. And it's just going to be this back and forth between an intellect such as myself and a fucking moron like you.
There you go with the insults. But I don't understand why you do that either. That's kind of weird. But anyways,
I'm sorry.
so,
if you can't swim, then you shouldn't have hopped in the pool. You started this live by saying that my hair looks like shit.
Dude,
so.
your chirps do nothing to me. It bounces off like it's like a
Good. I'm happy.
bullet. It doesn't. Good. So what? I just a quick question. Where this this happened in a store, correct? So were there no cameras in this mall or in this store that picked them up going into the same area, or?
Sure, good question. So this happened in 1995, 1996. So there's a chance that in the store I'm answering the question. You're just going to have to wait. So this happened in 1995, 1996. So there's a chance that the store in which this occurred didn't have cameras. But if the store did have cameras, they would have been VHS recording cameras, and then those recordings are taped over like on a weekly, bi-weekly basis. They don't just save all the physical VHS recordings of every camera forever. They just tape over the old ones.
So I mean, you know the case well enough. Was there evidence of was that ever brought up during trial of any evidence of there being any footage by either side?
No, which means that there either wasn't cameras or the VHS footage was taped over. Because if there was footage of it and he did rape her, that would have been advantageous to E. Jean Carroll. And if there was footage of it and he didn't rape her, that would have been advantageous to Donald Trump.
No, obviously that's why I asked.
Right. So no footage on either side.
Okay. I mean, I would actually like to look into that because I don't know. I feel like that's kind of odd that was never brought up. Well, on both sides. I mean,
it's not odd because, like I said, stores that did have
why is everyone saying it's 1995, dude? How old is your chat, bro? What do you mean there were cameras in 1995?
But the reason why they're saying 1995 isn't because there wasn't cameras in 1995, but is rather because the cameras.
Why they're saying it.
No. It's because the cameras that did exist in 1995 were, once again, as I already said, you just need to listen to me, recorded by VHS tapes, and those were physical like material tapes. They would then tape over. Listen to me. Don't interrupt me. Listen to me.
I know what a V. You don't
listen to me. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to put you on mute.
Is.
That they would then tape over, right? Like 1 or 2 weeks later. So the reason why everybody was like, "Hey, bro, it's 1995 when it happened. Why are you asking if there's footage?" Well, it's because the VHS tapes would literally be taped over. Okay, the footage, if there was any, was gone 2 weeks after it happened in 1995 or 1996.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how true that is. I'm pretty sure they keep copies of them, don't they? I'm pretty sure they keep copies of each that's how it was done. They would keep a storage unit, and they would copy each tape, put it in another. What was the thing called? The black box. What were they called? The set tapes. They would copy them and put them. Put them in storage.
They would only keep copies of tapes if a crime was reported. Or if they suspected that a crime had been committed, which would be because, once again, either somebody that worked for the store thought that they had saw somebody steal, or the cops came to them and said, "Can we check out your tapes?" So those would be the only scenarios that they would keep recordings of the tapes, because digital copies didn't exist then, so it wasn't as easy as putting it on a thumb drive. It would require keeping the material physical VHS tape, which it would be expensive, and the companies wouldn't do that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I actually like to look into that. I mean, why, if it was ever, I'm just interested to see if it was ever brought up, why, what happened. But yeah, I just think, I don't know. The case is it's murky because I think it's clear that maybe they did encounter each other on 1 or 2 occasions. So I don't know why he said he never met her. Maybe it was to, I don't know.
Because he was lying.
I couldn't really tell you. I'm not in the. Well, yeah, I mean, but yeah, I
So the
think that
question is,
in
why
that
did he
specific
lie?
instance, well, I mean, I'm not in the mind of Trump. I can't answer that for you. I can't
Well,
tell
the
you
answer to
why.
why he lied is
Um,
because he did it, and as proven by
well, look,
all the evidence I gave you.
I think popular. Look, I'm in. Like I said, I do have to do more. I'm gonna um let the case run its own due diligence to see how that sort of
It
pans
did.
out and what new evidence.
It already
Dude, there's
did. They
another
found him guilty.
Dean, relax. Okay, hold on. Let me speak for more than maybe 5 seconds. There's another case being brought forth, and I think on both sides, no matter what part of the narrative you're on, I'm interested to see whether or not there's new evidence that is going to be brought forward on Eugene Carroll's side and or Donald Trump's side. And there's no further evidence to be brought forward. Then we could just end it as that. But I'm saying I'm
Why didn't
interested to
we end
see
it as that
how.
after the original court case, or
Dean,
after the first
whether
appeal, or
why
after the second appeal, or after the third appeal? That's the thing. It is a slippery
Okay,
slope for you guys. You say that you'll end it at that once the court case
who's
is
you
over.
guys?
No, you certainly won't, okay? Because the
Who's
court
you
case is over. They determined that he raped her in 2023,
It is in
and
fact
then he
not
lost his
over.
first appeal, second appeal, and third appeal. It's done. Now, if like Donald Trump wants to bring forth this new investigation accusing him of perjury, well, all that this means is that the status quo is that he raped her, unless by some fucking satanic miracle they're able to prove otherwise. Okay? Because what's the legal precedent? Innocent until proven guilty. And as it stands, Donald Trump has been proven guilty, and now today, E. Jean Carroll is innocent of perjury until proven guilty of perjury. And it is only that if E. Jean Carroll is found guilty of perjury, that then Donald Trump would be innocent. I would also like to point out that there is just simply no evidence that she did perjure herself, because any evidence to suggest Donald Trump's innocence would have been brought forth in the 3-year discovery period of the original court case, the first appeal, the second appeal, the third appeal, the fourth appeal, or the fifth appeal.
Okay, so if you're so confident, do you want to make a bet right now that there will be like a new some sort of like I'm saying, I just find it crazy how confident you are that this case is being brought forward by the DOJ is going to be absolutely, just it's unreasonable. There's no reason why it's brought forward. Do you want to make a bet that something will be brought forth that will maybe implicate a Eugene Carroll in some way? Maybe she lied about a certain testimony. Maybe there's could have been a part of her testimony that she lied about, or maybe
Where's the evidence?
What do you mean? No one knows, dude. The case isn't happening.
Okay,
Yet.
so
What kind
so
of
it's
question is
perfect. No
that?
evidence. So as it stands, the only evidence that exists, i.e., the ruling
Obviously
of a jury of
not.
9 and the outcome of 5 appeals, is that he raped her. Thank you.
Okay, but that has
Like
nothing to do
this
with
is
my
this
claim.
is like saying, even though a bunch of
gosh.
evidence exists that the Earth is round, i.e., satellite imagery, mathematics, the location of the sun in reference to the location of the Earth, like the visible stars in the northern in the southern hemisphere, like literal probes of like, for instance, trips to the moon and back, like Artemis 2, and then a footage from those missions, so on and so forth, to prove that the Earth is round. Well, because there exists a possibility that the Earth is flat, and there's evidence to prove it, to contradict and dismiss anything that NASA or mathematics has been able to give us over the course of the last 2,000 years, even though we don't know what that evidence is, we should still assume a position of agnosticism? No, that's not how we should operate in the world at all, because the evidence that we have proves beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that he raped her, and he's failed 6 times in the original court case, then with 5 appeals to demonstrate otherwise. Okay, the status quo is that he's guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll. You cannot just appeal to ignorance and say that, well, because I'm ignorant of any potential knowledge or information or evidence to demonstrate otherwise, okay, that therefore I'm going to assume a position of agnosticism, because assuming your worldview, we would then just be agnostic on everything. Like, there's possible evidence that could exist to prove that, like, you're just an AI robot paid for by Russia to antagonize me and annoy my viewers. Therefore, I'm agnostic on if you are a real person or not, even though all the evidence that I do have indicates that you are a real person. Or I'm agnostic on if my girlfriend loves me or not, because even though all of the evidence that exists indicates that she does love me, i.e. the great relationship that we've built up over the course of the last 5 or so years, the communion in which we share and love and eating together and sleeping in the same bed and doing things together and going on dates together, so on and so forth? Well, because there's a possibility that evidence exists to prove otherwise. Like, it's possible that maybe somewhere on her phone she has deleted messages with her besties saying that she hates me. Okay, well then I'm agnostic on if my girlfriend loves me? No, I wouldn't be agnostic on that, because all the evidence I have demonstrates that she does love me, and although it's possible that evidence exists to demonstrate otherwise, I don't have that evidence, and it's unlikely that that evidence exists in the first place. So because of, like, once again, this dialogue of thought, you cannot assume that because of the possibility of evidence to demonstrate that he didn't rape her, that you don't have, that therefore all of the evidence that actually exists, that actually did demonstrate that he did rape her, all of a sudden you're agnostic on the subject matter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, bro. I just don't think you needed the 3 minute rant. It was pretty obvious what you were trying to say there. Sure, yeah. I mean, but like I said, I think on both sides, like they would like to hear the argument, right? Like even if like we have an insurmountable amount of evidence to prove that the Earth is round, if NASA were to come out and say that they have maybe some sort of evidence to prove otherwise, I think everyone would listen, no matter what side of the spectrum you're on. So that's simply what I'm saying in this case. Like even though there may be an insurmountable of evidence to prove Donald Trump was guilty in the civil court, I think that what. To say or
yeah the court case isn't even about perjuring the testimony of him raping her. The court case is about where she got the funding from for hiring her lawyers.
Okay, well, whatever the case is.
Oh damn. So do you concede?
Do I concede what?
Because you just told us that, well, if the DOJ is suggesting that maybe she perjured herself when she said that he raped her, and then the case goes on. No, shut up and listen to me. And then it's ruled that like she didn't perjure herself.
Why don't you apologize
then
for
like you'd believe
being
her.
Incorrect?
Okay, but then it seems actually like it is the case that that's not even like what this investigation is about. This is a trivial investigation into her possibly lying about where she got the funding from. But because the judge was aware that she got her funding for her lawyers from Reid Hoffman, it's expected that the case will be dismissed, and all 5 appeals where his attempt to challenge the legitimacy of the standing that he raped her have failed, and the original court ruled that he did rape her. It seems like that's a closed book, so therefore you should believe that he raped her. And this argument of yours just goes out the window.
Oh my God. So it's clear, I mean, you don't know what the DOJ is presenting, so I'm just going to do my own due diligence and look into it, because who knows, you could probably go back in your word once again and say that the case is about something totally different.
So if the case was not about the standing of the claim that he raped her, but rather about the standing of where she got the money from to pursue the case, would you concede that he raped her?
I think I have to look into the case a little bit more. But I think I'm under the belief that it's more likely than not that he did. What was the verdict, that he sexually assaulted her, or whatever the case was at this point in time. But like I said, I do have to look more into the evidence, look into like the transcripts of the case, like how it went about. But yeah, I mean, I would like to speak more about like the economy, just so that we can get somewhere and actually speak with substance, as opposed to going back and forth with this civil finding. I think it's very hard to discourse on civil cases. If it was a criminal case, I think we'd have a lot more of a productive dialogue. But it's very tough to because civil cases rely on beyond reasonable doubt, right? But so there's no real hardcore evidence. So I would like to speak about Trump actually is in a way what he's working towards, helping out the economy. He is sort of advocating or feeding into his America First narrative. And I spoke to you about this before, but actually, last time we spoke, my phone died. It was about the H-1B visas. My phone died throughout our conversation, halfway through the conversation. So I was speaking about how he's like placing these restrictions on these companies to force them to look internally to hire domestic candidates.
Lol.
So, yeah.
Is a plain
I think
landed?
that-
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What a nonsense word salad. Holy. So the first thing that
What?
you said there is that because it was a civil case, there's no damning evidence because the burden of proof is lower. So you're right. The burden of proof
we really
is.
don't have to waste time. Can we just speak about the H-1B visas? I mean,
Should I not
we
respond to
just
the claims that you made?
we can respond to the claim that really matters for this conversation to move forward.
Okay, so I should just like completely ignore your lies about civil cases because it's just simply not true to suggest that because the burden of proof is lower in civil courts that therefore there can't be damning
I never.
evidence. in
That
civil
wasn't.
courts.
That wasn't my claim at all. I said it's beyond a reasonable doubt, which means there's no hardcore evidence to prove otherwise. Which is why it was a civil case. Well, number one,
Right. Right. So I did accurately represent your claim because that's what I just said. You said I said that you said that because it was a civil court case, there was no damning evidence.
Okay.
And then you said, "No, Dean, that's not what I said. What I did say is that because it was a civil case, there's no damning evidence."
Okay.
So yeah, that's false. So I do understand that the burden of proof in civil court cases is lower than criminal court cases, but this doesn't mean that something cannot be proved with damning evidence in a civil court case, because the burden of proof is just a minimum standard, not a maximum standard. You could prove something inside of a civil court case with like direct video evidence of it, or a direct like secretly recorded admission of guilt, because it's still above
Correct.
the minimum threshold of a preponderance of the evidence. So for you to say that because it's a civil court case,
I mean, that's very
therefore
obvious.
there was no damning evidence,
That's
simply does not follow.
It's very obvious. I mean, otherwise there wouldn't be such a thing as a civil case. Obviously, like you're going to have you have to have at least some sort of some sort of amount of evidence to prove a certain verdict, or else they would all fall under the umbrella of a criminal case.
I don't
So
think that you're
obviously-
listening to what I'm saying. My argument isn't that you need some evidence to prove something in a civil court case, but rather my argument
It's not
is
my argument
it doesn't
either, bro.
follow that there can't be damning evidence in civil
Yeah,
court
I'm-
cases.
I'm not
because there
saying that there
absolutely
isn't-
can be damning evidence in civil court cases. So when you say that
Okay.
because it was a civil court case, there was therefore no damning evidence, that doesn't follow. Because you could prove
Okay.
something in a civil court case with like direct video evidence of a crime being committed.
Right.
Okay, even though direct video evidence is damning evidence. So when you said that because it's a civil court case, there is therefore no damning evidence, that's just simply false.
Right. Okay. So then, yeah, I guess I'll consider that for the sake of this conversation. So like I said,
I know.
speak
It's
it-
like, oh, Dean, I can see that squares have four sides and four 90-degree angles, not because it's right,
Oh,
but
do you
rather
just need
because I
this
want to
for your
progress the
ego,
conversation
bro?
along. It's just insane to me
Okay.
how like far you guys are willing to take it just to like ignore the truth.
I-
Full
I'm
band,
not
thank you so much for the
ignoring
$20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Full Band. Let's get 200 Full Band W's in that chat. Full Band with the $20 says, yes, go ahead and tell this idiot. I'll bet him $5,000 that they don't introduce a new shot of evidence. Damn, bro, you'd be $5,000 richer. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Who says, what's good, Dean? I'm so tired of this administration. I wish we could find a way to remove him. Yeah, bro, for real. I think that Congress needs to kick his ass to the curb on God. Feisty Bot, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, that darn tissue, Dean. Didn't see that. I was looking at TikTok. Got it out of the view. Thank you so much for letting me know, Feisty. As well as Renegade, thank you for the 5. Mr. James, thank you for the 5. Renegade with another 5. And Jane with a 5. I appreciate y'all. Brad, thank you for the $20. He says, so glad to finally catch a live this week. My mom passed, and she would have loved your tenacity and intelligence. I appreciate how hard you worked for a better world. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you for the $20, Brad. I'm really sorry to hear that your mom passed. I hope that you and your family are able to go through that healing process all right. Actually, this morning, my grandma passed. So dealing with a little bit of a family loss over here myself. I wish you and your family the very best of luck. I wish you and your family the very best of luck. Thank you for the $20. 10,000 seconds. I appreciate you for the $20 as well, who says, there was a 2019 defamation case and a 2022 battery defamation case that both Trump lost and then all the appeals. Yep. Thank you for the $20, 10,000 seconds. And then Lord T, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, well, so like as I was just, I see a lot of comments about it. Yeah, the grandma did pass this morning at 2:45 a.m. It has been a long struggle for her. She's been struggling, or I guess she did struggle with esophageal cancer in the esophagus for like the last 4 years of her life, and even before that, I mean, it was a downhill battle. So this is something that we've been preparing for a very long time. My mom has essentially been a live-in help for my grandparents for like the last 4 months. And we've kind of been expecting this for a while. She stopped eating and drinking water 8 days ago. So honestly, we expected her to pass, I guess, 8 days ago, because that's kind of like the last thing that happens before one passes. And she was able to live for 8 days with no food or water. And, I'll keep a lot of those emotions to myself offline, but, it's kind of been something that I've, me and my family have been processing and working through for a very long time now. So it's not like, it's not like it just all hit at once. It's been an ongoing emotional process, that we've been, struggling with now for a very long time. So, if you're wondering like why I'm on live today, it's just because it's not like a shock death. It's something that has been coming for a very long time. It's something that we've been preparing for a very long time. And honestly, in a sense, I'm obviously very sad because we lost our grandma today, but I'm happy that she's in a better place. I mean, it's just not a good life to live with esophageal cancer and then live like the last week and a half of your life, 8 days, with no food and water, or bedridden, without the ability to speak or really move. So, I really do feel bad for my grandpa, who of course has been married to her for 47 years and done everything with her, and spending some time with him. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. All right, we got Nat connecting to the live stream. Hey, welcome in.
Old ass grandma, nigga. Haha, you fucking faggot ass bitch.
That's MAGA, folks. I mean, I wasn't, I was kind of like considering, maybe not like sharing the news about my grandma on live because of that. I mean, I think that MAGA is very violent, very radical, and they're willing to kind of take it to whatever length, and including making jokes out of my grandma who died less than 12 hours ago. But that's MAGA for you guys. That is MAGA. I mean, I kind of accepted that by sharing that information publicly. They're very violent, vicious people. That's why I run these live streams. It's because I think that we need better politics in America, and I think the first step is trying to counteract the very violent and vicious people on the right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey.
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
No, love to hear, man. I appreciate you. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only op inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I would really appreciate it if you guys would do your very best to follow the rules. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Guys, please only hop inside of the guest request if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules of the live stream. Make sure that you're following the rules of the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, my bad.
No worries, dude. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very best to follow the rules of the live. Hey, Anthony, I appreciate you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. That is very kind of you, man. Please, let's give 500 Anthony W's down below. Anthony with a $50 says, my condolences, blessings, bro. No need to thank me. Well, I'm going to thank you anyways, dude. I know that you've been watching for a while, and I'm just very thankful for you. Thank you. Please do show some love to Anthony down below. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's been something we've been expecting for a very long time now. It's been an ongoing conversation. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
What year were you born in?
2004. Oh, I'm 22 now.
2004, 22. What month were you born in?
April.
Okay, all right. And why do you support Trump?
Liam prepares to do the conversation.
What did you just say?
I support Trump because...
Did you say Liam prepares to do the conversation?
No.
Okay, then what did you say?
Liam forgets. I wanted to do... So I like Trump.
This
and
shit, dude. What are we doing?
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Liam takes a deep breath. I wanted to say that I like Trump because he's not going to do the new wars.
Liam reads a book. Liam reads the news. Liam looks at a map and identifies a country named Iran in the Middle East. And then Liam sees the bombs that are being dropped on Iran because Donald Trump started a new war with him. And then Liam reflects.
Liam thinks about what Dean is saying. I don't know if I think that's true. Because how am I supposed to know Trump started it?
You're trolling, bro. You're actually trolling, dude. Get out of here.
Liam doesn't think he's trolling.
Tina, I invited you up. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. Thank you, man. I needed that laugh. I appreciate you. I needed that laugh. We're good. We're gonna get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as Mr. President. Oh my goodness. Let's go to get that next guest, Rob, connected to the live stream. Oh my. I appreciate you for the $10. D over on Super Chat who says, so sorry to hear about your grandma. These stupid people don't believe E. Jean Carroll are so stupid. She was suing him for defamation, not even rape. If he ever lied about the rape, he never would have come up, right? Yeah, so she started by suing him for defamation, but then she had to, prove rape to prove defamation. So then she just proved rape too. Oh, Mama, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat who says, I'm sorry for your loss, Dean. Well, Mama, I appreciate you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to Oh Mama down below in that chat. Let's get 200 Oh Mama W's. Same thing to, let's see here. Thank you so much for the $10, Jose. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Jose. And then Im, thank you for the $10 as well. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, Rob's not here, so we're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream, folks. There's quite a few people chirping in the comment section saying that they are MAGA, but then when I invite you up, you just don't accept. We're going to continue to try to find that next guest right now, guys. We got Nat joining into the box. Hey, this came in over on PayPal a minute ago. Miss Mary, thank you so much for the $67 donation. Who says, you are so awesome, X2, enjoy Cali. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Mary. I thank you so much for your kindness today. You are actually, once again, the very first donor of the day over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love and support. Please show some love to Mary down below for that $67 donation. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 700 Marys. Genuinely, that is such an incredibly kind donation. Same thing to you, Lisa. Thank you for the $5. She says they're investigating Carol for perjury because they claim that she lied about who funded her court case. Yeah, thank you so much. I saw that, and I didn't even know that until I think you sent that dono. Rebel, thank you so much for the $5. And the Mary, I appreciate you for another $20 saying, R.I.P. Grandma. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Mary. Show some more love to Mary. Well, welcome in, Rob. Do you support Trump?
I'm not Rob, bro.
Oh, sorry, Nat. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in, Nat?
06.
Okay, Nat, why do you support the worst president of your life?
Because he's a neolibertarian phalangist.
Guys, get the hell out of here. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Follow the rules of the live. I'd really appreciate it. Icky Vicky, why aren't you taking a shower?
Hello?
Hello. Come on, Vicky.
Dean, I'm so sorry to hear about your grandma. Like, even though I'm a Trump supporter, I'm not like that evil and malicious. So I hope you do well. I hope you feel better. Hope your family recovers. Sorry to hear about the news.
You aren't icky today, Vicky. You are just Vicky. Thank you, Vicky.
Oh my.
No, I said that you're not icky today. I said that you're not icky today. That was supposed to be like a nice thing, like a heartwarming, endearing, like bridging the gap moment. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, Vicky. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Ladies man 217, what a name. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. It's me, Donald Trump.
Okay, goodbye, Donald Trump. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Oh, his name was Lady Mans too. Yikes. We're going to go get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Red Lady loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Follow the rules. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you? I'm
43.
sorry. Yeah, you're of it. I'm sorry. It's just like muscle memory. I'm sorry. Wow. Yeah. And why do you support the literal worst president of your life?
How you just gonna say he the worst president of my life? Like
yeah,
he lived my life.
Because we've never had a president worse than him. I mean, he created a new
Wait,
system of.
you never had a president worse than him
Yeah,
because you are
young.
young.
I am young.
But what make him worse though?
Yeah, because no other president in your life created a new system of justice where you and him could break the same law. You could get thrown in jail for it, and he can't even get investigated for it. That was a whole like IRS settlement. Can't investigate him for tax fraud. No other president in your life has raped a woman, been found guilty of it, then became president, then used his presidency to harass and attack that woman like he is to E. Jean Carroll right now.
So you know for a
No
fact that he
other
RAP somebody
president in your life has passed some of the worst, most destructive economic policy, costing $5 trillion, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans.
That's not true.
disenfranchising the
He did
working
not
class.
take health care from nobody I know that received benefits.
Do you know anybody on Medicaid?
Now, if you frauding and scamming and abusing the system, of course it should be taken away from you. But what person that is eligible for these programs that was taken from?
Yeah, 10 million low-income Americans. He introduced a new work requirement in Medicaid, requiring that low-income Americans who are able to work at least 80 hours.
No, you mean able-bodied people that can work?
Yeah, according to the Social Security Administration, which is quite rough. But yeah, and I disagree with that work requirement because I don't think that there should be a work requirement on essential social safety nets. And then secondarily, he also took healthcare away from people by refusing to renew an ACA subsidy, which is increasing the premiums for members of the working class on Medicaid through the ACA by upwards of 300% a month.
Bro. Like, y'all really be trying to sit here and make a front of a lie. If you live in everyday regular life, you know that these benefits and things was not stripped from people that use them. If you was frauding the system, scamming the system, or doing anything illegal to obtain these benefits, then of course, yes, the benefits did get stripped from you because you couldn't have it anyway. And with all the fraud that they had, the people that is working class most definitely could have benefited from all of that fraud money that people was stealing.
Yeah, I mean, I really hate to see your delusion. So you accuse me of lying because I gave you the hard facts. Okay, like my source that 10 million people.
I am accusing you of lying because I'm living in reality, and in reality, I don't know no person that has lost their benefits.
Yeah, then you should probably get out more, right?
I done lived in quite few states, and I do get out pretty often. You know what I'm saying? I'm not confined to a box, and I live in reality. You just literally up here trying to fearmonger people into believing a lie because you have a hate for Trump. And you know that's not true. Is you using any of your money that you earning from begging from TikTok people that's probably struggling to help these people receive some benefits?
Oh my God! Listen, I use more than just my money to donate for the betterment of the world around us.
Like to
not
what?
only,
Who do you donate
not
to?
not well.
Do you go
okay.
out and find a homeless person or a family that's struggling and help them? Because that's the only way you gonna really help somebody. Because if you giving your money to an organization, it's not guaranteed that they're gonna receive them funds.
I'll answer your question under one condition. That one condition being that you acknowledge that I have no obligation to share any fact of my personal life with you. I think that there's an issue, especially on the internet, where you and other people think that you are entitled to personal financial information about me, my money, and the way in which I spend it, just because I so happen to spend 4 hours a day on my live stream. And I would have the same obligation that Donald Trump would have to share his financial information publicly if I was running for president myself. Can I speak without you interrupting me, ma'am?
Do you help your community?
The answer to your question is yes.
With some of this money that you getting out for people that's struggling on TikTok.
So the answer to your question is yes, I do help my community. And if I were to ask you that same question, your answer would be no, because instead of helping your community, you make somebody president.
Boys to college. Yes, I do. I help my community, and I'm poor, and I'm poor, and I help my community, and I
just want to clarify that you run an organization to help send more young black men and women to college, but you actively support a president who defunded HBCUs by over half compared to what the Obama administration was giving them, and a quarter of what the Biden-Harris administration gave them.
Now you're lying. Stop lying to your supporters, Dean.
I can explain to you.
Trump did not take money from black colleges.
You're actually,
and you know he didn't.
You're right when you say that he's the only president to give them long-lasting money, because his plan was signed into effect for 50 years. But what was the plan that was signed into effect for 50 years? Half of the funding annually that Obama gave them. Obama gave HBCUs, $2 billion. Let me speak.
Asking for it.
Let me speak. Please let me speak.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Obama administration gave HBCUs $2 billion over the 8-year administration. That's $4 billion every 4 years, $250 million a year. So then Donald Trump swooped in. He cut that funding in half, okay, only giving them $125 million per year, and then signed that into effect for 50 years, meaning that he was essentially permanently defunding HBCUs from the historical level of funding that has been given to HBCUs. And then the Biden-Harris administration came along and increased HBCU funding to $4 billion a year. $4 billion a year. Isn't that insane?
No, what's insane is how you think people is stupid. What's insane is how you try to get up here and twist things to fit your narrative to make things look a way that is not.
32 years. The Biden-Harris administration gave them as much money in 1 year that Donald Trump's plan would have given them in 32 years.
That ain't HBCUs for black people anyway.
HBCUs.
Maybe the black people can start benefiting now that they done got rid of all the other extra stuff. So maybe an actual real black American person can probably start benefiting off of these programs that they use our face for. They use our face. They use our face, but we don't benefit from these programs. But we get stuck with the stereotypes like we just on welfare and receiving all these government benefits, and we're not. Actually, y'all are. You probably some people up in your family probably done benefited off some type of government funded program.
So we could find a little bit of common ground here. I definitely do agree with you that there are stereotypes that exist in America. Like, for instance, black women are welfare queens, and like black people are just so lazy living off the system. And we could also agree that those stereotypes are like very, very, very racist. But I think what we need to understand here is where those stereotypes come from. Those stereotypes certainly don't come from the people who made those systems in the first place, okay, i.e. the left. No, those stereotypes come from people on the right to attempt to demonize and dismiss those systems by saying that they've just led to a bunch of lazy black people. Okay, so I just come on, just allow me to finish speaking here, please, ma'am. Right? So for like every stereotype that you hear about the lazy black woman that's being a welfare queen just living off the system, you hear that coming from the mouth of some provocateur on the very racist right who is attempting to use that point not only to further disenfranchise black and brown Americans, but also to stigmatize that system of benefit as a whole. And for you to sit here and say that those systems of benefit don't benefit people's bullshit, they absolutely do. They pull people. I agree with you that there's racist people on both sides, but I'm saying that the particular racist talking point that you're giving me right now of like the notion that black people are just lazy and live off of welfare is a unique racist talking point specifically from the right as a counter response to the creation of benefits from the left.
That's what you want your audience to believe, but we know better. This is coming from regular people. We don't know if they Republican or Democrats. All of y'all, especially if y'all got pale skin, y'all for sure try to put stereotypes on the black community.
Like Trump with his pale ass skin depicting the Obamas as monkeys, as apes. But you still support him as president, right?
Do you think Obama looked like a monkey?
I think that you'd be insane to suggest. I think that it'd be. This is crazy.
Why do y'all think that? That's because that's the way you think. You must think black people look like fucking monkeys.
No, I must be educated on the history.
How is that racist to call somebody a monkey? How is that racist? No, you must think black people look like monkeys.
Okay.
When y'all is made from monkeys, you have monkey DNA your damn self.
Okay. Wow, this is crazy. So I am bamboozled right now. The reason why I'm bamboozled right now is because you just got done talking about how racism is an issue in America, how the stereotype that black people live off of welfare is incredibly racist, but then you like deny that that's being perpetuated by the right. And then when I give you an explicit example of dangerous and historically, one of the most historically significant variants of anti-black racism, of depicting black people as monkeys, just allow me to finish, dude. You have to let me finish. You have to. The only way that we're going to ever have any sense of a productive dialogue is if you let me finish. But then the moment I give you an explicitly a racist example of Donald Trump engaging in racism by depicting black people as monkeys, well, then you say that's actually not racist at all, and I'm the racist for thinking that's racist. So you asked me a question. Why is that racist? First, there's no fucking reason why a 21-year-old white man should be explaining this to a grown black woman. But I want to be able to attempt to.
Now,
It's
that
just
was
insane
racist.
to me.
That's
No,
racist,
no, that's
Dean.
not fucking racist at all.
Dean,
It's not
are you a
racist at all.
racist, my buddy?
It's not racist at all to call out the fact
It's
that it's
racist
fucking
when you
nuts
see a
that a
monkey, you think of a
21-year-old white
black
man
person.
has to explain to a grown black woman why it is racist to depict black people as monkeys. But like the explanation is,
Why
well,
do you see black people as monkeys? to
I
even
don't see
call
black
that
people as
racist?
monkeys. Let me explain to you where that depiction comes from and why I consider it to be racist. The reason why I consider that to be racist is because the depiction of black people as monkeys isn't just something that started 3 months ago with Donald Trump on Truth Social. It's been a perpetual depiction since the creation of racial chattel slavery in Portugal, like hundreds of years ago, and it was born out of this creationist myth as viewed by Christian evangelists in Europe, hinging on to like the godly creation of man through the divination of God. But then they split that creationist myth to say, well, the white man was created in the image of God, closer to perfection, closer to divinity, the civilized person. Meanwhile, the black man was created closer in the image of the beast of the wild, the ape, the monkey, the dog. And the reason why they created this distortion of the creationist dialogue we read in Genesis of the Christian Bible was a way in an attempt to justify it, to start racial chattel slavery. Because if black people are less like humans and more like the beasts of the wild, well, then maybe we could treat black people like the beast of the wild, the same way we keep the cows on the farms and the dogs in the house to do whatever we want. We're going to keep the black man doing whatever we want too, okay? Because they're not necessarily people. That's where the de-evaluation of black lives comes from. And then even after slavery, this narrative that black people are like monkeys, apes, the beasts of the wild was even then more important to then justify racial segregation. Because all of a sudden, with the creation of sundown towns, kicking black people out at 7 p.m., restricting them from using white businesses, drinking out of the white water fountain, using the white restrooms, well, we had to have justification for that too. What's the justification for that? Well, would we ever let a lion stroll into Main Street and hang out with civilized people and eat at the same restaurants we do, drink from the same water fountains we do, the beasts of the wild? No, because they live in the wild. We have a different ecosystem. We have a society that's structured with infrastructure. Meanwhile, the beast of the wild lives in the jungle. So if we just compartmentalize and attach black people to that beast of the wild, well, then all of a sudden we're justified to kick them out of town at 7 p.m. We're justified to tell them to stay away from us, stay away from our businesses, stay away from our economy, and go do their own thing, which is exactly where that then became repopularized to say that black people are like monkeys and apes. So when you see somebody, even in 2026, depicting the most two successful black people in the history of this country as monkeys and apes, it is legitimately one of the most historically dangerous and explicit racial tropes against black people. And for you to sit here and completely dismiss the historicity of the experience of black and brown people across the world and in America, just to then attempt to justify this explicitly vulgar racist piece of shit that was also sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people and had his introduction into politics be hating on Obama because he's black, is insane.
People. Section 8. Refuse. Okay, now question. Since you want to bring up chattel slavery, how much did your family benefit from chattel slavery, my boy?
I'm sure that my white ancestors in America benefited a lot. Because all white people did. Like there was an inherent inherent benefit for all white people from chattel slavery.
You could have been raised by racists or people that was raised by racists. Am I right or wrong?
Well, I mean, not even like a possibility, a certainty.
So
I think that all white people in America, especially during the time of slavery, obviously were inherently engaging in a racist system.
The money back.
Okay, so reparations for black people. What reparations for black people?
Tell them to give back the money that benefited from chattel slavery.
So let me tell you. So reparations for black people would come from like the American government, and the way that we would go about doing reparations for black people, which I think is something in which is important.
No, it wouldn't come from the government, because if it come from the government, it's us paying ourselves. It need to come from families like yours that benefited from chattel slavery, that build wealth and made generational profits. That's the people that should pay back reparations towards chattel slavery. It's
So
those
let me-
families and
let me-
corporations that benefited from it.
Let me try to explain to you like what I think good reparations would look like for Black Americans today. It would be to address the racial disparities that exist. Like, for instance, the average white student in school
No,
is
reparations
funded.
look like tangible things, like land and money.
I'm trying to
not no apologies.
I'm trying to describe to you what I
We
think
don't want no
reparations.
apologies.
Just allow me to finish.
Tell
speaking.
your families to
I
hawk
think
up that money and wealth they gained off of chattel slavery.
I
if you
think-
really not a racist,
I
if you
think-
care about Black people getting reparations.
I think what reparations would look like for
Yeah,
Black people.
you-
I think what reparations would look like
You
for Black
can't
people
even
today.
talk because
Because you're interrupting
because
me.
half of y'all will be broke as hell.
Oh my
Half
God,
of
because
y'all
you're
will be
interrupting
broke as hell.
I think what reparations would look like for Black people today would be to first exist the racial disparities that exist in the country. A good example of this would be very simple. Okay, the average white student in the public schooling program in America is funded 3 times more than the average Black student. For every $3 that a white student gets, the average Black student gets 1. So I think one good thing that we could do as reparations to Black people, okay, would be to first address that disparity and ensure that every student, regardless of their race, is funded the same. A second form of reparation that I think would be good would be a reevaluation of opportunity zones. So opportunity zones, as we know them, have failed because it just gives an incentive towards wealthy investors to then move into these disparaged areas, buy an investment property, not starting a business, not employing individuals that live in that community, and then exploding the worth of the real estate, making the rent for the marginalized constituents of said area go up and up and up and up, and then make the prices of everything go up and up and up and up. So we need to reevaluate opportunity zones, find a plan that actually works on top of fixing other issues like the systemic issue with police brutality, the fact that 14% of our population, Black people, account for 87% of exonerations, and the fact that the average Black person is paid significantly less on average compared to the average white person working the same job, and they're even more likely to get fired or rejected from a consideration for that job in the first place, alongside many other means to fix the socioeconomic disparities that exist through better social safety nets, better college funding, and better management of the social safety nets that exist. Okay, and the reason that I say this all, even though it like doesn't really have much to do with like the argument that you're given insofar as why you support Trump, is just to point out that Trump is doing none of this. Okay, if you want the Black community in America to be on better footing for tomorrow, well, then you can't support the guy that's taking the feet out from under their their legs today. Okay, like not only is specifically the Black community suffering in America today, but the country as a whole. I'm not lying when I tell you that.
You are lying.
Okay,
because I'm
specifically,
a Black woman and I have not been affected negatively by none of the things that Trump is implementing.
Really,
today.
you're not paying more for gas?
That's a flat out lie.
You're not paying more for gas?
You're not. When I moved to the West Coast, gas was $5.49. What are you talking about?
And what is that at today?
5 years ago.
And what's it at today? And what's it at today?
And then when Trump came into office, it went down to a little under like 3 something, and then it went back up once he got involved into the Iran war with Israel.
Okay, so you are paying more for gas.
So gas prices already be fluxing. Okay, I can go across the street and the gas is $1 more than the gas across the thing. So that lets me know that it's price.
Now, what about jobs? Last year, 1.3 million people were laid off. How many of those 1.3 million people were Black women?
How many people was laid off under every president?
Well, I mean, we had the worst jobs report last year, the most layoffs since the pandemic. I'll tell you, in 2020, a layoff is when somebody works a job and then gets fired. So let me tell you, last year in 2025, we had 1.3. Just listen to what I'm saying here. Last year in 2025, under Trump, because of Trump's policy like tariffs and the big beautiful bill, we had 1.3 million layoffs. Black women accounted for 300,000 of those 1.3 million layoffs, and we also only added.
How many of them was real Black women? How many of them was real Black women? American Black women?
What do you mean, real Black women?
Real Black women.
What do you mean by that?
Do you know what a real Black person is? The one that was reclassified 1,000 times. I'm talking about those Black people.
What do you mean?
That was born here.
So, do you think that like Black women in Africa aren't real Black women?
The Black people in African are Africans. I'm talking
about. But are they Black?
Black Americans.
But are they Black?
That's y'all problem. Y'all think all Black people is
Can you just answer the question? But are they Black?
Are you Black? Black or color? You a Creon?
I'm not Black. I'm white. So, but like
you white.
Like,
so
specifically,
you a Creola? You a Creola Creon white?
don't know what a Crayola crayon is. Crayon. I feel like the only
White
place I've heard
is
that
a
is in-
Crayola crayon. White and black
like
are
a crayon.
colors.
A crayon? Okay.
Crayons. Okay, whatever. You know what the hell I'm saying.
Okay. So
A crayon.
Tell me. Define black person. Define that phrase.
You said I don't know what a black person is. I'm talking about
Well,
black
I
people
mean-
that's considered black and American in America.
Okay, so like real black women or like black women who are
that's just a name.
who are like
We
born
not
here.
black. We're not black. We're American.
So
Okay?
so do you think that like black women or black people who like immigrate here aren't like really black?
No, they're not. They're not black in their country. They whatever they came from.
Okay.
Only black Americans is called black Americans.
so,
Only
like,
in America do they call the melanated people colors,
in order
crayon.
So in order to be like a black
If I
American,
was in Africa, I would
to be
be an
born here.
African. I won't be. They will not be calling me black.
So
in
Africa.
Africa.
Let's just kind of like test your seemings here. So you're saying that a black American is specifically like a black person who's born here. So if a black person like immigrates here, okay, like they're gonna have like the same experiences as any other black person, right? Like growing up.
Now, come on now. I grew up in Iowa.
Please allow me to finish speaking here. Please allow me to finish speaking here. Like growing up, I had a family friend from our local church, and I won't share his name publicly, but he was an immigrant from Nigeria. He moved here for a better life. He moved here. He started attending church. He became a really close family friend of me and my father and my sister. He started going through university. He then graduated university, and now he's doing great in his life. I miss that guy so fucking much. He was the coolest dude ever. What a Chad. But anyways, he had the identical experience of life as every other black person in this country, regardless if they immigrated here at the age of 15 or 50, or if they were born here to a family that's been here since chattel slavery, right? Because at the end of the day, like white supremacy doesn't care about your immigration status. White supremacy looks at you and judges you because of the melanin content of your skin, and your phenotypical characteristics. And they say, regardless if you were born here or immigrated in here, you're a black person. And for that reason, well, we're like the neo-Nazis on the right are going to toss you in and lump you as a part of the group that is like dependent on welfare, lazy, violent, criminal. It doesn't matter that like my friend immigrated here compared to being born here. He's still 4 times more likely than a white person to be pulled over because of the color of his skin. He's still 5 times more likely to be searched during a traffic stop than me because of the color of his skin. It doesn't matter that he wasn't born here. It doesn't matter that he immigrated here. Okay, he's still significantly more likely to be falsely arrested and charged with a crime than exonerated of it. The exoneration statistic, 87% of exonerations account for black people. It's not exclusive to black people who were born here. So I mean, I just listen. Like I understand that I'm a white man saying this, but it just seems to me to be the case that it's just insane to deny somebody's blackness because they immigrated here compared to being born here when they have the same shared experiences of anti-black oppression.
We are people, okay? And if they want to be called a crayon, then whoop-de-doo, let them be called a crayon. But I'm talking about the melanated people in America that go back before America was America, okay? I'm talking about them people, them people. Because they didn't come from Africa. Y'all could keep that Africa stuff to yourselves because the can done fell over. We know the truth now, okay?
Wait. Are you telling me that you don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade?
Not how they told it. No, I don't. And it don't go like that. And you know this too.
Okay.
Your family probably know because they most definitely benefited off the chattel slavery.
Yeah. Listen, I got to thank a couple people. I definitely have a couple people to thank. You guys have been very kind over on Venmo. I thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the $5. Jaden, thank you so much for the $20 who says, hey, Dean, it's been a rough week. You, Parker, Santana, GT, and Matt are a big distraction from it all. I'm so happy that we could help you out. Let's get 200 Jaden W's. Helen, thank you for the $15.
Don't try to bring him up here to try to double team up on me.
I really appreciate you so much for the $15, Helen. Don't worry, we won't double team you. Juan and Danielle, I appreciate you guys for the $5. Abby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Abby. Carolyn, thank you for the $5. Juan, thank you for the $5. And then Jada, thank you so much for the $15. Let's get 150 Jada W's. That is Jada. Thank you. And then Serena, thank you for the $15. Who says much love. Thank you so much for that love and support, Serena. Peter, thank you for the $25. Who says I cannot remember the last time I wanted to scream fuck you at a person than this Kobe guy. He was talking about the first guest. Yeah, Kobe was insane. Peter, it's good to see you today. And thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $62 donation on Venmo. Man, thank you so much, Jose. I want to see 10,000 Jose W's down below in that chat. Genuinely, that is beyond fucking kind of you, bro. Thank you so much for that love and support. Jose with the $62 says, 14, this investigation into E. Jean Carroll is just a quote-unquote make MAGA feel good about themselves venture. It's like Stephen Miller said, hey, MAGA is really fucking feeling bad right now. Come up with something, DOJ, so they feel better. I know exactly, Jose. I think that that's a perfect description. Thank you so much for the $62, and it's good to see you today as always, my friend, and thank you so much for supporting me in what we do here. SCR, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, I love everything that you do. You're such a inspiration to the younger generation. Oh, thank you, SCR. You're very kind. Cassandra, thank you for the $5. Who says, I'm sorry for your loss. Well, I appreciate you, Cassandra. Allison, I appreciate you for the $20. Who says, I'm sorry for your loss. Knowing it's coming doesn't change the pain. We appreciate you all the love. I appreciate you so much, Allison. And Miss Yvonne, that is YVONNE. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo 32 minutes ago. That is legitimately so much fucking money. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's just not something I deserve. Yvonne with $100 says, I can barely believe what I'm hearing. Tomorrow marks 1 year of my dad's passing. He also had esophageal cancer. I'm struggling today, praying for you and your family. I wish you and your family the very best of luck. Yvonne, I'm so sorry to hear that you lost your dad to esophageal cancer. It is such a violent thing. And I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for the $100, Yvonne. Genuinely, that is a very, very, very kind donation. Iris, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm sorry for your loss. People are so sick for making it a joke. You're so inspiring for holding it together, as you have, especially with having to do these lives that are so obviously draining. No, listen, Iris, the lives actually helped me. Yeah, I'm going to do my best to hold it together. Thank you, Iris, for the $20. Then same thing to you, Sonny. I appreciate you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sonny. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you, Sonny, for the $50. That is a shit ton of money. Sonny with a $50 says, asked my mom what she thought about the Trump Jesus photo and she lost it, saying that I'm quote unquote tearing the family apart for bringing it up. It's really hard to stay hopeful. Well, just Sonny, not to blame yourself. Eventually, it really, like your mom is tearing your family apart by supporting the man who's willing to depict himself as, your family's God. As president, okay? It's not you, it's her. Please keep that in mind. Thank you for the $50. That is very fucking kind. Mary, thank you for the $15. She says, I'm so sorry, Dean. I love you and your whole family. I love you too, Mary. I support you in the celebration of her life. Oh, I appreciate you, Mary. I appreciate you. And I still have a couple more people to thank. We'll just read one more for now. This comes in from Jason on Venmo. Thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Jason. Let's get 500 Jason W's. He says, hey, Dean, I just started watching your stuff for the first time the other day. Well, welcome in, man. I'm sorry about your grandma. I know that she must have been an amazing lady. She was so intelligent. She really was. I wasn't like too close to her growing up. But the time I did spend with her, we always love to talk about piano, beautiful compositions. She has a personal relationship familiarly to the guy who did Ave Maria. I'll have to remember his name because I forget it on the spot. But I always thought that was very interesting. Thank you so much for the $50, Jason. Please show some love to Jason and all the other donors down below in the chat. Like I said, I still have a few more people to thank, but I'll get around to that in a moment. I want to make sure that we can pass this mic to the guest to make their argument now, that especially considering the fact that we got Santana up here. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, yes, Franz Schubert. Thank you, chat. That's the guy who made Ave Maria, Franz Schubert. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, and TikTok, pin message over in that other place in the Yats right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Santana, welcome in.
Welcome in, Dean. First and foremost, how are you doing?
Doing all right, man. How about yourself?
I'm okay. I'll just say sorry for your loss. I lost my grandmother during COVID, super close to her, so I know how that actually feels and how tough it can be. So just, FYI if you need me.
Well, I appreciate you, man. That's very kind of you.
Yeah. Can I also say one other thing before we get to Lady Red? This is for the chat, and I just want to address because I've been sitting here listening, watching, and all this other stuff in chat. No matter how ignorant or how belligerent the person may be, the thing that we never want to do is perpetuate any type of racism or anti-blackness. So, yes, she absolutely has no idea what she's talking about, but calling her ghetto or things like that in the chat, that's not something we need to do at all. So I'm letting you know now.
I'm not even reading them comments.
I'm not comments
talking, don't affect me at all.
I'm not talking to you though, Lady Red. I'm talking to the chat.
It don't matter, but they don't affect me.
That's
don't
fine.
try
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Like I need.
Okay, I'm going to mute you because I wasn't speaking to you yet. I'm telling the chat because the fact is when you know better, you do better. And so this is an opportunity for the chat just to be better, regardless of the person that's on the other end. And Red Lady Red, why are you up here screaming so much? What's happening? Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I'm good. Hey, why didn't you ever come back and see me again?
I did come back. It was just too long on the wait.
I don't think so. Hey, you got a couple of
I have
things
been
wrong.
back up in your comments. Come on
Wait,
now.
there's
They mute
history here?
me all the time.
Yeah, she came up and we walked through, kind of like Jill. Kind of like I had a moment with Jill where I walked her down. I held her hand with a paper napkin in between and showed her like
Come
all
on
the
now. You ain't did
misgivings.
nothing.
Oh, okay, all right.
Nothing.
Well,
Nothing.
let me just start here.
Y'all be trying to paint a
Red Lady
narrative,
Red,
and it's
Red Lady
so
Red.
sad.
Hey, Red Lady Red. I want to start here. It's chattel slavery, not Chatham. Just
I
FYI.
don't care.
You
That's
should.
because I have a
You should.
slight accent. Where I'm
No,
from,
it's not about your accent.
Yes. Like I
It's
said,
really not.
so what? I don't care.
Red Lady Red.
pointing out wrong things. Did your family
Hey.
benefit from it
Again,
too?
why are you yelling?
Is you giving some of your
Why are you
TikTok
yelling? So
profits
first
to
and
these
foremost,
families?
Red Lady Red.
Are you
I
helping
would
any
be
of your
considered.
supporters? Are you
Hey,
giving back to your
hey,
supporters?
hey,
Or
you
you just
can't
getting
hear
up here
me.
begging?
Red Lady Red, you
Dude.
can't hear me if you're screaming over me.
Bruh. I'm
Also-
sorry. I just like. I'm really confused about that
Dean,
last
stop
comment.
it.
It's okay.
He's
Red
a
Lady
black
Red,
man.
Yeah, so she
I don't
was
care.
she was hinting at the possibility of me being a quote unquote tether. Hey, Red Lady Red, no, I would be FBA. I would be ADOS. Like I would be the direct descendants of slave. My family history goes back to South Carolina, the lineage directly to South Carolina. I
Yours
know
not
all
the
about.
only one.
I'm
We
still
all got a
speaking though.
story
Still
similar.
speaking. So I would be directly the ones that you're trying to perpetuate the ideology of FBA when it sounds like you don't even really know what you're talking about, which is really bad.
No, you sound like you want to convince your audience that I don't know what I'm talking about. But
Okay.
those who know.
I'm
Those
sorry.
who know,
You
who know.
don't know what you're
You
talking
know,
about.
everybody not gonna get it.
You
Everybody's
don't
not
know what
gonna-
you're talking
everybody's
about.
not
You're a
gonna get
Trump
it.
supporter.
I'm for who I'm for.
You support
Hey,
the worst
so what?
president of your life.
I did.
So what?
Red
He's
Lady Red.
destroying
You
this
pick-
country.
That's for you. You can't speak for me
Quick
because
question,
for
Red
me,
Lady
he's
Red.
not the worst president.
Hey, quick question. Can you tell me how many black Republicans will be holding office in this next upcoming term? How many black Republicans will be in Congress?
You said how many?
Yes.
How many how many
Please
black
don't twist the question
Republicans-
and just answer it
How many black
directly.
Republicans or black Democrats is representing black
Can you
people
answer the
now?
question directly? How
I
many
don't
black
care.
Republicans
That's
will be
my
in
answer. I don't care
That's fine.
because they
It's
don't
fine. I'll
represent
tell
us
you.
now.
I'll tell you. Zero. The Republican Party has ostracized black people as a whole. Even the black people
That's
that
a
currently
lie.
represents
No, it's
still
not.
speaking.
Them black people that was holding them offices was not helping us anyway. Like, be for
Name
real.
one.
Y'all can
Name
lie
one.
to y'all self if y'all
Red
want
Lady
to.
Red, name
but
one.
black people never had nobody
hey,
representing them.
hey.
Never on the Republican side or the Democrat.
Red Lady Red, you're gonna stop just yelling at the top of your lungs. Like, I don't know what's happening, but stop it. No one can hear if we're talking over each other and you're yelling. Like, come on, be an adult. You can do this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just y'all.
It's
I
okay.
just don't like how y'all trying
It's okay.
to like.
Can you just name one black Republican?
And then after she answers this question,
can't think of his
we should
name,
ask her
but it
why
is,
she supports Trump, because we haven't actually talked about
I
that.
support him because I have the
Whoa,
rights
whoa, whoa,
to,
whoa,
just like how you do.
whoa, answer.
I can support who I choose to. I have
Yeah.
that choice.
Okay, I guess. Sorry,
that
Santana.
right.
Sorry, Santana.
That's why.
It's all good. So what I will say is that like in Congress, the majority of the black Republicans who held power, who are up for re-election, and maybe just to clarify, I'm not saying that all of them are going to be out, but there are no black Republicans that are on the ballot for re-election. They either lost their primaries or they're not returning to office. So the overall black representation from the Republican Party is a zero.
So y'all think color is what represent us? Y'all
Well,
sound
race
crazy.
isn't color.
No,
Black, Red Lady Red.
Policies and
Red
the
Lady
laws
Red.
and things that
Okay,
they
that's perfect.
create
Can you name one piece
is
of
what help
legislation
us.
that the
Not,
Trump administration?
Not a race. No, we ain't finna skip around you trying to act like a color is what represents
Color is not
another
race. Red Lady Red. Stop it.
Oh my goodness! You said there's no black people
Yes,
that's
and
going to
that's
be in
not
office
race. Black
representing
people-
us.
Okay.
Just because they black in office don't mean that they representing us. Okay.
All right, you see, I'm going to stop speaking while you speak, but please don't start yelling over me again. What I was saying is color is not race. Race is a socially acceptable grouping of phenotypical characteristics that was created for the othering of non-white people to justify chattel slavery. So when you say color, no, race is not color. There's much more to race than just skin color. So,
No, I'm saying no.
I was still speaking. I didn't speak over you. So when you talk about the quote unquote color, it's more than that. And again, this is why I'm saying that you're coming from a place of stuff that you don't know. And like, maybe we should talk about the stuff that you do know.
You don't know what I know. See, this is why I'm getting upset with you, because stop trying to talk to me like that, okay? That worked for y'all, all your other people that you be doing that too. But you literally sat here and said that how many black, not Republicans, or how many black politicians, or whatever the hell you said, you asked how many was it, and I said it don't matter, because black people don't have nobody representing them, whether they're Republican or Democrat, black or white.
How about this? I want to throw a thought out there that black people would certainly be better represented by the black woman compared to the white racists. Right? Like, even if you want to like tell me that you don't believe that Kamala Harris would have represented the interests of the black communities to a T, okay, which is fine. I don't really think that we've seen perfect legislators for marginalized communities in America ever. Okay, how about this?
That's what we need.
How about this? How about we just go? How about we go to like the main question, the thesis of the live? Because you've been up here for a while, 41 minutes, and we still haven't really gotten a good answer to this question. Ron, thank you for the motorcycle, my friend. I want to know why you support Trump as president. I want an in-depth analysis of his presidency for you to tell us why you think it's good. I'm going to give you a moment to think about it. In the meantime, I'm going to catch up on Venmo. Miss Lovey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I'm sorry about your grandma. My grandpa passed away earlier this year, and it was a very similar timeline. For me, I found that whenever I was feeling down, that espresso music did wonders. Well, I appreciate you for your kind words, Lovey. I hope that you're doing all right. It sucks. It sucks to lose a grandparent, man. Steven, I appreciate you for the $2. Amanda, thank you for the $10, who says it was so nice to see you smile and hear you laughing when the heart's heavy. Condolences from Val Beach. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Amanda. I hope that you're enjoying today's live stream. Please show some love to Amanda in that chat. And thank you. Thank you so much, Amanda. Matthew, I really appreciate you so much for that $50 donation over on Venmo. That came in 36 minutes ago. Thank you, Matthew. Please show some love to Matthew in that chat. Thank you so much for that love and support, dude. I know that you've always been here supporting us. I really appreciate you, man. Matthew with the $50 says, Dean, I'm so sorry for your loss. Love you, buddy. Matthew, you know I love you too. You're in here every day. Thank you so much for your kind words and for the incredibly kind donation. Thank you so much. Shasta, thank you so much for the $10 saying the same thing. I really appreciate you. And then Serena, thank you for the $20 saying the same thing. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love, Serena and Shasta. Show some love to Serena and Shasta down below. Fori, thank you for the $5. And Mila, thank you for the $5 as well. And I appreciate you. Who says, Mila says, thank you for educating these misogynistic little boys for us. I try my best. Allison, thank you for the $5. Tyranny, thank you for the $2. And then Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I lost my grandma this past weekend and it's been difficult for a family. I'm so sorry for your loss and I appreciate you starting conversations with people every day. I wish you and your family the very best. Okay, I mean, genuinely, it's a hard time for my family, so I bet it is for yours too. I wish you and your family the very best, Andrew. And the same thing to you, Juliet. Thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Juliet asked me to keep their message to myself, so I will. Thank you for that love, Juliet. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Aria, for the $10, who says, quote unquote, black people don't have anybody representing them. But you know what? I'm a vote for a pred who never respected us and whose family are literally a part of the Triple K. Donald Trump's dad was a KKK member. Fasi, thank you for the $10 saying W Santana for real.
No, his dad was not.
He attended Triple K rallies. He did.
He was arrested. No, he was actually arrested.
He was arrested
yes.
at one of the rallies.
Why was he? Oh, okay. So why was he arrested at a KKK rally?
Question. So do that make y'all racist if y'all came from a family? Come on,
here. Listen, I just have a couple. I just have a couple.
Do that make next generation racist?
Whoa! What makes Trump racist is him and his dad were both sued in the same lawsuit because both him and his dad refused to rent to black people at the business in which they mutually owned 50% of. Thank you for the $50. Grab it. I appreciate you. Let's get 500. Grab it. I'm almost done. I just got a couple more people to thank.
not.
Gravid with a $50 over on Super Chat says, they call us black everywhere. I'm from Jamaica and I'm black. Only people like this will disregard who's black and not to separate us and allow themselves to be conquered by the majority. It's corny. FBA is not real. It's another way to separate us. No, on God. Listen, like FBA, like low key, might be like some like CIA, like white supremacist shit. Just further dividing members of the black community. Thank you so much for the $50 Gravid. I really appreciate
about
you.
that online, Dean, but I think you're onto something.
Literally. I don't know if that's like a bad thing for me to say. Like maybe it's not my place. But
I won't talk about it online because I don't do conspiracy theories. But listen, like the whole idea of delineation. Red Lady Red, what's delineation?
Oh my goodness.
What's delineation?
I don't know. Tell me.
If you don't know truly, you can just admit it.
No, I'm gonna act slow like how you think I am because I want to see if you know.
I won't tell you about it. It's fine. But if you truly are, part of FBA, then you should know what delineation is.
I'm
but
not
that's fine.
FB nothing.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Anyway, Dean, you were finishing up your.
I just have like three more. Then I'll save it. Fit Dad CEO, I appreciate you for the $50 over on Super Chat as well. Thank you, man. Let's get 500 Fit Dad W's. Fit Dad with the 50 says, "Girl, if you don't get the hell out of here, embarrassing us black folks." And Biden/Harris gave more money to HBCUs than Trump ever has. From a black man, educate yourself and stop being fed the bullshit lies. Well, I appreciate you for the $50, Fit Dad, and
tell that
was the
person
message
to go
communicated
give
her.
his money to somebody that's worthy.
And 909, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat as well. 909 did not attach a message to that dono, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you. Show some love to Fit Dad, show some love to Gravid, show some love to 909. I appreciate y'all so very much for the $50 on Super Chat each. Like, genuinely, thank you so much. Then King, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Aria with the $10 says that Trump is scared crapless of what's in the files and you still support him. You're not a good human being if you support these predators. You're simply a piece of shit. I'd have to agree. Gravid with another $20 says, Dean, she's spitting out Kamala having people twerking on stage, though I thought it was embarrassing. I'm open to being wrong about it, but other then she's just angry and doesn't know where to aim it anymore. Well, I appreciate you so much. Yeah, like she's going to aim her anger at Kamala Harris for having Megan Thee Stallion on stage, but she's not going to aim her anger at Donald Trump for threatening to genocide 60 million Iranians, including
Kamala,
little children, raping
Kamala,
Eugene Carroll, or boasting about sexual exploitation. And Full Band, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much for that love and support. Downfall, thank you so much for the 10 who says, this woman doesn't listen to reason, she doesn't listen to logic, she doesn't listen to facts. So true. And then 10,000 seconds, thank you for the $20 who says, in South Africa, they do indeed use race. I appreciate you so much, 10,000 seconds. And then C, thank you for the $20 who says, hey, Dean, this is my first time donating, but I've been watching since episode 320. Wow, almost 100 days. This woman needs to realize she's blatantly racist. Where you come from doesn't determine your race. Well, I definitely say like anti-blackness. Like, yeah, I do think that
anti-black, not racist. Red Lady Red, please stop yelling. Hey, please stop yelling.
Like clearly, black individual, like further trying to divide the black community in America across the world, saying that they're not really black is like, yeah, that's clearly anti-blackness for sure.
Yes, it's very anti-black.
Black. I'm a human person. I'm not a crayon.
So, Red Lady Red, race is a social construct. Right? I mean, you
we
sitting
know
here.
What it is. We
Red Lady Red, please stop yelling.
Tell me something new.
Red Lady
please.
Red, can you please stop yelling?
Tell me something new.
Red Lady Red, can you please stop yelling?
What is y'all doing for the black community since y'all think everybody's so racist?
So we're doing a lot for the black community, but that's not what I'm going to stop it.
Like
Red
what?
Lady Red, can you please stop yelling? Seriously.
I mean, sorry. Like what?
Okay.
What are
I'm
you
gonna
doing?
finish what I'm saying. I'm gonna finish what I was saying. So you don't
right,
have to.
you ain't doing nothing.
Red Lady Red, I'm being serious. Can you please stop? You're being rude. I'm not talking over you. I sat here quietly. Stop it. You can say you don't identify yourself as black. That's fine. But since race is a social construct and it's based off of how the world perceives you, you don't have to call yourself black. The world will call
can't
you.
Perceive me as
Red
nothing.
Lady
It's how
Red, can
I
you
perceive
please
me.
stop?
Because I'm not gonna let you speak this type of stuff over me.
Like seriously,
I don't need your approval.
Red Lady Red, holy smokes. Can you please stop? You don't have to actually call yourself black. The world will perceive you as black and you will still fall within those actual systems that disenfranchise black people.
No, I don't.
Are you okay? Hey, what's the issue with the black mortality rate for women? What's going on with the mortality rate for women?
By the way, we got Denisha on the panel. Welcome in, Denisha.
Yeah. Black women, overwhelmingly, the mortality rate for Black pregnant women when it comes to childbirth is sky high, higher.
And I don't know not one Black person that passed away from that.
And
So.
just because you don't know people doesn't mean that it's not happening. You can't invalidate other
that's
people's
because they hype it up
so
and they try to make it bigger than what it is.
What I'm going to say is I'm just going to finish this sentence and I'm going to pass it to Denisha. Black women have a higher mortality rate than other women. You can talk about the pulse oximeter, how Black people, you literally have an issue with checking the oxygen level. So you don't have to actually subscribe yourself as being Black. The systems that we live in will continue to deem you as Black. But I'm going to pass this to Denisha.
I just had an actual question. What is there to like? Like, I'm assuming she's the Trump supporter, right? I'm genuinely curious. What is there to still like? Because even the people who did like him for the financial purposes, the rich people, the price of jet fuel right now, because the price of everything has skyrocketed. I'm just very curious what is the redeemable quality? Like, what is there still to like, if you don't mind?
What is it still for you to like?
Nothing, so I don't.
No, I'm talking about the people you support. What is it? What give you the notion to want to still to support the people you support?
Who do I support?
I don't follow the train to everybody else. I'm not jumping on the Trump hate train with y'all because y'all hate him. That's y'all. That's gonna be y'all karma. I'm not associating myself with that hate that y'all spewing to him. I voted for Trump because I wanted to.
So was it just feelings?
No, but like what? Okay. First of all, I think
it was. Why did you vote the way that you vote? Like y'all asked the most ridiculous questions.
Wait. I think it's really weird when someone asks what you like about something and your immediate like reaction is to get really defensive. I'm genuinely curious. Like, you did not answer the question. What is there to like? What do you still like? I want to know. Maybe you could change my mind.
You said,
what
do I like Trump? I've always liked the Trump before Trump was the president. I liked the Trump before Trump was sitting in the White House.
Okay.
Well, why?
What do you mean? What is it to like? I like him because I like him. And do you have a problem with that? Is why I have a problem with you asking me that. Because I can ask you, why did you vote for Kamala when she was up in California locking up Black women?
Wait. You don't know who
for their kids not going to school. But then when we discipline our kids, now we got DCFS in our house. So
you're lying. You made that shit up. Stop lying and making shit up, and please let Denisha speak. Stop lying and screaming and making shit up. Please let Denisha speak.
That's not lying. This is fact.
Holy fuck.
Kamala Harris most definitely was locking up people for
If you can't say her name right, why do you think we should listen to anything that you're saying?
I don't care about her name. You care about her name.
Anyway, go ahead, Denisha.
All of that's phenomenal. Again, what do you still like about Trump in his presidency? Do you like that he defunded cancer?
I like everything that he's doing. I like everything that he's doing. It's going to be very beneficial to my children's future. Next.
Okay. Can you give me an example? What is beneficial for their
Give
future?
yourself an example.
You are the
I like Trump because I like Trump, and it make y'all mad.
How dare you want to understand why I like Trump? I like Trump because I like Trump. I should have no other feelings or reasons. It doesn't matter that I don't know shit about shit. I shouldn't know shit about shit.
So you
that's why you mad. That's why y'all up here trying to make me look a certain way. I don't have
making
to
yourself look a certain way.
That is my right. That is my right to. I don't have to. Just like, did I question why you voted the way you voted? No, because I don't give a care. It don't make or break me.
You don't know who I voted for. But I mean, you certainly could have asked that question. I think you're very defensive for a very interesting reason. But like, okay, so you still like
go finish doing your computer work that you be doing, okay? You go focus on that. Don't focus and worry about why I voted for Trump. I voted for him because I wanted to, because I didn't want to vote for nobody else that was down there. That's why I voted for him.
Okay, so you currently like his political policies. Which ones do you like?
Everything. Everything.
The one where
only thing I disagree is the Israel involvement. Other than that, I don't have a problem with nothing else Trump did.
Can you explain to us why you don't have a problem with him imposing unconstitutional tariffs that, according to Goldman Sachs, ended up costing
They're not.
$92
See, look, if you go get
billion?
what is called JAT-PT or JAT-GTP, whatever you say, that, and pay for it, right? If you pay
Ain't
for
no
it,
fucking way.
if you ask them, they'll give you real questions.
Hey, just stick to Grok. Just stick to Grok, please. I know I fuck that up all the time, but holy smokes, just stick to Grok.
Okay, so you like the fact that he defunded cancer research?
That's a lie. I have a child that currently just battled cancer, and
What does that have to
ain't
do with what I
nothing
just
changed
said?
with the program. Nothing changed with the program. So I'm so confused at why y'all try to keep bringing that up too. I currently have a child that is 7 months remission from kidney cancer.
Did you hear what Denisha said?
Ain't nothing. They done
Did you
provided
wait? Did you hear what Denisha said?
Resources
Did you listen? Did you actually listen to what Denisha said? Because she didn't say anything about treatment.
Don't say research, because my daughter also is part of a cancer research. So what they defund?
Do we like
cancer research?
Do we like the defunding of the EPA?
Let me tell. See, if you ain't been through this, you don't know how it go. That's not how cancer research. Cancer centers will find
I'll go
the
ahead
money.
They
They don't only depend on the government.
So let me just show this to you.
They
real
will
quick.
find
so
the
this
way.
is coming.
If the government's not paying for it, they're going to find a way to fund it.
Look at your phone's good. So this is coming from the National Library of Medicine. This is PMID 2860694. Massive cuts.
When
to
they gonna
science and
come up with a
medicine
cure? Why the
and
money
Trump
ain't
budget.
going towards a cure?
Just listen. So it goes over.
Cure. Get a cure.
Just
We got
listen.
enough research.
Hey. Listen to what I have to say here. So, according to PubMed, National Institute of Medicine, under Donald Trump's budget proposal formally delivered to Congress, the National Institute of Health, the NIH, which is funny enough where this is published. No, it's not published in the NIH. Never mind. Would see its annual budget shrink 18% from $31.8 billion to $26 billion, and this would include a specific cut to the National Cancer Institute, the NCI, of $1 billion, and then the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute of $575 million. So when Denisha had asked you if you agreed to his cuts to cancer research after you said you agree with literally everything Trump has done, and you say that's a lie. Quite frankly, that's a lie. Okay.
Yeah, because that money could be used for the taking care of them. That money can be used for the prosperity of them. How much research is they're going to do when they doing individual researches on every cancer patient that walk through the office?
I'm willing to bet you don't know anything about any research.
Ma'am, what? I'm so sorry. The last sentence that came out of your mouth,
your name is, Santana,
literally made no sense. That was just some bullshit.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, it could be whatever y'all want to say it is, but
also, by the way,
y'all
the
want to
funny
live
is,
in a delusion to paint a narrative so more people can jump on the Trump hate train.
He's doing a good job of that himself. Hey, Dean, did you see that Donald Trump's actual approval ratings dropped lower to 27%?
Wow,
he's actually doing a great job at making sure that people hate him himself.
What do you think her response would be to
I
the
said,
age-old litmus test of cult-like
y'all
behaviors of
with
Trump
y'all
boasting about
rhetoric.
sexual exploitation? What do you think her reaction
I
would
think
be?
it'll be cognitive dissonance.
Wait,
you can
what
try
you
it, but
say?
I know for a fact she's gonna just pivot
and start yelling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Let's see. Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually violating women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies.
The pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And no men are anywhere.
Pause that for a second.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So that was him admitting to sexual violence. The reason why I say that is because the definition of sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual act. It's a sexual act to seek out the naked
Y'all
body.
is a mess. Then that means all you men is guilty of that. Yeah, let's talk about it. All men
So
is
all
guilty
men
of that.
are
If that's the
all
case,
men are actually
I'm quite sure,
wait,
Santana. I'm quite sure you
you're
done said some inappropriate
no,
things
no,
to
no.
a woman.
Well,
Don't
first
you
and
can front it
foremost,
for
when
the
it comes
internet
to what
all
was
you want
said, it
to.
wasn't about saying something inappropriate. It was literally, did you listen to what he said? Because he admitted to walking
I
into
couldn't
the
hear it because of
dressing
that
rooms.
gun thing. It
Okay,
was a. I mean,
Dean, could you play
sorry.
it one more time? Because that he wasn't just saying like, "Oh, grab him by the P word." He admitted to actually doing some gross shit. Please listen.
And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
so you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So to roll off of the point that Santana made there, and I really hope that you let me finish and hear me out and you don't interrupt me.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Is that this isn't just like a man saying some gross shit. This is a man admitting to the action of sexually exploiting naked women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and unconsensually looking at their naked bodies. This is no different than a man following a woman or girl into a public restroom and then peeking their head over the stall to look at their vagina, right? This is a gross act of sexual violence, and not all men have engaged in gross acts of sexual violence. But listen, even if all men engage in gross acts of sexual violence, that doesn't make the sexual violence any better, right? We just got done having a conversation about how all white people engaged in very horrendous racism, right, during chattel slavery and whatnot, and how every white person was responsible or culpable for the system because either they directly engaged in it or they benefited and turned a blind eye, right? And even though all white people engaged in this action in the system in America, that didn't mean it made the system any better, right? So even if a lot of men have done this, it doesn't make it okay. And we should definitely try to keep sexual perverts out of the Oval because we should never give predators power over their prey.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got you got all of that out of him saying he go to the back to inspect.
So I got all of that out of him.
That's
saying
what you
that,
got from that.
Yes.
You
Women's
got
naked
that
bodies,
he
yes.
abused someone from that. That's what you got from that.
He went to inspect women's naked bodies without their permission. Yes. That's what he said. So that's what we
No,
got.
that is not what he said.
Hey,
No, that is not what he said.
Red Lady Red, quick question. You have a daughter,
All
right?
he said about them, he was like, where they're getting ready.
Hey, Red Lady Red, you have a daughter, right?
Yeah, I have 4.
Awesome. Has your daughters ever done cheerleading or beauty pageants or anything like that?
No.
Never? Really? Okay.
No, but I done been on backstage of a
Okay, well, no,
pageant.
not you. Hey, how would you feel? Let's say your daughter was playing a sport, cheerleading, volleyball, softball, something, and a man just walked in the back where she was changing, getting ready. Do you think that's appropriate if a random man just walks back where there's a bunch of girls or women or that are half dressed or even naked? Do you think that's okay?
You said the right word, random man.
Oh, okay. So let's say not a
I
random
would have
man
a
then.
problem
How
with
about
a
this?
random man.
Let's say their coach, someone that is supposed to be trusted, someone that's supposed to actually have the trust of the people. The trust of the actual women and girls that they're working with and coaching and guiding. And he just walks into their locker room unannounced and just they're changing. Do you think that's okay?
I like how you trying to make it like that because in that type of scenario, no, that wouldn't be okay.
Can you tell me what's the difference between what Trump did and what he?
Scenario that just played.
Can you tell me what the difference is?
The difference is Trump will not be random, and by him being the owner, I'm quite sure it was announced.
No, he said he just walks into the back, and also there's actually interviews with people saying that not only was it never announced, he just walked in.
If a random man came into my daughter's locker room unannounced, yes, I would have a problem with that. Now move
Again,
on.
what about the coach? What about the coach? What if it was the coach? Would you have a problem?
Well, also just keep in mind that
if the
sexual violence is determined
if the
based on.
coach came into the room, it depends on what the coach came into the room for.
It doesn't. Think about it this way.
Because that don't mean the coach is being a pervert if the coach walks into the room.
Okay, listen, I want to respond here. So first and foremost, like sexual violence is determined contingent on two things: lack of consent and a sexual action. It doesn't matter if there's some type of relationship between the party committing the sexual violence or if they're random. Doesn't matter if they're the coach
Y'all
of a
keep
team or
saying
not.
sexual violence.
But
what sexual
please
violence?
allow me to finish. Quite frankly, I'm almost done. The big point that I'd like to make here is that what you're saying is contingent upon the intention of the person doing it. No, listen, I don't care if some drugged out lunatic that has no fucking clue what's going on. Maybe they think they're about to like transcend into the sky and become God, is like barging into a woman's restroom because they think it's a part of their quest to divination. Okay, if they look at the naked bodies of women and those women feel violated because it was without consent, clearly, okay, yeah, that's sexual violence. But I mean, Donald Trump's intent is clear. He did this for sexual gratification, and this is even described in the clip. I know that we played you only around 30 seconds of context there, starting at him talking about this interaction of going into the dressing rooms. Let me play you the 30 seconds of context that actually follows him admitting to that. This is where we learn that the reason why this is something that he would do was to be able to engage in this unconsensual action and get away with it. Okay, take a listen. Like it's gross. It's seriously gross.
Meeting the girls is that one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you own this pageant." You go over, you're meeting the girls is that one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
I hope after listening to around like 45 seconds to a minute worth of context, it led up to Donald Trump talking about going into these dressing rooms and seeing their naked bodies, right? You understand that there wasn't any like greater intention of like doing something benevolent, unrelated to sexual like engagement, right? No, the context of Donald Trump sharing the story with the radio show and Howard Stern and the other woman on there was to share like a story about the sexual things he'd do with the beauty pageant contestants. Howard Stern's over there asking him if he'd have sex with him, how he'd respond for inquiries for sex with him, how power dynamics are involved. Then he's like, well, what I do is I sexually exploit them.
He says sexually exploit them. I didn't hear him say that.
Okay, well, yeah, so Hitler never called the Holocaust a genocide, but it was a genocide because of what it entailed, was the systemic killing of 12 million people. Donald Trump never called this action sexual exploitation, but is sexual exploitation because what it entailed was him, the owner of the pageant, abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that these women and girls were in, okay, to further unconsensual sexual conduct.
Y'all is so funny.
Red Lady Red, what if it was your four daughters? What if it was your four daughters that happened to, like, would that, like, let's be honest, and I'm not even trying to be contentious, and let's not even make it about Trump.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm being genuine. I'm being genuine. Let's not even make it about Trump. What if that was your four daughters who were preparing for one of the biggest days of their lives, right? Something that they have been dreaming about, competing in a beauty pageant, becoming Miss USA, Miss Universe, something like that. And a guy who had power, who has money, and has the ability to access an area where there shouldn't be, and just, he walks in, right? He makes a decision that since I have power, since I have money, since I can do it and no one can say no, I'm going to do it. He walks in and he sees your daughters, your four beautiful daughters who are preparing for the biggest day of their lives. What would you do? Like, that wouldn't bother you?
Like I said again, it depends on the intent.
But I thought we just listened to the context of the clip to show that his intent was
Right,
to
and
do
he was
something
answering
sexual.
a question that they asked him about a girl from the pageant coming up to him.
No, what he said is that
Not him going up to the girl.
That's not what it. That's
you're,
not
you're
what they said.
misled. Sure,
That is what
he,
they
he,
said.
he was asked about, you know, if some woman wanted to have sex with him, what would he do? But his response was as follows. It wasn't, oh yeah, women will come up to me and ask me to have sex and I'll bang them. No, he said, well, I mean, not necessarily. I haven't really done that. But what I will do is I'll go into their dressing rooms and look at them while they're naked. Okay, like the story that he shared about the quote unquote sexual thing to do with the pageant contestants had nothing to do with anybody approaching him. And this isn't me spinning it. That's what he said. He said he walked into the dressing room. He said he saw them while they were naked. He said that he could do this because he was the owner. He said he got away. No, there wasn't a single point in that clip where he even suggested or said that any woman, okay, ever reached out to him and asked him to come into the dressing rooms, walked out of the dressing rooms while he was in the general backstage area so he could see them while they were. No, it was. And he answered it with a story
The interviewing person
about.
asked the question.
Listen, and he answered it with a. And he answered the question with a story, not
but you
about
trying
a
to
woman.
paint it to your
Listen to what I'm
audience like
saying.
Trump just
Listen
said
to what I'm saying. And he answered the question with a story, not about a woman approaching him and asking to have consensual sex with him, but rather the way that he answered the question was about him approaching the women unconsensually and perving on their naked bodies.
Oh my God.
Like for instance, if there's a hypothetical rapist and there's a hypothetical interviewer interviewing the hypothetical rapist, the hypothetical interviewer says, "Have you ever had consensual sex with a woman?" And then the hypothetical rapist goes, "Well, what I do is I'll rape women." You'd be a fool to say, well, because the question was about consensual sex, they didn't admit to rape. No, they said they raped them. Even though the question proposed to Donald Trump seemed to be more so about consensual sexual engagements.
Your narrative
His answer was not about consensual sexual engagements. His answer was about doing so unconsensually, barging into the dressing rooms. This one is simple. It's so easy. I just don't understand how anybody couldn't understand what I'm saying, what he said, what Denisha's saying, what Santana's saying. This is
I
easy.
do understand what happened. What you're trying to do is twist the whole thing. I sat and listened to the thing with y'all. I heard exactly what was said. And then you began to add in your stank, because that's what y'all do. That's what y'all do. Y'all saying things that was not said. You're putting it in the narrative in a way that didn't go. Girl. Anyways, Dean, you're trying to paint that narrative to your
listen to what Denisha
That's
said.
what you're trying to paint.
My actual question is there anything that Trump could do to lose your support?
Of course, there's a lot of things that a lot of people can do to lose my
name
support.
the one thing that Trump can do?
Sexual exploitation wasn't it? So what would it be?
Until there is proof and he's been convicted and tried, then yes.
I'll say this. That's
not
fine.
proof. That's
Wait.
I'm talking about a criminal case where someone says that Trump raped them and he go to jail and stand trial. Okay. Not nobody coming to say 30 years. I kept a cum dress, but I kept the cum dress, but I didn't go to the police.
I don't think you know how this works.
No, I don't think you know how this works.
Great one. Good one.
I would like to really refer back to what Denisha said. So is your standard that can you name one reason, just one specific reason that would make you stop supporting Trump? Just one.
What you mean one reason? Like if Trump was guilty of the things that y'all try to put on him, no, I would not support him.
Lady Red, can you name one thing specifically that he can do that would make him lose your support today? One thing, just one.
Like I said, if a woman actually proved that Trump raped her, then he would lose my support.
What about his ex-wife that put in the divorce decree that he raped her? Like his ex-wife actually put it in the divorce decree that he raped her, pulled out her hair, and then the next day came to her and said, "Did it hurt?" like literally in legal documentations. We don't have, like, I understand that people for some reason push back on the E. Jean Carroll thing or whatever. How do you feel about his ex-wife actually putting that in the divorce decree?
I mean, you could put anything in there. That don't mean it's true.
So what would proof be?
Proof would be proof would be if somebody hurt you, right? Like if I was one of them girls in that room, right? And Trump came back there and Trump was being a pervert, I'm going to tell. I'm not waiting around. I'm not going to be in fear, because you can't say you was in fear and then come out and say, oh, I got the courage now, when he's more powerful. So until there's tangible evidence of that, I'm not going to believe that, because people lie all the time. The only way when things like that happen to you, only way people is going to believe you in today's society is if you stop it. Because why would you leave them out so they can go and harm somebody else?
Are you victim shaming? Are you now saying that the women that were victims? Are you literally saying that any woman that doesn't actually stop. Are you saying that any woman that doesn't actually Red, are you saying any woman that doesn't stop her abuser from abusing someone else is the problem? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what you're saying. What I said
I'm clarifying what you're saying.
No, I'm finna tell you what I said. So you ain't got to clarify nothing. I'm finna clarify it for you. What I said was, if a woman gets sexually assaulted or raped by any man or any type of sexual anything from a man, that woman should go tell right then and there. Because in today's society, the longer you wait, the less profitable you are to be believed.
So just because a woman may have a fear of reporting, then
a fear of
she
what?
shouldn't be.
Because if you come out to speak, then
a fear of reporting. You can't hear me if you cut me off while I'm still speaking. So are you saying that if a woman has a fear of reporting, or a person, because saying just a woman negates the fact that men, women, and children are all victims of sexual assault and sexual abuse. But if someone is like afraid or they wait to report because they're so like that's one of the most. I'm speaking
about women.
That's one of the most. That's one of the most traumatic things that you can go through. Someone physically forcing themselves on you and taking something from you. So you're saying if they wait, then they're less believable because they wait?
Yes, in today's society, yes.
Fuck.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Whether you want to live in that reality or not. The longer you wait, the more people is not going to believe you.
Well,
would you say the same thing about your daughters? Should your daughters not be believed?
My daughters know. My daughters know. If
should your daughters not be believed if they were assaulted?
What they say.
If they were assaulted and they were scared to actually come to you, if your daughters were assaulted and they were scared to come to you,
wait, can I ask a question? Are you saying that like you're less likely to believe a woman that waits longer because it becomes harder to prove?
What she said.
No, what I'm saying is,
are you saying that the longer you wait to report a rape after it happened? Let me ask you a question, okay? Are you saying that the longer you wait to report rape after it happens, it becomes harder to prove it?
Correct.
Okay, well, see, the thing is, that statement only makes E. Jean Carroll's case more compelling. Because she did prove it. Even though it was hard to do.
Because what makes her case
crazy. No, listen to me. Just listen to me. She did prove it. She proved it to a unanimous jury of 9, including a juror who was alt-right, who loved Trump, who loved Tim Pool. E. Jean Carroll's attorney tried to have this juror ejected because of political bias. Trump's billionaire lawyers said no political bias signal in the jury, keep them on, and they kept them on. She proved it. I don't understand why people make the point, the longer they wait, the harder it is to prove. Okay? Because that only makes E. Jean Carroll's case more credible. Because it was harder to prove, and she did.
Right, and look at the judge. Who appointed that judge?
You mean the judge that isn't the body responsible for ruling his guilt? The judge that kept the alt-right Trump,
the judge that picked
pro-Trump juror. No.
The
juror on the jury. The lawyers of the two councils picked the jury.
Do.
No.
Right. that work in
they could eject juries. They could listen. They could eject jurors, okay,
Instead of
under
y'all
particular
saying that, why
parameters.
don't y'all
But like
tell
once again, we
women-
already have a litmus test
tell
for this.
women
Listen,
Please
we
don't
already have a
victim
test for
shame.
this.
Please don't victim shame.
To
Please,
speak up.
please.
Tell women
Holy
to
shit, Red
speak
Lady Red.
up.
Holy shit. Sorry. No. That was about to be super harmful. Don't do that. Please
all,
don't do that. Seriously.
We do tell women to speak up. They do speak up. There are a plethora of reasons as to why women cannot or do not or wait.
How is
Enough. But ma'am, you're a cult member. You have
Yeah.
not been able to identify at any point.
blah
Ma'am,
blah
I'm
blah
speaking,
blah
I'm
blah.
speaking,
I
I'm
rebuke
speaking,
them
I'm speaking, I'm
words. I
speaking.
rebuke it. Man, bounce
You're a
back
cult
over
member.
to the
God.
sender.
You're a
Dean,
cult
didn't I say
member.
cognitive
to
dissonance?
sender.
I said
Yeah.
that.
Listen, I'm gonna go
cult
pee. I'll be
member.
back in like 2
You're a
You're a
minutes.
cult
I got
member.
you.
Like, listen, this is beyond like regular Republican shit. This is beyond regular Democrat shit. Like, people who are normal and like elected officials can disagree on basic fact, but with you, there's always an additional conspiracy. Oh, she proved it. Well, the judge was a
Girl,
conspirator.
stop.
Oh,
Just
she proved
collect
it.
your
Well,
coins
the
and hush.
pageant members were conspiratorial. You're a cult member, babe. Like, there's not a
Yeah.
single. You cannot
And
find
so
a
are
single
you.
reason why you would
I rebuke
disagree.
you.
Well, speaking of
rebuke
coins,
you.
really quick. Jay, thank you for the 5. Allison, thank you for the 10. Jace, thank you for the 1. Kinsey, thank you for the 5. Adriana, thank you for the 8. Heather, thank you for the 5. Marie, thank you for the 6.7. Jared, thank you for the 1. Ashley, thank you for the 666. CA, thank you for the 2 Canadian, and Benjamin, thank you for the 2, and more than that, hey, Red Lady Red, can you say W's in the chat for Pamela for the $100 fucking donation? You came on Parker and Dean's live, and you're always make me understand race issues better. Thanks. Can you at least say thank you to Pamela for the crazy $100 donation? That's fucking huge.
I don't know where y'all are seeing the donations, but shout out to Pamela, period.
Red Lady Red, come on now. Come on now.
No, I can't.
Oh, are we
If it
asking
was
her to
Trump-
thank donors?
Now,
Yes,
Is that what we're doing?
If Trump
Oh.
would have got the donation, she would have said thank you.
Oh, wait. Hey, Abigail,
said
thank
it.
you so much for the
Don't
$10
don't
over
speak
on
for me.
Venmo. Wait. Abigail with the $10 says, this is the woman who came up last October who said that she doesn't believe white women victims because white women lie. I just recognize your
Ain't no
voice.
fucking way.
They do. Every
I'm so
atrocity that happened to black men in America was caused by a white
Oh,
woman
she's-
lying. I sure
she's
did
gone.
say that.
She's one of those.
White
She's
women
gone.
lied throughout history about being raped. That's a fact.
Okay, so let me just hop in here and say, yes, there is a history of white women weaponizing their whiteness against black people and black men specifically. Now, understanding that there is a historical context, you just sitting here saying that women, period, no matter if they're white or not, should not be believed is absolutely gross.
No, I didn't
because
say that.
victims
Stop
should
look,
be believed.
Don't
think-
lie on me. That now I'm getting mad. Do not
I think
lie.
I think
No,
I think I
didn't
think
say
I
that.
think I think that we need to be
No, I
very.
didn't.
I think that we
I
need to be
just
very.
said the
Listen,
truth.
hey, listen.
The
Listen.
longer
I'm
you
gonna.
wait,
We have to be very very clear with our language here. So to roll off Santana, there is absolutely historical connotations of white people lying about actions of black people, accusing them of violent crimes that they didn't commit, and in many circumstances this will involve white women, like a prime example Emmett Till. But this absolutely cannot be mispurported, then detached from context to racial biases and historical oppression against black and brown people to then perpetuate victim blaming. Okay, see, the thing is, for you to say that because some white women throughout history have lied about black men committing bad crimes, therefore this white woman who didn't just accuse a man, who didn't just accuse any man, but specifically a white man with power, specifically a white man who is now president, and then specifically got a unanimous jury of 9 to rule his guilt, is fucking insane. Okay? That is absolutely nuts. Like, if you want to have a conversation about white women like lying in particular circumstances historically about bad actions engaged in by black men, the time to have that conversation is surrounding incidents where like a white woman will accuse a black man of a bad crime such as rape, and then evidence prevails to demonstrate that that black man is innocent. Okay,
They
time
don't
for the
do it to
conversation
black
surrounding
men.
the historical context of instances such as Emmett Till and the importance of not just of being anti-racist on a daily basis. But in the context of a woman accusing a man, finding him guilty with no evidence to indicate his innocence, regardless of his race, okay, right? Like, no, we can't just say that even if a white woman proves that a black man raped her, that therefore that black man is innocent because of instances such as him. We can't even say that, all right? Because even that's victim blaming. But even in this circumstance, it's not even a black man, it's a white man. So get that victim blaming bullshit out of here. Like, not only are you victim blaming a victim of rape, okay, but at the same time, you are misconstruing the racist history of this country and in turn diminishing the value of that, right? As soon as we start saying that there's no difference between the crazy white lady who got Emmett Till killed and E. Jean Carroll, well, then you're saying that the crazy white lady who got Emmett Till killed did nothing wrong because E. Jean Carroll did nothing wrong. So you're sitting here essentially and effectively defending the murder of Emmett Till with your rhetoric.
Y'all is so funny. Y'all is so fun. No, y'all are with y'all rhetoric. Don't try to twist my words. What I said was, if that happened to you women, y'all need to speak up sooner.
You're
okay?
victim blaming.
So they not only sooner, so that
I'm
they
sorry,
can
people,
continue to do
60%, 60% of women who are raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime because of people like you. Because of rape culture that is disproportionately perpetuated by men, and somehow it infects the minds of women. Just know that if you were raped and you spoke out, you would be met with the same rhetoric you're espousing against E. Jean Carroll by the men around you in society. And that's a fucking issue. And that's a fucking issue.
Sit around and wait. I didn't sit around and wait. I didn't care.
You understand the reasons why some women wait is because they don't want to have to relive. They don't want to have to relive their trauma day in and day out, hearing from their friends, their family member, their local community, and the rest of their country about how crazy of a bitch they are because they're publicly accusing and finding somebody guilty of raping them with evidence. Not to mention that there would be no obligation for E. Jean Carroll to speak out. In fact, I would say if I was E. Jean Carroll, I probably wouldn't be as strong as her, and I'd probably take it to the grave because look at where it got her. She hasn't been paid a penny off the settlement in the case, but she got fired from her job. She got demonized and turned into a monolith of the left. Every day she's hated and torn down by ruthless idiots like you on the internet, and now she is being criminally investigated by Donald Trump's corrupt DOJ for perjuring herself in court in that case, which will just be another 5 years of baseless prosecution for no other reason than she's a woman who spoke out about what happened to her. And by the way, for every E. Jean Carroll that for every conversation that we have about E. Jean Carroll, a woman who waited 23 years, and then we hear rhetoric from people like you saying that no one should believe her because she waited so long. There's about 1,000 women watching this live stream, including some men, by the way, who were raped 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago who still haven't spoken out about it and likely never will because this is what they hear about the women who do. This is what they hear about the women who break the trend, who are the needle in the haystack, who say, I'm not going to be complacent due to the impact of rape culture. I'm going to be brave and I'm going to speak up. Well, then they get fucking a mallet to the head, a hammer to the hand, and a stake to the heart by you and everybody like you. All right. So not only are you blaming one woman, but you are perpetuating a narrative and a culture that then suppresses the voices of millions of other victims. And when their voices are suppressed and when they don't speak out because of this culture, well, then we only have more victims. We only have more women who are raped. We only have more children who are exploited. We only have more boys and girls in school who are taken advantage of by their teachers because guess what? Their fucking teacher has quite a good clue listening to people like you that child's not going to speak up because by the time, quite frankly, they realize that they were even sexually assaulted, all of a sudden it's 5 years later and they're not a real victim because they waited, which is another thing that I think we should talk about. Many people don't even realize that the experience that happened to them was sexual violence until they have a long time to sit, mature, grow up, think about it, and come to that realization, okay? Because our brain is very complex, and our brain likes to tell us that there's no way that these terrible atrocities could ever happen to us, especially when we have a society that says rape is when you're chained down, forcefully penetrated, and then killed. When in all reality, rape could be many other things, like having a man give you a drink at a bar, getting you drunk, then coercing you into having sex by saying that's the only way he's going to take you home. That's rape, and it might take a while to understand that that's rape because society tells tells you it isn't, but then all of a sudden we're in this negative feedback loop. By the time they do realize it's rape, it's 10 years later, and you're telling everyone we shouldn't believe them. You're a mess. You're a disrespectful, violent mess who's super bad for our society. And these ideologies infests the brain of so many. Like 99% of the time it's men. It's just crazy that a woman's telling me this. And it just holds us back. It genuinely holds us back. It holds us back so much because this shit matters. It matters. It matters so much.
And you know
Red, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you
doing.
speak.
Can I
I just
speak?
want to say this really quickly. I apologize, guys. This entire conversation took a quick left. So trigger warning, content warning for anyone, because the last thing that we want to do is re-victimize survivors. A lot of people deal with these issues, and we're now talking very openly and candidly about rape and sexual abuse. So just really quickly, everyone, please protect your mental health. Please protect your peace. Please be aware of the conversation. Lady Red, I'll let you respond to Dean.
Yeah, be aware of the conversation.
Okay,
and if you need to tune out, that's fine. I completely understand for any of the survivors
Also-
watching this stream. But these conversations need to be had because this attitude is unacceptable. And the
Yeah,
only way to
they
prevent
need to
more
be
people
had
from
because what
from
you doing
having this
is
attitude
telling
is to
women
have this
that
conversation.
If a guy look at
go
them,
go
that
ahead,
they can go lock
Denisha.
him up.
Also, people do come forward. People
That's
do
what you
tell the
doing.
police.
What you
People
doing?
do-
What y'all is actually doing. What y'all is actually doing is y'all causing harm on men. Actually, that's exactly what y'all is doing. Because if a man violates a woman, the smart and best thing to do is to go to the authorities.
What are you talking about?
I don't care about no
Lady-
fear.
lady-
I don't care
lady,
about
baby,
nothing.
you are
The
so
smartest
weird.
thing you can
Nobody-
do is go to authorities, right?
You are arguing with
the
delusion.
things that
Nobody
he
has
just
argued
said,
that.
he's
Nobody
that-
has argued that.
We're just,
What are you talking about?
I think that she just needs to like calm down real quick. Santana, could you like mute her? We're just gonna give her a quick time.
Yeah, I got it. And I'll just say
And-
this,
and the-
Lady Red, like seriously, this is a really important conversation. So if we could just stop yelling and talking over each other, like this is really important. And I would actually love to hear your perspective, but you keep screaming and yelling, we can't hear you. So go ahead,
and I'm
Dean.
gonna, yeah, while she just calms down real quick, I'm just going to take a quick moment to thank a couple people. Denisha, if you wanted to add something on real quick, feel free. Or if like you wanted to add it on after I thank a couple people, so then it'll be like, more relevant on top of the conversation.
Thank you, then I'll go.
Cool. Paige, I appreciate you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. Let's get 150 Paige W's. That is Paige, who says, so proud of you for standing toe-to-toe with this woman for this long and taking the time to explain to her why this is important, how she perpetuates rape culture. I don't expect her to like just magically come to this understanding that she's wrong. This is more so for everybody fucking watching the live. Okay, because for every guest that comes up onto this live stream and tells me this bullshit, there's probably another couple hundred people watching shouting yeah from the stadiums, from the stadium seats, right? That's who I'm trying to reach. Abigail, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much. Who says, thank you, Dean. I'm a white woman who's raped by a black man. That's why I remembered her from October. This woman is exactly why it took me years to come forward. I don't want anybody to compare me to the woman that got Emmett Till killed. Thank you
She don't
so much
even
for the
know
$10.
Red Lady Red, stop.
And I'm sorry to hear that you were raped, Abigail. Madeline, thank you so much for the 1 penny. I appreciate you. Zoe, thank you for the $4. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Leah, thank you for the $1. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Who says she's the reason why it's been 5 years and I'll never speak out. I'm so fucking sorry to hear that, Amanda. Jennifer, thank you for the $13. Who says victims wait because of how powerful the men are, right? I mean, just look at, once again, what's happening to E. Jean Carroll, the DOJ today. Melody, thank you for the $5, saying so sorry for your loss and sending you and your family love. Well, thank you, Melody. And then Killian, I appreciate you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Natalie, who says, I was abused over 30 years ago and I spoke up and was not believed and told to shut up to protect the family image. Thank you for speaking up for us. I'm so fucking sorry to hear that happened to you, Natalie. No one deserves to live through that experience. Janessa with a 10 says, as somebody who didn't speak out, this caller is the reason why I didn't say anything. Thank you for standing up for us. No one, once again, no one deserves to have that happen to them. And Alaya, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I didn't realize that my first boyfriend had SA'd me until I was almost 24 and learned what consent and coercion was. This lady is gross. So fucking gross. And I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Thank you for the $20. Please show some love to them in the chat. Aria, I appreciate you so much for the $10. And then Star, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Star W's for the $20, who says, hey Dean, still early in the stream, but Jesus, these MAGA men defend rape, so it's so scary. I can't believe that a woman in America is doing this in 2026. 26. It's so fucking scary. Thank you so much for the $20. Key with the $25 who says, how many abused women are afraid to go to the police? Does that mean that they were never beaten? Yeah, because they won't go to the police because they're too afraid to. It means that they're not actually victims, according to this woman, which then continues the cycle. It continues the cycle. Key, thank you for the 25. Let's get 250 Key W's. Ron with the 20 says, it's concerning that red lady states in society today that the longer someone waits after essay, the less likely they'll be believed. Yet she's the one that's perpetuating that, making it harder for people to come out at any time, right? Thank you so much for the $20, Ron. I really fucking appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you so much, Ron. As well as thank you for the $10, Aria. I appreciate you. And just another point that I want to make here is this is all some bullshit, because what it implies here is that if E. Jean Carroll came out the moment it happened, then she'd believe E. Jean Carroll. Well, you know what?
Correct.
You know who did come out the moment it happened? Donald Trump came out the moment that he sexually exploited the women and girls that competed at Miss Teen USA. He was the perpetuator of this act, and he admitted to it, and she still doesn't believe that it occurred. It's bullshit. On PayPal, thank you so much, Cassandra, for the $10. It was a victim. I want to thank you for being a voice. Well, I appreciate you so much, Cassandra, for the $10. And once again, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. Samantha, thank you so much for the $10. Who says the same thing that happened to Carol happened to me. I was afraid to speak up because of when I told my friend she accused me of seeking attention. It still happened though, even though I don't talk about it. It absolutely still did happen. I believe you, Samantha. And I'm so sorry to hear that occurred. Tabitha, I appreciate you for the $20. 200 Tabitha W's, who says first time donating. I haven't spoke up and it's been 9 years. She's insufferable. Thank you for what you do, Dean. Once again, Tabitha, we believe you. Don't listen to this bullshit ass guest. Thank you for the $20. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Hannah. I want to see 500 Hannah W's in that chat. That is crazy. Thank you. Hannah with the 50 says, the more that this woman says, the less she makes sense, especially as a woman. You think that she'd be the first to be on a woman's side, but apparently not. No, apparently not in any fucking circumstance. Thank you for the $50, Hannah. Heather with the $10 who says she's fucking insufferable. I agree. Krista, thank you for the $2. Robert, thank you so much for the $24. Thank you so much for that love. Please show some love to Robert down below in that chat. And I'm so happy to hear that your father is cancer free. I love that, Robert. That is awesome. Mary, thank you for the $18 calling the caller delusional. So true. Justina, that is JUSTYNA. Thank you for the $38. Let's get 400 Justina W's. Thank you. Who says tons of hugs and support to you, Dean. Well, thank you so much, Justina. And then Adam with the $25 says, wish I had more, but this is in memory of your grandmother. Well, thank you so much for that love and support, Adam. I really appreciate you. And then Miss Monica, thank you so much for the $77 donation, who says, you're a smart young man with integrity. We need you in government. Maybe one day. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what my future holds, but thank you so much for the $77 donation. That is genuinely like fucking insane. Thank you so fucking much for that love and support. Like, I don't know. You guys have been so kind to me today. And we have 3 more people to thank you. First and foremost, thank you, G, for the $100. Let's get 1,000 GWs. That is genuinely so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is so kind. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. That is I just don't understand why anybody would think that I deserve that. Thank you, G. G with a $100 says, I hope that you're having a good day, and I'm sorry to hear that your grandmother passed this morning. Good luck with the live stream. Also, hello from Canada. Keep on doing what you're doing. I enjoy the live streams. Well, I appreciate you for the $100. G. I appreciate you for your kind words about, my grandma. And thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you're still enjoying the stream. It's probably a little bit hard to enjoy right now. And then Sarah with the $20. Thank you so much for that love and support. Once again, saying RIP grandma. Well, I appreciate you, Sarah. Kaden, thank you for the $12. She says, so sorry to hear about your grandma sending love from the UK. Well, thank you, Kaden. And then one last one here. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $20, who says, I lost my mom in a very similar manner in February. I wish you peace in your grief journey. Well, I appreciate for the $20. I hate hearing how much people die from cancer. Genuinely, it's such an epidemic, and I wish the very best process of recovery to you and your family. Thank you so much, you guys. We're all caught up. We're gonna go to pass the mic to Denisha. I took that opportunity to catch up on the donations so we could hopefully give the guests just a moment to calm down. And genuinely, for everybody who sent a donation, thank you guys so much. You guys have been so fucking kind today. Genuinely, thank you so much for the love. Please just show some love to the donors down below. And Denisha, the mic is yours to address Red.
Yeah, I think it's just really important to point out that this not entire conversation, but it's been propagating a lot of really harmful rhetoric. The idea that if women come forward immediately, they'll be believed. If anybody comes forward immediately, they'll be believed. The idea that people don't come forward. People tell the police all the time. They tell hospitals all the time. It's such a long, traumatizing, emotional process to try to get any justice, really for anything in this country, but especially sexual exploitation, assault, etc. And so if you are listening to this, please disregard everything that woman is saying. She is absolutely insane, which is why I keep laughing, not because the topic is funny, but because some things are just so absurd that you have to just there's no other way to process it. But yeah, I'm like, perhaps we should off ramp back into the original conversation point just to perhaps quell her from continuing to espouse such rhetoric, because the idea that women should just come forward, people should just come forward. They are coming forward and they're still not believed. They are coming forward and police still don't do anything. They are coming forward and they still get sued into silence. They are coming forward and they do end up missing or dead. They are coming forward and they do end up being paid off into silence because the country is capitalistic and people are living in poverty and have to try to keep their family safe. Like, there's just so many layers here that I can tell this woman does not have the intellect, depth, or capacity to properly handle, and it's going to do a lot of harm to the general public. So I would still love to hear what policies she feels are championable of Donald Trump, because his general fan base has given up on him. The wealthy fan base he had has given up on him. The process of the cost of private jet fuel is through the roof right now. We are in more wars than ever, despite him being the no wars president. We're defunding the EPA, cancer research, housing, education, etc. What is left to like about this man? I would love to know.
Damn, you should join my live more often.
Listen, put my PayPal link up there and maybe you'll have a deal.
I was just about to say, FYI, and I'm not going to say all the thank yous, but Marlene, thank you for the 10. And Marlene said, how can they support you? So they are asking that question.
I don't know. Are you guys just using your PayPal? Is that what you're doing?
PayPal, Venmo, yeah.
Pay links in the link tree in the bio.
My PayPal is just hello@Denisha Carter, but that's it. Yeah. Shit.
I think she might have put her phone down and walked away. I'm not gonna hold you.
The other thing I want to say too, super quick. She's back.
All right, lady, have you had a moment?
Think this stuff is a joke.
No, we think you're a fucking joke. I'm gonna be honest.
Please, you come from a family that bought people. Stop it. Okay.
Hey, really quick, Lady Red, what was the first form of capital within the United States that was traded on the New York Stock Exchange?
What?
What was the first form of capital traded on the New York Stock Exchange?
Oh my God. Now back to what I was saying.
What was you don't know?
What? Back to what I was saying. Right?
The only reason I have that question is because you're sitting here virtue signaling when you haven't even educated yourself about the history of our people. You're gonna sit here and virtue signal.
You know what I educated myself on.
Then why didn't you answer?
I'm trying to get to my whole point.
Like the white guy that came from history of white slave owners had to explain to you earlier why it's racist to depict black people as monkeys. And then your response was, well, maybe black people look like monkeys.
Oh. I didn't say black people don't look like monkeys. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you asked me, well, don't you think Obama looks like a monkey, Dean? After I told you that it was super racist when Donald Trump depicted Obama as a monkey?
Obama. So if you trying to bring that, I'm just going to say it. No, I don't like Obama. But no, I did not say that Obama looked like a monkey.
Right, so it was racist when Donald Trump insinuated that, right? It was racist when Donald Trump depicted Obama as a monkey, right? I just want to clarify, can we agree it's racist?
Oh my goodness.
Can we agree it's racist? Because of the historical trope where that comes from, depicting black people as the beasts of the wild to justify slavery and to justify segregation. Can we agree that that's racist?
The only way you could be respected by me is if your family give up their wealth.
I think if you respected me, I'd be the problem. If you respected me, I'd be the problem.
Like you literally set up here victim shamed and also perpetuated anti-blackness. Why should anyone care about getting respect from you? You clearly have shown that you have no line, no limit. You can't hold Trump accountable, and you can't even stop yelling over people. Like you're literally screaming at the top of your lungs right now as a grown woman on TikTok with 4 kids. No, that's you. You have no impulse control. You're a grown woman with 4 kids. Stop it.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, information I gave you next. But anyways, like I was saying, with all that stuff that Dean said as far as that, when you was trying to make like a man looking and all of this seem like that, it seems like y'all trying to get a lot of men hemmed up. Is what it seemed like, because Dean yourself is guilty of it. Santana yourself is guilty of it. All of y'all done said or did or looked at a woman inappropriately. Okay, So
No.
y'all can stop trying to
No.
laugh for y'all little
No.
audience
No.
and
No.
try to act like y'all really support,
No.
like y'all really
Absolutely
support
not.
victims.
Absolutely
Men
not.
can be victims
Absolutely
too.
not.
I think that
Men
we
can
should.
be victims
Absolutely
too.
not.
I think that
Men
we
could be
should give some
victims
credence.
too. And
Listen,
y'all running around
I
here
think that
saying
we
a
should give some
man
credence to
looking
the
at a
point that
woman is
Denisha
a
made.
sexual assault is crazy.
Yes,
Y'all
yes.
running around here
Wow,
saying,
two things could be true at once. Men can be victimized by sexual violence, but men can also perpetuate sexual violence?
Yep. Also, I did call out that we're talking about men, women, and children. And when I said men, women, and children, you said, no, I'm talking about women. I literally said, I don't want to just say women because it's men, women, and children. And you said, no, we're talking about women. Hey, who is the number one perpetuator of violence towards men, women, and children? Who is the number one group of people that harm men, women, and children?
you.
You're disingenuous. But yes, I'm a part of the group. Men. Men perpetuate harm on other men, women, and children, especially in those assault situations. So you sitting here pretending like we should not be talking about the issue that is overwhelmingly perpetuated by men is gross negligence. Like, stop it.
Santana, shut up.
Exactly.
Shut up.
That's all you got. You know
Shut
that
up.
I'm fucking right,
Shut
and
up.
now you just
No,
like
you
that was
ain't,
it.
You
gave
ain't right
up.
about nothing. I'm gonna let you,
You
have.
literally gave
I'm gonna
up.
let y'all have y'all narrative.
You literally
but
gave
like
up.
I said, y'all rhetoric, everything that Dean just spewed sounded like, oh, if a man touch a leg and this, or if a woman grinding on a man and he think he finna get some, and then that woman turned
Gross.
around and she could say
You-
it was
you
rape
are
when she
so
was sitting there
gross.
grinding on that man. That's
are
what
so
y'all
gross.
doing. No, you're gross. You're gross. You're gross. Like I said,
I literally,
women,
I feel
if a man
really
does
sorry
something
not
to
only
you, your
for
best
you,
bet
but
is to
anyone
go
that has to
tell.
actually listen to the
That's
things
your
that you
best
say.
bet to go tell. Go tell so that you
Hey,
can
Red Lady
protect
Red, how old are
yourself,
you?
and so that and that man can be sit where
Hey,
he
Red Lady
needs
Red,
to go.
how old are you?
And then the rhetoric that y'all is speaking
Hey, Red
is
Lady
telling
Red, how
girls
old are you?
that they can go out here and call anything.
Hey, Red Lady Red, how old
That's
are
the
you?
rhetoric of y'all.
Woosah.
Anything
How
is
old?
sexual.
Slow down.
Anything.
How? Red Lady Red, how old are you?
Y'all, how old are you?
I'm 39. How old are you?
I'm old enough.
Okay,
How about that? I've
that's
already
fine.
said
I'm just.
how
You don't
old
have
I
to
am.
tell me
My
your
age
exact
ain't
age.
got nothing to do
You don't
with
have to
what's
tell me your
real.
exact age.
And what's
Just
real
approximately.
is
Red Lady Red.
men,
Hey,
leave these women alone.
Hey, stop yelling. No one else is yelling except you. Please stop yelling.
Because every time I talk,
It's okay. Just stop. Approximately, how old are you? Would it be fair to say that you're in your 50s? Is that fair?
She's 45, 47. I asked her when she
Okay,
first joined.
perfect, close. Red Lady
I'm
Red.
43. I'll
Okay,
be 44.
Perfect. So you and I aren't that far apart, right? The one thing that I know
And
for a fact,
Janisha, whatever your name is, I know you ain't trying to laugh because I most definitely don't look
the one thing
44.
that I will
Most
say,
definitely
the one
don't.
thing that I will say, Red Lady Red, is the older that we get, the more responsibility that we have to actually ensure that we are giving wisdom to the people that are younger than us. And think about the things that you're saying in front of over 20,000 people right now. A large majority of them are youth. Do you want to actually sit here and tell people that it's okay to perpetuate harm towards rape victims and SA victims? You want to tell them it's okay to perpetuate racism? Like, what are we doing?
I would like to give some credence to the point that Denisha had made earlier, right?
Yes,
like, I
sir.
clearly don't think that this crazy lady is ever going to give it up on the vapid victim
Dean, you're
blaming.
crazy.
And
You a racist. You was raised by racists. Stop.
yeah. Listen, you could call me a racist because I'm just simply
You
saying
are.
that we should believe victims.
You got
of rape
racists
and
in your
calling out
lineage. I could
racism.
tell.
Why would
I
you
could
tell?
tell.
You are supporting a racist who has been elected president, who is running
Really?
a racist
You
administration.
think Trump is a racist?
And not
I
only
don't
that, you're
think
perpetuating
That's
anti-blackness.
your thought.
You're literally perpetuating anti-blackness.
Wait, 1 second.
No, I'm all for.
One second. Let me
the
finish.
so-called Black
Let me hop in
American.
here.
What are you
Let me hop in
talking
here.
about?
Let me hop in here. Under your view, Trump would be racist for the same reason I am, right? Because remember, your argument is that I'm racist.
That's why
because
I
I'm-
said that.
Hey, listen.
I said that
Hey,
literally
listen.
because y'all said his
Hey,
grandpa,
listen.
his grandpa,
Hey, listen. Hey,
was.
just listen. All right, under your view, Trump would be racist for the
That's
same
why
reason.
I'm calling
Hey,
you that.
listen. Hey, listen. Under your view, you'd say that Trump is racist for the same reasons I am, right? Like, we're both white, probably both have like some like lineage of ancestry from people that like.
No, Trump ain't had no slavery.
Listen. Hey, listen.
I've looked at that.
Hey, listen. I either personally own slaves.
None of they wealth came from
okay. Hey.
slavery.
Hey.
Not nan dollar. But you sitting on some dollars that came from
really?
it. Ha
Really?
ha. Yeah,
Prove
you
it.
are.
Prove it.
Run it back.
Prove
Run
it.
it back.
Prove it. What
Run it
dollars am I
back.
sitting on from slavery?
What you sitting on dollars that come from? I'm quite sure some
Prove
of
it.
the people get from you
FYI,
is racist.
FYI,
I'm quite
she's actually right.
I'm quite
Hold
sure
on,
that
Red
your
Lady
great
Red,
great
Red Lady
great
Red.
grandparents was
I'm saying that you're right. I'm saying that you're right. Donald Trump, there is a study that was completed. His family tree goes back to Nazi Germany. So no, they didn't actually engage in chattel slavery, but his grandpa, was a part of Nazi Germany. And they also, the reason why his grandpa was able to establish funds and wealth before passing it on to Fred is because he came to the US and opened up a shit ton of brothels and literally was a pimp. Like, so that's where his money came from, exploitation of women. So that makes perfect sense that Donald Trump is all about exploitation of women because his grandpa, that's how they made their money.
Also, by the way, just for everybody watching,
Has you
if
exploiting
you are
a woman
if you are a
that
Trump
is-
supporter,
that's in
please
that field?
please
Let me
hop in
know.
because you shouldn't have to sell your body to survive.
Why is the woman selling her body to survive?
survive.
Is the question.
Yeah,
Is the
Capitalism.
question. If it
Capitalism
wasn't
and
the market,
patriarchy.
wouldn't be able to have. Because why
But
is she
I
selling
was-
her body?
I would to
Don't
survive.
Don't.
And that's
fault
why it's
is on both
exploitive.
parties. That
Listen,
fault would be on
listen,
the pimp and the
li-
hoe,
li- listen,
not just the pimp.
Listen. The sex industry is exploitive because idealistically, one shouldn't have to sell their body to survive, right? That's why it's exploitive. But listen, for everybody watching, if you're a Trump supporter, please hop inside of the guest request. We're probably going to move on from this crazy lady here soon. So we're going to want to have somebody else to then talk to after her. So go ahead and join the guest
you is
request.
crazy. All of
down
your
below.
viewers that agree with you is even more sick. And then
Yeah.
this lady up at the top calling somebody.
Listen, I'm just gonna go ahead and check your shit, bro. Listen,
When you literally-
and the time you've been on the live stream, you haven't been able to articulate a single reason why you think that Trump is a good president.
'Cause-
When asked, you just directed the question back to me, back to
don't care.
Denisha, back to Santana, and then we're like, well, actually, the reasons why we voted for Harris in the election are completely irrelevant to your reasons why you support Trump today. They were like, go ahead and articulate the policy of Trump's that you support. And they're like, I don't have to do shit. Okay, well, listen, I don't think that you can do shit because I don't think you could articulate a policy of Trump's that you support.
but you gon-
I don't think you could articulate a way that
Why
he's
you
made the
try to
economy better in the last
disrespect
year and a
me, you
half.
fuck-
I don't think you could articulate.
white boy.
You
Your ass
could,
ain't.
you could call me
just
a
like
white boy
she
all I
ain't-
want, but guess what? I'm also a
he
smart
ain't-
boy. Okay,
Yo,
and I have a big enough brain
you're
to be able to
crashing
understand that
out.
you support Trump as president
Agree
just
with
because you
y'all,
want to
ain't-
be a fucking contrarian. You just want to be different. You just want to like support the thing that nobody else supports, so you can feel fucking special. Okay, but there's reasons why nobody else supports this shit. The economy's in the fucking gutter. Last year we got the worst jobs report since 2003,
It's
ignoring
been in-
recessions. It's been
The
in the
country
gutter.
been in the gutter.
Hey, well, in 2024, we added 2.2 million jobs to the economy. In 2025, we added 170,000. So we went from a positive trend to a negative trend. She finally got a violation.
I'll say this really quick. Red Lady Red, I know you're still listening. More than likely, one of your 4 daughters are watching this live right now. Think about that. They're one of your 4 daughters are watching the live right now, and you are embarrassing them.
God, I have a fucking headache. Queen Jennifer, do you support Trump?
No.
All right, appreciate you for coming
I
up.
just
Hey,
wanted to.
for everybody inside of the queue, guys, please do take a look at the rules in the middle of the phone screen. Be 18 plus, be American, be MAGA. That's it. Also, Denisha and Santana, you guys are welcome to stay up on the live stream literally as long as you want. I appreciate having y'all both here. Just so that I'd say that, so you know there was no like uncomfortability and like staying on it if you wanted to after she dropped, or if you want to leave, just do whatever you want. You're invited to stay on literally until I end the stream. But if you want to leave now, leave early, whatever you can. I just throwing that one out there. Y'all are more than welcome to be here because I appreciate both of y'all's input. I actually think it's been quite beneficial to the live stream. MAGA Reacts, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 40.
What year are you born in?
85.
Ooh, okay. What month?
October.
Okay, yeah.
Stop
and you're
fucking lying. Stop fucking lying. You're not 40. He is of age, but he's not 40. Stop fucking lying.
Why are you lying?
40. I'm almost 41.
You're not. Stop fucking lying.
Wait.
MAGA
Actually,
reacts.
you
James,
have-
Why would I be
stop
lying
it.
about this?
Stop it, James. Just
you
have
have-
a conversation.
You have camera access. Can you turn on your camera and just show us your face real quick?
No, I'd rather not.
He's of age, but he's not 40.
Hold on, I got you. I'll show you the part of my ID that says my age.
But you
How
said
about
James.
that?
Is this guy's like named James?
Yeah, James. Yes.
James is not really my name either. It's just the
Why
name
do
we
you-
used.
Okay, so that's the
Just
name
to
he
make
went
things
by then,
easy.
James.
Who's
Anyway,
James?
he's of age. He's of age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm old enough.
Yeah, so why do you support this tyrant in the Oval? Why? I mean, just destroy the economy, made life harder for the average American. Gas is up, prices are up. He started a war he promised not to. He hasn't been able to, follow through with 85% of his promises in general. Fuck. He's a crap piece of shit. Created a multi-billion-dollar slush fund for terrorists. Created a new system of justice where if you and him commit the same crime, you could be thrown in jail for it. Now he's barred the federal government from investigating him and his family for it. Why do you support him?
Well, I really wanted to come up here to continue the Eugene Carroll's questions. But I
more
support
victim
him
blaming,
because,
yeah.
well, I agree with most of what he's done. Except for the Iran war, I didn't agree with it. But I'm hoping it turns out well. And
so you agree with most
even
he's
though he
done?
hasn't delivered all his promises, he works on them every day.
So name 4 things that he's done in the last year and a half that you agree with.
And last year and a half, closing the border, investigating fraud. What else? I'm all for the tariffs. What else?
Are
I'd
you a
rather
patriot?
pay tariffs than pay
you-
income tax. I'd
are you-
rather
are-
have less taxes and more tariffs, more sales tax.
Are you a patriot?
I guess.
Do patriots
Yes.
care about the Constitution?
Sure.
So then you don't support his tariffs because they were unconstitutional.
I wanted to ask you. a
Wait,
few
wait,
questions
just
about
stop. So you don't support his tariffs because they were unconstitutional.
that. I just support tariffs in general.
Okay, well, you can't generalize specific policy. You don't
Hold on one
support
second.
Donald Trump's specific tariff policy because it was unconstitutional.
Sorry. Okay, I just support tariffs in general. Those, I mean, not all his
Well,
tariffs.
listen,
aren't
you can't
constitutional.
generalize specific
And as far as
policy.
the
Like,
policy, I
listen. I support tax cuts in general because I think that the average American should have it easier. But when Donald Trump passes tax policy to make the life of the average American harder to give back to the top 1%, I don't support it. Right? So you could support the general idea of something without supporting specific implementations of that idea. Okay, and it's going to be Donald Trump's specific implementations of ideas in which you're going to have to hedge your support behind in order to support his presidency, right? Like, I would never say that I supported Donald Trump's big beautiful bill because I generally support tax cuts for the average American. No, because specifically his big beautiful bill is bad. So even if you quote unquote generally support tariffs, which even that is some bullshit, okay, well, you can't specifically support Donald Trump's tariffs because they were unconstitutional. They illegally taxed Americans $92 billion.
Shit. Yeah, he's got plenty of tariffs that are constitutional. Just because some of them were unconstitutional, and he had to find another way to implement tariffs.
Okay.
Doesn't make it wrong.
So it's one
I'm
way that his
sorry.
tariffs have been... Go ahead, Denisha, go ahead.
It's so baffling to hear an American say, well, who cares if he kind of violated the Constitution? So, okay, so some stuff he did was not
I didn't
constitutional.
say that at all. Why are you twisting my words?
What did you just say?
I said I like the tariffs.
No,
I
that's not
I
what
would
you said.
rather
What
he
did-
had
what did
found
you-
the
what-
right way to do it from the beginning.
That's not
I
what you said
mean,
at
it
all.
was questionable. It
That's
went
not
to
what you
the
said.
Supreme Court. The Supreme Court
That's not what you
decided
said.
it was
That's
wrong.
not what you said. That's not what you said. You said sure some of the tariffs weren't constitutional, but some of the tariffs were, and I wish that he would have found a way to do it the right way. So you did just say, who cares? So what if some of what he did was unconstitutional? Like
No, that's not what I said at all. You repeated it correctly, but you understood it wrong. How is that even possible?
Imagine being an American citizen so unfathomably cucked by someone that you don't care that they're stomping on the American Constitution. That
why
you're
would
weird,
we-
that you're,
we haven't
that you have
even-
a profile dedicated to MAGA. It's so astounding. It's so
It's
baffling.
because
to
I don't
me.
trust you leftists not to come to my house and harm me. That's why I keep my profile private.
Didn't Republicans 6 months ago show up at Nancy Pelosi's house and beat Paul Pelosi with a hammer?
That wasn't a Republican, and that was more than 6 months ago.
Then why did Charlie Kirk call for quote unquote true American patriot to bail them out of jail? Was Charlie Kirk
I don't
defending
know.
radical
I think he
Antifa
was
terrorists?
joking, but you guys take everything seriously. You don't even know what a fucking joke is.
Okay, well, I have a question. Was it a Republican who called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress? Oh, wait, yeah, it was Trump.
If you
Also,
say
a joke
so.
has to be funny. What's funny about actually assaulting someone with a hammer?
Well, at the time, there was a lot of stuff we didn't know
What's
about
funny
the
about
situation.
assaulting someone with a hammer?
At the time, we...
What's funny about assaulting someone with a hammer?
Again, at the time, there was not a lot known about the situation. We didn't even know how he was assaulted, if he actually was hit by the hammer. We just know he was in his underpants, that some guy came into his house and broke in. We didn't know the how bad it was when we were making fun of it. Because we knew very little at the beginning. It was only later on when we saw the
You
video
just
we realized
said
how
today.
serious it was.
You just said May 28th, 2026. You just said it was funny. You said that. So what's
Why,
funny?
why in the world are you guys lying on MAGA? What is your problem? I sat here and listened to all the shit he said, and you guys are talking some stupid shit.
Can you turn the
What's
TV
wrong
on?
with you
Can you
guys?
turn the TV down to the background?
Turn down
man?
Gunsmoke.
Turn off Fox News, buddy.
Why don't
We'll get to the
why
call,
don't you
though.
turn down your mouth and
I'm
listen to what MAGA
sure
said
he's
instead
watching
of telling
Tombstone,
him what he
Dean.
said?
All right. James, you're boring us out.
Dumbass from a dumbass.
Well, hey, could you calm down with the violent rhetoric? You're causing division.
No, I'm going to say
You're
what
so
I want.
violent and
here's why
divisive.
I'm going to say what I want. I'm going to say what I want because
You're actually
Let us
not
know.
because I just put you on mute. Hey, listen, old man, we understand that you're mad at the world because segregation ended in the 60s and you just haven't been able to feel like America's white country since. But that doesn't justify you. Oh, well, he left. Okay, goodbye.
Because he didn't know how to come off mute. You know you can't mute them, Dean. They don't know how to get off mute. Come on, that one's on you. He probably thought the live was over when you muted him.
Yeah.
What
I
the
just-
fuck was that?
Sorry, I was being a tyrannical fascist and I put him on mute. Holy fuck. These people are nuts, man.
I just
They're
I feel like we
crazy.
have to acknowledge and make it really, really clear that these people hate America. There's always this idea that people who don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance or the national anthem, whatever the case may be, hate America. These people hate America. They laugh in the face of a president who is stomping and wiping his behind with our Constitution as if it's no big deal. They are championing elected officials as if we live in Britain where you have a king and queen. Like, this is the antithesis of what America is supposed to stand for. And I feel like people need to say that more often. That is not what being a patriot is. That is not what loving this country is. These people hate this country.
Love it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and they just make it so clear every single day, right? How could they argue that they don't hate like, I had somebody on my live yesterday arguing, listen, like, I understand that maybe giving immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship would be really good for the country, build our GDP, build our industries, okay, increase real median wages, give our government more money to spend on essential social programs. But because the immigrants would benefit the most, I don't want to do it. And instead I want to just destroy the country, right? Like, they hate the country. They absolutely do. Like, it's not something to sugarcoat. Absolutely. Welcome into You Support Trump. Rocky and Rainey, hello?
Yes. Hello. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Awesome, man. No, I'm from South Africa. I watch your show every day.
Love it, dude. Thank you for the support. Today, we are just looking for some Trump supporters. We're going to go to put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Over on Venmo, thank you, James, for the $5. Shalise, thank you for the $5 as well. Ari, thank you for the $5, who says, I'm 24 and I have more empathy than that woman. That woman had no empathy. And Tracy, that is TRACI, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Tracy W's. Holy cow. Tracy with a 50 says, Dean, you give me hope. The daily/hourly gaslighting by our government is wearing me down. I'm so thankful that you bring sanity to my day. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Tracy. You are awesome. That is so kind of you. And then Anna, thank you for the $10, who says, I've been watching you for a while now. Love what you're doing. Thank you, Anna. Lex, thank you for the $3 asking me to kick that last guess. Deb with the $5 calling that last woman a POS. Jacob with the $5 and Jennifer with the $5. Thank you, you guys. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
What year are you born in?
2002. So technically I'm 23, but I turned 24 on
You-
September 13th.
Yeah, you are 24. I believe you. I'm looking at your post. He's not lying, folks. Here, let me thank a couple more people, then the mic of the floor will be yours. Z, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for standing up to that woman, Dean Santana and Denisha. She's disgusting, and I need a break from people like her. Oh my goodness, she's so gross. Z, thank you for the $10. Kelly with the $10, when she says that men can be victims, she means men, quote unquote, get blamed for sexual assault that they didn't do. She's not saying men can't be raped. You might be right. You might have been accurately representing her view. thank you for the $10. Jacqueline, thank you for the 5. Kate, thank you for the 5. And Elena, thank you for the 10, who says, Dean, thank you for being a voice for everybody who can't speak up out about essay. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Elena. Same thing to you, Steph. Thank you for the 2. Jennifer, thank you so much for the 9. And then Miss Serena, Sirena, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Serena with the $50 says, Trella on TikTok. What hurts is a woman of color in denial. It's scary. So much love to you, Satana and Denisha. Well, thank you so much for the $50, Serena. You are awesome. Thank you for being here today. I hope that you're enjoying the live stream, and thank you so much for your incredibly kind contribution. Kay, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I'm going to keep your story to myself just because of the nature of it, but I appreciate you for the love and support. Same thing to Izza. Thank you for the $15. And Cheyenne, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Miss Tina, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, thank you, Dean, for speaking on behalf of survivors like me. I never got justice. It's been 31 years. Love you. Keep on fighting. Tina, you know I love you too. You're always here hanging out with us. Thank you so much for your love and support to me, the stream, and what we do here. Thank you for the $50. And same thing to you, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the $30. Thank you, Anon, who says, your platform needs to continue. I was assaulted by my husband for years and literally had no idea that the word for it was actually rape. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the love and support. I'm sorry that that happened to you. And I hope that these live streams are able to raise more awareness around like what rape is and the negative impacts of rape culture. So we could stop the cycle, right? Because that's inevitably the goal. The goal is to stop the cycle. Let's see here. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Tori, for the $1. Mazakine with a $1. Cassandra, thank you for the $10. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Alex, thank you so much for the $75, who says, can you share this with Denisha and Santana? Yeah, we could split that 3 ways. Santana and Denisha, feel free to send me a DM with your Venmo or PayPal. I'll happily send y'all $25. Thank you so much for the $75, Alex. Thank you. Tara, thank you so much for the $10, who says, Dean, thank you for continuing to have these important dialogues. Heather, thank you for the $20, who says, I was SA'd by a 44-year-old white man when I was 14. I didn't want to tell anybody. Except my cousin that I trusted. He called the cops for me, and I ended up going to court. And guess what I was asked? A quick quote, what did you wear? In court, bro, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that, Heather. That's legitimately insane. No one deserves to go through that. And then Brittany, thank you for the $30. I'll make sure I try to find that DM after the live. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 300 Brittany W's. And then Fassi, thank you for the 5. And Isabella, thank you for the 6. There's still a couple people to thank on Super Chat, but I'm going to go to pass the mic off to Santana. It looks like he has his hand up. Then we'll try to hop into the debate with this guest because y'all have been waiting a while. I appreciate you guys so much for your patience. Show some love to all the donors down below. Genuinely, I don't even know what to say. You guys have been so fucking kind today.
Yeah, I'll make this really quick. For all, there's a ton of donations. I'm not going to thank everyone. Please check your messages for the people that are donating. I'm going to send you a personal thank you message back. But I will call out Sadie. Thank you so much for the $50. That's crazy. I really appreciate the fact that you even enjoy listening to me. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $50. And you don't have to thank me for standing up for anyone. And also Michelle, thank you. I'm sorry, Alicia. Sorry. Thank you so much for the 1. I promise you, people who are survivors, you guys don't have to thank me. Like, that's what we're supposed to do. Everyone else, please check your messages. I'm sending you direct thank yous back.
Jameis, go to take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
Well, I don't know that I'd call him the worst president of my life, but I would strongly vouch to say that the left side doesn't agree with the things that he does because he makes the hard decisions without their consent.
Can you give me an example?
When I
he does have an issue with consent.
Yeah, well, I can agree with that, but I think he does it for the right reasons. Now, when I stumbled across your live, you were talking about tariffs, and I could see how that could be frustrating to you guys, but he was doing it for the right reasons. Therefore, we were paying more to other countries, and his end goal was to get us paying the same across the board.
Oh my goodness. Are you talking about the trade deficits?
Yes. Do
you know what a trade deficit is?
A general idea.
Okay, can you give me like your general idea of what a trade deficit is?
I'm talking about they make stuff and for our country and we have to pay to get it over here and
could you just answer the question? Could you give me like a general idea of what a trade deficit is?
That's what I was trying to do.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So like products that they make or make stuff for us that we sell, but like we have to pay that price to get it over here and the sales price and then vice versa, us to them. And the whole tariff war, from my understanding, was the fact that for them, we pay them more, but the stuff that we make for them, they pay us less.
Well,
and so from my understanding, Trump's whole tariff war was to equal out the board so we're not getting the short end of the stick.
Okay. So, I think there's three main reasons why people are Trump supporters.
Okay.
Misinformed, evil, stupid. All right? I think that you're kind of falling in that first bucket because that's not what a trade deficit is at all. All right? You're just like misinformed on the nature of his economic policy, leading you to falsely think it's a good thing even though it's not. So a trade deficit is when we buy more goods from another country than they buy from us. All right? And when you say that Donald Trump is going to implement all these tariffs to reduce the trade deficit, well, first and foremost, a trade deficit isn't a bad thing. And in fact, it's actually a signal of a good thing sometimes.
So
When
you
we are
want
the
to pay more to other
richest,
countries?
well, I think that that's a natural expectation given that we're the richest country on the face of planet Earth. Clearly, when we have more money and more people
Oh,
than...
you're one of those people where you just like to give your money away.
Wait, can I give him a specific example really quickly?
Could I just try to finish explaining this concept, then I'll happily pass you the mic? So just to quickly put a bow on it, we would naturally expect when we are the richest and one of the largest countries with 340 million Americans to buy more from a country like Canada that's a bit more poor and a bit smaller than us. Why? Because we have more people and we have more money. Like clearly we're going to spend more on Canadian goods than Canada spends on American goods. And you're saying, oh, you're just one of those people that want to give our money away. No. When we give money to another country, quote unquote, no, we are spending our money on goods produced by companies in that country. So it's a transaction. It's an exchange of money for goods.
Okay, I understand that, but why is their goods or valuables any more valuable than ours? If we're selling the same stuff, but why are we paying more for
We
theirs?
don't.
Well, that's the other issue. So there's a diverse ecosystem of goods that are produced and sold in various places across the world. Okay, and even if a similar good is produced in two countries, well, then you're still going to see differences between those goods because, like, take Canada for instance, they just focus more on infrastructure for lumber, right? So they produce significantly more lumber than we do. So because they have a significantly higher supply of lumber in Canada compared to America, well, then the lumber that we could buy from Canada is going to be for a significantly lower cost than the lumber we could buy from any American producer. So for that reason, of course, American companies are going to opt to buy the lumber that's required for the raw material to build their goods, houses, construction projects in America, compared to an American company that's going to pay them more. This way, they're able to pay maybe more to their employees. They're able to hire more employees. They're able to sell their goods for lower costs to Americans. And that's just simply the dictation of the natural of the market.
Okay, and I can agree with that, but just because they're a smaller country and are looking to do well for themselves doesn't mean that I have to pay more for them. They're not part of our country and they're not part of my family. My job's to provide for my family. Why would I want to pay more money for other people?
Well, see, the thing is the natural market would dictate that if there would be some incentive to buy lumber from a Canadian company compared to an American company, it would like cost less or be of a higher quality. So you're not like doing charity work here, like buying Canadian lumber. No, this is just the economy. It's going to be the fact that the Canadian lumber costs less than the American lumber. It's of a higher quality. It's what you want because of your individual subjective preferences. Like you just have like a fundamental misunderstanding of the basics of like transactions and capitalism.
Oh, well, I get what you're saying. If it's higher quality, then yes. I mean, a $400 car should be better than a $10,000 car. I get what you're saying, but we were in a position to be literally getting the short end of the stick by every country out there.
But that's not there's no short end of the stick that is received there. I don't know what you mean when you say short end of the stick. There's no way that we could put it in under no scenario. Okay, would we be buying the same? No, listen. Under no scenario would we be buying the same amount of goods from Canada as Canada's buying from us. Listen, I'll make an analogy so it makes more sense to you. Then I'll pass the mic to Santana. It's very simple, okay? Follow this. We have two people, okay? And these two people like to buy and sell things from each other, all right? Person number one is somebody like Elon Musk. They're a billionaire. Person number two is somebody like you, me, Denisha, Santana, or like most people watching the stream. You know, doing all right, average American, whatever. Or maybe doing a little bit better than the average American. Maybe even you're a multimillionaire and you got some money. Regardless, the point is is that you definitely don't have billions of dollars. So who do you think is going to buy more? Is person number 2, the average American, going to buy more from person number 1, the billionaire? Or is person number 1, the billionaire, going to buy more from person number 2, the average American?
I'd say the billionaire.
Right. The billionaire is going to buy more from person number 2, the average American. Is there anything unfair about that? Like, obviously not. That's just what we would expect because the billionaire has more money, right?
But if the billionaire buys in
No,
mass,
could we just
then
agree? Like, there's
have to
nothing
buy in
unfair
bulk.
about that. Like, that's just what we'd expect because the billionaire has more money. Like, maybe there's something unfair about being a billionaire to begin with, but there's nothing unfair about the notion of a billionaire buying more goods from a non-billionaire. Just they have more money. They have more means to buy more goods, right? There's nothing. There's no shortening of the stick in that equation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in the real world, when we're talking about trade between two countries, okay, America's like the billionaire, and then, for instance, Canada's like the average American. Like, Canada, okay, has a significantly lower GDP than we do. They, on average, not even on average, every single year, they spend, like, significantly less than we do. So we have more money, and we spend more money. For that reason,
right.
we are going to
But-
buy more goods from Canada than Canada buys from America. And there's no
Okay, right, but
problem
you say
of that.
America
There's nothing
is the
unfair
billionaire.
about that. And there's no shorten of the stick involved in that. Just to clarify, am I making sense?
Yes, you're making 100% sense. But you're saying America is the billionaire. That's false. It's us people on the ground, us little people. I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Talking about the American GDP and the way that it works in our country. Honestly, I'm just going to say really quickly, I think you just don't understand economics. Like, seriously. Dean gave a great example. Let me give a really quickly specific example. There is a small African country called Lesotho. I know I'm messing up the name, but we have a trade deficit with them. And the reason why is because we import diamonds from them. Like, that's the number one thing. We actually import about 50% of our diamonds from there, right?
Mhm.
The biggest thing that we actually export when it comes to materials is fighter jets, right? But see, now their GDP is less than $3 billion a year. So they can't buy the same amount of fighter jets from us as we can buy diamonds from them. So we're gonna have a trade deficit because we can afford their diamonds, but they can't afford our fighter jets. So do you think we should punish that country for not being able to buy fighter jets from us, even though we are buying their diamonds from them? Which, FYI, guys, I'm not championing blood diamonds. I'm just giving a real world example. But do you think that we should actually penalize them because they can't buy our fighter jets?
I wouldn't say that we're penalizing them or punishing them. I mean, if they can't afford it, that's them. That's their country.
Okay, but so
there's
should they
nothing
just not?
So there's nothing unfair about a trade deficit, right? There's no issue with trade deficits, right, dude?
Depending on what side you're on.
Wait, can you give me an example of like oh my God, listen.
I don't
I
know
really
what you guys
listen.
are
I
wanting
appreciate you for
for
coming up
other
here and being a
places.
kind guy, but like, it's hard to have a conversation about economics with somebody that doesn't understand economics. How about this?
Just don't understand.
Let's just see. After everything I described to you, after everything Santana described to you, can you repeat what the definition of a trade deficit is?
I understand perfectly what you guys are saying, but
Okay,
we're
can
just
you tell us what a trade deficit? Like, this is like the pop quiz after class. What's a trade deficit?
your guys' view of it is the fact.
No,
that other countries-
not our view. Not our view. What is it?
Yeah, what you said is that other countries are smaller than us, and it's not fair for them. If we try
No.
to do better.
I'm just asking you to tell me what a trade deficit is. I'm not asking you to do an evaluation of the fairness of trade deficits. I'm not asking you to do an enumeration of why trade deficits exist. I'm just asking you what a trade deficit is.
It's the deals we make with other countries and the cost for them to us and vice versa.
No. See, like, this is a thing. I told you what a trade deficit is. I gave you an example of a trade deficit. I explained to you.
Yeah, like.
Okay, listen, just repeat
the
after me.
millionaire
Repeat
compared
after
to,
me.
like,
A trade deficit, okay, is when we buy more from them than they buy from us.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
My bad, I backtracked a little bit, but yes, I'm on the same page.
FYI, there's countries that have trade deficits with us.
Right.
Yeah.
So why is a trade deficit a bad thing? Wouldn't we naturally expect us to buy more from other countries than they buy from us because we're the richest country on the face of planet Earth?
I mean, if it's something we want to buy, but like I said, back to your trade deficit.
But everything we buy is something we want to buy. There's no like forced transactions here. Like I hope you understand here that no one's like forcing us to buy all this lumber from Canada, but just simply American companies and American consumers do because it's higher quality and it's cheaper. Right? Like there's no mechanism of force. We're just consuming, right? Like no one forces you to consume Netflix. No one forces you to consume chips and pizza. No one forces you to consume a new watch. No one forces you to consume a second car or a third home. It's just the natural demand of the market.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I get that, but what if I wanted to buy lumber from Canada? Why should I have to pay more when I'm not a billionaire? Do you get what I'm saying, though?
What if you wanted to buy lumber from Canada? Then go buy lumber from Canada? That's the thing. Like you have that option?
Also, you do also understand that if you were individually doing that, you have the ability, like, while Donald Trump is levying, these tariffs, there's a large proportion of black farmers who have directly been able to work out trade deals with Canada, cutting out the Trump administration as far as how they have to do things so they don't directly get impacted by the tariffs. So if you're a small business owner or a direct business owner, you have the ability to actually have those loopholes that are presented by the countries as well. So like you have that ability.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But can you go back to describe? I just want to go one step at a time. You made some analogy about you buying lumber from Canada as it relates to like a trade deficit. Can you repeat that example? I didn't understand it.
So I'm not a billionaire. Why should I have to pay extra? Do you get what I'm saying? So you were saying...
Why should you have to pay extra for lumber from Canada? Yeah. Are you asking why should you have to pay more for lumber from Canada? Right? That's a question?
Listen. You're saying...
Wait, is that the question or is that not the question? Are you asking me why should you have to pay more for lumber from Canada? Is that the question you're asking?
I'm trying to form the question. You're saying that billionaires, because an example, America is like a billionaire and they should buy or pay more because they're like so. And I'm saying...
Oh my God, no, that wasn't the example that I gave you at all. No. The analogy was if we have a billionaire and an average American that just like to buy and sell things from each other, we just naturally expect for the billionaire to buy more from the average American because they have more money to buy shit with. They have more purchasing power. That's all. I never said that the billionaire has to pay more. I never said that the billionaire has to pay point blank period. They could like just choose to not consume goods from the average American. But I'm just simply saying that they'd probably buy more, right? Because they have more money.
Yeah.
I'm saying buy more, not pay more. Buy more.
Okay, I see. I'm on track.
Oh, okay. But would you say it'd be unfair for you to have to like pay more for lumber from Canada just because it's from Canada?
Unfair to pay more?
Yeah.
It depends. Is it different for everybody else? Or is it going to be the same price across the board?
Well, we're just unfairly making the price more expensive. Not for everybody else, but specifically for Americans.
Yeah, that's unfair.
That's
Why
what a
should we
tariff
pay
is.
more? Yeah, but
That's what Donald Trump's tariffs are doing.
Yeah, for now, but didn't he?
A tariff? What do you know what a tariff is?
A tariff is him upcharging, I believe.
What?
Until a deal is made.
No, do you just know what the definition of what's the definition of the word tariff?
I don't know the exact definition.
Oh,
then why would you argue it?
My friend, a tariff is a tax on an import. An import is something that you buy from another country then bring to the country you live in. All right? So a tariff is something that makes goods from other countries more expensive for us and just us. Because like our tariffs aren't going to impact what Canada sells to Mexico or China or Europe, right? Like just us. So when you're telling us that you think it's like unfair for us to have to pay more just because we're American, well, then you completely disagree with Donald Trump's tariff policy because that's exactly what it does.
Yeah, but his end goal was to lower the tariffs. Yes, it may rise the tariffs for now, or I mean, all that.
Maybe we're paying those. We're paying that price. I just got a shipment this morning that I couldn't get unless I paid the tariff on it. The $150 tariff today.
True.
Yeah,
also, if his goal is to like lower the tariffs, you understand that he could just do that?
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't take strategy to lower tariff. It just takes order.
Wait, Dean, no. He literally did that. You remember around what was it, Thanksgiving, when he reduced the actual tariffs on some of the things he had levied because the grocery prices were too high for the holiday? He literally did that.
Yeah, listen. If I have a plate of dinner in front of me and my end goal is to eat everything on that plate, would it make any sense for me to toss half of it in the garbage first?
I mean, no.
Right? Because I could just eat everything on the plate. So if Donald Trump's end goal is to reduce tariffs on other countries, it doesn't make any sense for him to increase tariffs on other countries? Because he could just reduce. Why does he have to increase tariffs in other countries to reduce tariffs in other countries? Why does he have to do that?
Because they wouldn't make a deal with him.
It doesn't require a deal. Listen, it doesn't require a deal. It doesn't require any cooperation from another country to reduce our tariffs on them, because tariffs are our policy, not theirs, not shared policy, not
about
international policy.
Charge us. That's
so
what
tariffs
he was trying to get down.
So they don't charge us tariffs; they charge themselves tariffs. Tariffs are paid by the people who buy them.
Exactly. That's the whole point. And Dean has been driving this home. You don't understand economics. You don't understand tariffs. You just think it's a good idea because Trump has been saying that. But Trump doesn't understand tariffs either. He just likes the words.
Yeah, listen, man.
It's not a good thing.
I'm going to be honest. You are too uneducated to have this conversation. And because of that, I'm going to end the conversation here. I feel like we've given you really good scaffolding to work off of to further your own education on the subject matter. So if you want to go pursue independent research on economics, I highly implore you to. I think that everybody should know the basics. I think that's a good thing. But we're not going to continue this debate, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Also, you should probably look into our trade deficits that we have with other countries, because not only do we export fighter jets, but Hollywood, that's a big export. One other quick thing, Dean, if you, the National Agricultural Law Center talks about the way that farmers have the ability to trade internationally to avoid tariffs, but it's a whole big deal. You have to actually know what you're doing. But I'm gonna get out of here because I got some things to do. I appreciate you having me up.
Appreciate you for coming up, Santana. Have a good rest of your day. What's that, Denisha?
Oh, I just said bye, Santana. I also want to say super quickly, nobody is expected to know everything. So many things happen in politics. It's such a vast subject, if you will. But if you don't know something, it probably shouldn't be the cornerstone of why you vote for someone.
Right. Really good point. I love your common sense. I really do. Yeah, what a good way to word it. Right? No one's expecting the world's every American voter to know the intricacies and nuances of economics. But if you don't even know the basics, definitely don't vote because of it. Really good point. Brian Hollow, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie God. We get.
I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? 6 out of 10? 5 out of 10? I don't know. What do you think, Denisha?
I thought it was kind of pretty good. 6, 7.
We've heard better. There's a couple zingers, right? This was one lady named Mar. She knows how to kill it. Hey, welcome in, Sydney. Do you support Trump?
Oh, she left.
Oh, she left. Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please, thank you. Follow the rules.
When did you last shit, Dean?
No. Oh my gosh. Also, I get to do my thank yous for my PayPal. Molly, thank you for $10. Stefan, thank you for $5. Victoria, thank you for 10. That's so nice. I put my Venmo in my bio because that seems easier than PayPal, but you guys are so nice.
Based? You want to support Denisha? Take a look at her bio. Hell yeah. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Quite frankly. We got DIFN loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be a supporter of Trump. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, what's up, man? Hey, yeah.
How old are you?
I guess I do. Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 19. Or no, I'm 20, sorry.
You're 20. Sounds good, man. Let me thank a couple people that'll pass me that mic. King, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, "Is this a debate or an exorcism?" I think that he was talking about a guest in the past, maybe that old guy. Beat, thank you for the $10. Who says, get him, Dean. Appreciate you for the 10, Beat. Mr. Finch and Locke, appreciate you guys for the 5. Ari and Mr. Finch again, thank you guys for the 5. Doppel with the 10, I appreciate you. Thank you. And let's see, who else do we have here? Dustin, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, I'm a guy and I was raped and didn't come out with my story for years. It's pretty common for people to hide it. First and foremost, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, man. And second of all, not only is it common, but it is the average. Okay, the average victim of rape either waits years or never reports. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $10. And Emerald, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you guys. And then 10,000 seconds. Thank you for the $20. She says 80% of SA cases are committed by a known person. Yeah, and that last guess was, or I guess that lady a while back she was trying to argue that if it's a known person, then it's not SA. It was crazy. Thank you for the $20. Game Addict and Buzzy, I appreciate you both for the $10 as well. Janessa and Natalie, thank you both for the $10. And Ali, thank you for the $20. Who says, I didn't realize that my first boyfriend had SA'd me until I was almost 24 and learned what the consent and coercion was. This lady was gross. Dude, she was so fucking gross. I appreciate you so much for the $20. I'm pretty sure that you also sent that same message over on PayPal. We're all caught up on Super Chat for now. We do have a couple people to thank on Venmo and PayPal. But we'll go ahead and let this argument, person start their argument first, and I'll just kind of work them into the middle of the debate. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily, well, I guess I don't really support, I didn't vote because I don't know enough, in my opinion, to vote for anyone. I'm also in the military, so I don't really have too much of an opinion, but I mostly just wanted to know why you don't support him. I've never watched you before. This is mainly my reason for asking.
Okay. Yeah, no worries, man. Well, on the live stream, we are looking specifically to talk to Trump supporters who support him and are willing to give us a debate. But if you want to know the reasons why I don't support Trump, I just recommend listening to the live stream. I guess, like, in summation, there are 3 big reasons why I don't support him. His character, his domestic policy, and his foreign policy. He's a rapist, misogynist. Okay, he's been held civilly liable for raping a woman, found guilty of 34 felonies, and a bunch of other shit that would take me 20 minutes to describe. On his domestic policy, he's destroyed the economy. There's not a singular macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago. We see that everybody's suffering. The average American is in the shitter. I mean, he's been defunding social safety nets, took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, made health insurance 300% more expensive for 45 million working class Americans, and like another billion things that'd take me forever to describe. Then his foreign policy is also terrible. He promised to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. He didn't. He promised no new wars. He started a new war. He promised to build better allyships with our friends. Now he's distanced us from everyone. And then about a billion other reasons why I don't support him. You know, like I said, honestly, if you're looking for an in-depth explanation of why I don't support Trump, I just recommend watching the live stream because that's what we get into on a daily basis. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Ari, for the $5. Gabby, thank you so much for the 1. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. Molly with the $10 who says, please don't think that all of Gen X is like Red Lady. Oh, no, not all of Gen X is like Red Lady. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I love seeing an intelligent black woman, W. Denisha, and thank you for all that you do, Dean. Thank you so much, Kaylin, and shout out to Denisha for real. Stefan, thank you for the $1. Christiane, thank you so much for the $5 for the Demon Bucks. And then Rachel with the $10 says, don't forget to keep your cool during these conversations. I lose my cool sometimes. Sometimes I feel bad. Other times I think it's deserved. Welcome in, Boy Mom. Do you support Trump? Okay, Boy Mom's just straight up not here. That's fine. Gonna go to move on to the next guest.
Oh, there's Control.
We will miss you, Control.
Dario, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
That's it right there.
Doesn't seem like she's here. This guest was from the beginning of the live stream. If you want to take a crack at him, Denisha, I'd love to pass you the mic. I mean, you've been really killing it when you do get the mic.
Who is this? Hello?
We didn't even get to finish our conversation, but I do want to say, I apologize for the lost thing. I was going to say that, but you kicked me off after that. I don't know if that was intentional. Maybe it was just like second nature.
So what's the argument, Colby? Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, I told you, I kind of gave the introduction, his H-1B visas and how that supports his America First.
Yeah, what's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
What?
What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
What does that have to do with what
Because you're telling me that you support his economic policy.
No, I just said I support H-1B visas.
Yeah, which is
how that
policy.
supports how that supports his America First.
Right. Listen, I'd assume that you think that supports his America First agenda by making the economy better.
Sorry?
I assume that you think that supports his American First agenda by making the economy better.
I think it just hyperfixates on hiring college graduates, U.S. college graduates.
Yeah. Which does what? Makes our economy better, right?
I mean, that may be a subsection of my point, but that's not really what my point.
Okay, well then, like, what's the main
relied on.
positive outcome of your position? Like, how is this going to materially benefit our nation? Like, what outcome?
How does it materially benefit our nation? I mean, I don't know if you. I mean, I guess you don't really.
I just want to know, like, ultimately, like, what foundation your points being made in relationship to.
Yep. So I know you don't have to like apply for jobs and whatnot, but there's been an epidemic going around where college graduates struggling to find work. So I think this definitely helps solve that issue.
Okay, so it'd make more job opportunities. So yeah, so your claim is that Donald Trump is opening more
opportunities.
is creating more opportunities.
Available.
So I just want to clarify that your position is that Donald Trump is creating more job opportunities specifically for citizens.
He's
right?
not creating more job opportunities. The opportunities are available. It's a matter of hiring U.S.
I know that's why I specified. He's creating more job opportunities for citizens.
He's not creating more job opportunities. Oh, okay, yes.
Dude, you got to listen to me. For citizens.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's your claim. If Donald Trump is not creating more job opportunities for citizens, then you would not support Donald Trump, right?
He's creating an opportunity to, right? So if he creates opportunities,
just answer the question. If Donald Trump was not creating more job opportunities for citizens, then you would not support Trump as president, correct?
I am answering the question. So he's presenting these opportunities. Whether or not a firm hires that said candidate is up to the firm. If he presents an opportunity for more U.S. Citizens to be hired, he can't dictate whether or not those U.S. citizens get onboarded or not.
This is not an answer to my question. Can you repeat my question?
Because your question isn't. It's a weird question.
It's not a weird question. It's simple. Ultimately, you told me that the reason why you support Trump is because of H-1B visa programs. You described that you think that'll create more job opportunities specifically for citizens. Therefore, your position is that you support Trump because he's creating more job opportunities for citizens. So I just want to see if this is truly the reason why you're MAGA by answering the following question. If Donald Trump is not creating more job opportunities for citizens, then you would not support him as president, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. So we have the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Last year, we only added 170,000 jobs to the economy. When the year prior, we added 2.2 million jobs to the economy. We have the lowest level of job opportunity in this nation, excluding the pandemic since 2003. Okay, you're laughing at me. I'm just going to go ahead and kick you, man. You have a good rest of your day.
What?
Because you're not taking the argument seriously. I'm sitting over here trying to describe to you how your position is false, and all you could do is interrupt me just to laugh. Holy fucking shit.
What I also wonder with these people is why does the one thing that he does that they claim is pro-American, which wasn't pro-American, it was very pro-American tech corporations, but I digress that point. How does that outweigh everything that he's done that's anti-American?
I'm shopping right now at TJ Maxx. I'll have to get back to you. You want to see? I'm not lying. I could show you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Denisha.
Wait, hold on. Everybody's listening. Well, you brought me up. You asked for me to come up, so I didn't want to be rude, Dean.
Go off, Queen. Go off, Queen. Not you. It's you.
Hey. Montana, why
I
you've been?
To tell you.
I'm so sorry, Denisha. We'll get right back to what you were saying.
No, please.
That's just the nature of these lives. They're pretty wild sometimes.
I'm sitting here listening to all the bullshit that you're spewing out of their mouth. But as you know, they're complete lies. Every single thing that you listed off about Trump are complete lies, bro.
So then debate me on them. You've been running from me for months.
I will. I'm not.
The music
I am not running from you.
How about this? When are you going to debate me? When are you going to debate me? When are you going to debate me, Montana?
I'll be home in 20 minutes.
Okay, talk to you in 20 minutes, Montana. Go ahead, Denisha.
No, I was just, what the hell?
The nature of the live streams get pretty wild, not gonna lie.
So funny. I also love that there's lore with all of these people. So when people come up, they're like, oh God, not this person again.
Oh my goodness, there's so much lore, Denisha. Yeah, after we've been doing this for years, there's just so much lore that underpins these crazy people. By the way, listen, folks, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live streams, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on the other place, and the ad's right there. Dean Withers without the E. Great way to ask a question or get a message across. And also, guys, make sure that you are also supporting Denisha, our co-host. You can find her Venmo in the link tree. Sorry, not in the link tree, just in her bio. On top of the fact that her PayPal is hello@DenishaCarter.com.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. Well done.
Yeah, make sure to support Denisha as well. Lions fan too, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
Wow, okay. How old are you?
I'm 29.
You are really a big fan of who the hell is this guy? That's like in every single one of your posts. Who is this?
That's the Bald Lion. He's a right-wing commentator, and he's based.
Oh my god, I can't even show that on TikTok. Whoa. Okay. Jesus. All right. So why do you support the worst president of your life, ma'am?
I support Donald Trump because of his immigration policy.
Oh, geez. Okay. Mass deportation?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And what's one material way that mass deportation has benefited America? Be specific.
It lowers crime.
Okay. So that's actually not true. PNAS tells us that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes. So when you do a mass deportation, you materially increase crime rates in the country.
How would it increase crime rates?
Yeah, by removing a demographic of people in the country that act as a downward pressure on crime rates. Black Cat, thank you so much for the galaxy. Like, I'll give you an example. So let's say that we have a group of 100 people. Now, 80 of the 100 people make $100 a month, but the other 20 of the 100 people make $1 million a month. So like the average monthly income for this group of 100 people is like, what? Somewhere in between $100 and $1 million, right? What's the average of that? So, but when you remove like the people from this group that make $1 million that have a massive upward pressure on average wages, well, then like the average monthly wage for the person for the people in this group goes from like maybe $500,000 a month down to $100 a month because you removed a demographic of people in that group that are just significantly more likely to make so much more money. Very similarly, because undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes, when you remove them
but
from
they've
the
already
overall
committed
population.
a crime by being undocumented in another country.
So that's not true. I'm going to finish my explanation here. Because they're
but it
2.5
is.
times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes, you remove them from the country. Well, then you're just removing a downward pressure on crime rates. So then statistics would dictate that by nature, crime rates would just bounce up.
Well, can I say something? So, I've lived in over 50 different countries in my life. Okay, I don't live in America. I vote in America. I mail in ballot. And so there was one time I was in Thailand, and I had my wallet stolen, and I was allowed to be there for 60 days. And so because of this happening, I had to have a new passport shipped to me, and it caused me to overstay my visa. And do you know what happened?
Oh, you're a criminal.
They came to my house. They arrested me. They took me to the airport. I sat in the airport jail, and they promptly deported me. Yeah. That's what happened. So you're saying that this is just normal to happen in every other country in the world. Every country in the entire world, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
If you overstay your visa, they are going to come to your house, they're going to arrest you, and they're going to deport you from the country.
Yeah.
Every country. It doesn't matter what the country is. Why is it that America is the only country that isn't allowed to do that?
Okay, so you've shifted the argument. You couldn't name a positive material impact of mass deportation on America, so then you say, well, other countries...
I can name positive...
if you could, then you would have. You wouldn't have shifted the position. See,
Well,
like I don't believe
didn't really
that you
shift
can name
the
a positive
position,
impact of mass deportation in America, or else you wouldn't have said, well, Dean, since you've defeated the one positive impact I tried to name, I'm just going to shift the argument to now saying we should do it because everybody else does. So the first thing that I'll say is not every other country does it, but let's just assume they do. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Well, we shouldn't, because we know it'd be bad for us, because we could enumerate and articulate the ways in which mass deportation would hurt this nation, such as reducing GDP growth by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, reducing taxable revenue for the government by around $100 billion per year on the federal, state, and local level, reducing real median wages, costing us $2 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, increasing crime rates, reducing the productive capacities of our infrastructure. Meanwhile, we should do mass amnesty, which is to offer the vast majority of undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. We know that benefit us. It increase real median wages. It would increase the productive capacities of our industries. It increase GDP growth. It increase taxable revenue. It would further reduce crime rates, further reduce poverty. It'd be better for the social social and moral fabric for this nation because we no longer have a wannabe dictator killing citizens, arresting people without warrants, and deporting people overseas with no due process, where they're then tortured and being in CCOT. So like, yeah, these are the reasons why we shouldn't do it. We could like do a complex, in-depth political analysis of the public policy surrounding Thailand. Okay, but I just don't know about Thailand and what is in the best interests of their country and how they navigate and handle their immigration laws. But I do know what's in the best interests of America and how we should navigate and handle our immigration laws, because the facts say when we do mass deportation, everybody suffers, yet when we do mass amnesty, everybody benefits.
Okay, that's fine. I also think Trump's great because he's building the ballroom and giving everybody jobs.
Okay, do you want to make a real point?
Dean, we want to have a threesome with you and fuck your brains out, you hot piece of ass.
Momo needs to cover her ears. Cover your ears, Momo. Cover
What on earth?
Denisha, am I right in assuming that you don't really spend too much of your time watching these lives?
These people are terrifying. What's going on?
It's the Wild West out here, Denisha. It's crazy. We're living in the Wild West. Wild, Wild West. Oh, my. Alexa, do you support Trump?
Actually, no. So I know this debate is more about like, you know, obviously the caption is, how do you still support Trump? I never really supported him in the first place, but I guess my opinion against him wasn't very, like, super strongly negative.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate people who do support Trump. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to consider yourself to be a supporter of Trump. We got a little bit longer left on the live. By the way, Denisha, if there's any point where you want to hop into these conversations, just interrupt me. Listen, I'm a professional yapper. That's why I'm in the position I am. It's because I love to
you're
yap.
very good at this, Dean. I was listening, and the arguments that you raised, I was like, thank God you pointed out that she shifted the goalpost immediately. Like, incredible.
You know, after doing it for so long, it's kind of like, think of it
Also,
this way.
having the court case with E. Jean Carroll pulled up when I brought
Boom.
that up was so good.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that was the Alvin Bragg 34 felony conviction, wrong image. Oh, it's all on standby. It's all on standby. Matthew, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Matthew, hello?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, man, that's really embarrassing. You. Stinky.
Yeah,
How old are you?
You can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Cool, man. And
I'm
why do you
19.
support the worst president of your life?
Well, the reason why is because I heard that that Democrats like to eat their own
Say it, Matthew. Eat their own what? He got scared and he left.
Oh my God.
Denisha's down here having the time of her life. Being exposed to the madness of TikTok lives. Welcome into Sport Trump. Rocket is not here with a lot of background noise. Folks, we may be running out of Trump supporters, which is kind of crazy considering the fact that we have 14,000 viewers. You'd think it'd be very easy for us to find Trump supporters to bring up here in debate. This eject account has been in the queue for quite a while now. I mean, they know the rules. They know that they're only allowed up here if they're MAGA, so if they're Trump, I'm going to be angry. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, sir.
How do you?
I'm 22.
What year are you born in?
04.
And you support the worst president of your life. Why?
Yeah, man. Well, let me just say this. I joined your live a little while ago, but honestly, you speak so fast for my southern accent, bro, which I don't really have one. I couldn't understand. So my points were deportation and tariffs as well. Well,
I think that was the guy that like joined up to talk to us just moments ago. Hey, Matt, yeah, I do apologize. I definitely agree that sometimes I do talk fast. I'll try to work on that. Oh, look it's Jared, the Nazi. Hey, Jared, the Nazi.
That's slander, Dean.
Are we any closer to a white America, Jared?
Well, no.
Also
I mean,
technically be libel.
what does that have to do with me? When did I
It would
say I'm a
technically
Nazi?
be liable. You're wrong. Can I tell you my favorite thing about white supremacists, Jared? About you? Because I do have a favorite thing, admittedly. I do.
You think I'm a white supremacist, Dean?
Yes.
Come on, dude. That's so played out. Nobody
on.
believes you.
Okay. Would you be okay with white people being a minority in America?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you be okay with being a white person living in a neighborhood that's majority black and brown people?
Well, I mean, it depends on what their how much money they made, what kind of black and brown people they were.
Jared, you're not really passing the not white supremacist test.
Oh, okay. Thanks. What's your name, Danny?
Close enough.
Remember, white supremacists can't read.
I can see Danny on her profile picture. That's all I see. Just like you see Jared So.
So her name is Denisha.
Okay, Denisha.
Yeah. All right. Now, Mr. Crazy, what's the argument today? Why do we want a felon rapist to be president?
Well, he is president. I don't know. I don't have to like defend him anymore. He's going to be president until his term's over.
So you actually don't have an argument why he's doing a good job?
Unless somebody from the left.
If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't either. Okay, because he's failed on every single front. You know, I think that Denisha was really hitting the nail on the head earlier when she was talking about how, well, he's failed the average American, the economy's in the drain. He's even failed wealthy Americans. Consumer jet fuel's at the highest price it's ever been. He's failing our allies overseas, starting wars, so on and so forth. He's failing everyone.
Like wealthy Americans?
Yeah, all that jet fuel that they put in their planes is getting so super duper expensive. Even the elites are getting all fed up with him.
How expensive is it, Dean?
Denisha, do you know the price off the top of your head?
I'm surprised you don't. You don't fly private? Come on, dude.
Yeah, I don't fly private.
Wait, do you fly private, Jared?
Of course I don't.
So then why are you defending the wealthy Americans you don't know?
I'm not defending anybody. I didn't say anything to defend wealthy Americans.
You definitely got a little defensive there when he talked about him failing wealthy Americans and the price of jet fuel. You wanted to press on that one.
I don't know if you followed my argument there, but I was trying to get Dean to tell me the price
Well,
of fuel.
listen, I don't.
That he's a rich American.
So I don't know the price of fuel. I just know that it's the highest it's ever been.
Like
that's really what the headlines say, right?
No,
like
I agree.
the headlines
agree,
don't
dude.
read the price of jet fuel is this dot this. No, the headlines read the price of jet fuel is the highest it's ever been. What's the argument? Why is Trump a good president? Or can you not defend his presidency, you loser?
I disagree with the war in Iran. I disagree with going to war for Israel.
Defending the presidency.
I don't know. Let's see. I don't think.
Why is he a good
I
president?
voted for Trump.
Okay, but yeah, well, why is he a good president? I'm just waiting on the argument.
Let's see. Honestly, at the moment, I wouldn't say he's a good president. What is progress, Dean? 3 months ago, I was over here defending him.
Trump is so bad, even the white supremacists aren't supporting him anymore.
You lost the rich people, the white supremacists, like
that's like crazy. How bad does a white rich man have to be to lose the rich people, the white supremacists, and the average American? You gotta be real bad. I'm actually surprised. Where did that from? God?
Was he about to be like, no, jet fuel is actually really reasonably priced. It's like $4,000 an hour for jet fuel right now if you have a good sized plane. Like what? Okay.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, flying private is so expensive. I don't understand why people will opt for it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jordan? Like, especially even like just seeing like you know, like, oh, like the rich, like, I don't know, like econ bros or whatever on like TikTok, you know, like all of like the econ finance guys that make a bunch of money. Like, how can they even like be steadily affording like $40,000 for like a 2-hour PJ flight? It's nuts. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box, folks. We are specifically and only looking for Trump supporters. Autumn, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. So sorry, I'm watching on YouTube, so I can't find Denisha's Venmo link. Could you please pass this along to her? Well, hey, listen. A message. And also, please have her on more. I've been following her for a while, and I really like what she has to your stream. I know. I've really been enjoying having Denisha up here myself.
That's so
she's great.
sweet, you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all big fans. We're all big fans. Yeah, I could happily pass it along to her. If you guys do want to support Denisha, if you're watching on TikTok, you could just find her Venmo pretty easily in her bio. If you're watching over on YT, it is Denisha Carter 4. That is DANISHACARTER 4. We got Emma Shu letting in. Hey, listen, Cody, thank you for the $1. And Parker, thank you so much for the information. The price of jet fuel has gone up by 54.3%. Thank you for the research,
Trying to
Parker.
tell you. Trying to tell y'all.
Shout out, Parker. Yeah, guys, no more PJ trips for you. Oh, that's really impactful in the life of the average American. Rima, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Jesus, Rima. That is REEMA. Rima with the $100 says, always here to support you, but Denisha the Queen is here. I'm so excited. Love you both so much. I love you too, Rima. Thank you so much for the $100 dono. That is like genuinely insane. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to Rima because that is out of this world. Thank you, Rima.
Thank you, Rima.
Welcoming gaming with Von. Do you support Trump? Okay, Von's not here. We're going to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Ain't that some shit that we could have 14,000 viewers and struggle to find one Trump supporter? It'll always just Bill Will or me. Echo? Yeah, it's kind of bad. Do you support Trump? Okay, I guess not. Wow. Would you let me know if you're MAGA in that comment section so we could just skip this whole this whole testing by bringing up a bunch of bots from the queue thing? Just let me know if you're MAGA in that chat. Linda, thank you for the $30 donation on PayPal. Who says MAGA morons astound me. Stupidity is not an excuse. He's the worst human being. Why would anybody with a brain cell follow this despicable person? No excuses. Thank you for spreading the truth. Well, thank you, Linda. I'm so happy to hear that energy. We need more of that in America. Thank you for the $30, and I hope that you've enjoyed today's stream. Same thing to Yvonne. Thank you so much for the $30 as well on PayPal. That is AVON. Show some love to Linda and Yvonne. You guys are awesome. We got green zone. Go ahead.
Also, Faye, thank you for the 25 on Venmo. Maggie, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Doria, thank you for the 10. Sonia, thank you for the 25. Christina, thank you for the 5. Megan, thank you for the 1 and appreciate your story. Danielle, thank you for the 10. Aubrey, thank you for the 10. Nicole, thank you for the 25.
Hello.
Rachel, thank you for the 35.
Love it. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll see. The issue is you're 13 years old. You got to be at least 18 to join.
Go sit down for a second.
Darcy, do you support Trump?
I absolutely do not, but I wanted to come on here just for a second and thank you for doing what you do because I've watched you.
Oh, Darcy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disconnect you in the middle of your sentence. Listen, Darcy, thank you. Once again, I apologize for disconnecting you in the middle of your sentence. I appreciate you, Darcy. Show some love to Darcy down below. And thank you so much for your kind words. You are awesome. You are awesome. Admittedly, you are awesome. Quite frankly, thank you, Darcy, the GOAT. All right, here we go, folks. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
When did you last shit, Dean?
Dude, oh my God, 3 times in one day? Damn. I actually hate that guy. There's like a couple trolls who will come up and give me a laugh. I actually don't fuck with that
offenders? How are they repeat offenders?
You'd be surprised. Sometimes these motherfuckers will get up here like 5 times in a day. And you know what pisses me off? But you know who else I think it pisses off? Is probably the people who've been sitting inside of the queue for the last month trying to get on the stream to debate. And then we have the same dude getting up 5 times in a day. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
38.
Oh God, I'm gonna puke in my mouth, vomit all over. You should stop supporting Trump immediately. Why are you MAGA? Why do you support that despicable piece of shit?
Well, I grew up in a conservative household, man, and it boils down to just supporting my country. I know things aren't the greatest right now, but I have faith that things can turn around. I really have faith that the conservative movement will get back on track and we can get our country back.
Okay.
The conservative movement is so off track.
I know.
regular conservatives have jumped off board, and you can support your country without supporting a president who's actively trying to dismember it.
I know. I honestly, man, my whole family's conservative, and like I've been a little conflicted lately with my own views and stuff. I am a Christian, and I feel like some of the things that are happening in our government right now aren't very Christian-like. So, and I do watch you all the time. My kids love you, man, and they support you, and they call me all kinds of names. And they're like, Dad, you know, Dean said this, and Dean said you're wrong because of this and that. And I'm like, well, let me get up on here and talk to this kid because, you know, I'm always open for an open debate. But like I said, man, I'm from a very conservative family. We've been conservative since we've been here. So
Well,
I don't know. That's
listen.
what it kind of boils down to, man.
Listen, I'm from a conservative family too, but I'm still a free thinker. How about this? What specific beliefs do you hold that your children tell you you're wrong about?
Mass deportation. That's a big one. And like the war in Iran, like they're telling me that it's like definitely because of Israel and all this other shit. And
Yeah, that's not really too controversial. Our head of counterterrorism resigned and said that the reason why Trump started this war was because of pressure from Israel.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Joe Kent.
Like Joe, I know I saw the interview with Tucker. I saw a couple like little clips from that and everything, and like yeah, like, even like Tucker Carlson is jumping ship. So like I'm like, especially in the last like couple months, I've been super conflicted about it, man. I can't even like have a conversation with like some of my family members because like my conscience starts to come back in, and like I don't have the talking points that you do, man. You know what I mean? I don't have the evidence and stuff like that. I'm a chef. I'm not a YouTuber or a TikTok streamer or anything like that. I don't research this stuff enough, and that's kind of my fault. But like, you know, I don't know. Basically, I can't refute some of this shit.
Okay. So your belief is that you think that Trump is good because mass deportation good. Why do you think mass deportation is a good thing?
I mean, I lived out in California and in Las Vegas for a while and everything, and I've seen like what like illegal immigration did to those kinds of cities and stuff. I grew up in Los Angeles.
What did it do?
I mean, it made everything go up. Like the prices of everything go up, and I don't know, like a lot of people. All the fraud going on with the Medicaid and all that stuff, and like people getting insurance, and that's another thing my kids say. They're like, Dad, illegal immigrants can't get insurance, and I'm like, well, then how come like every time I listen to the news they say they do? You know what I mean?
You think undocumented immigrants are getting those programs?
Oh, hey, Parker. I think so. Yes, I do think so.
Okay, how do they apply for those programs?
I assume they apply with their county assistance office, right?
And they're getting access to federal programs such as Medicaid.
Well, no, I guess some of them do come over here and they get housing and stuff like that because they're migrant workers, and they get that housing legally, and then they outstay their visa, and they're still like within that housing.
Okay, so they did get it legally.
Yeah, but then they stayed illegally, therefore their housing.
What's the fraud? They wouldn't
What's
be getting
that?
Medicaid. They wouldn't be getting Medicaid under that if they overstayed their visa, right? Wouldn't that stop?
You would think so, but like that's not what Doge and them were saying.
Okay, well, Doge, literally, they spent more on Doge than Doge actually, quote unquote, saved in the first place. Plus, Doge cut vital programs around the world within the context of USAID, which will lead to 14 million more people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study.
How is that? Explain that a little bit to me.
Because specifically the USAID was meant to fund very cost-effective programs to reduce the likelihood of people dying around the world, and it saved literally tens of millions of people from preventable death. And because Donald Trump and through Doge, they have undermined the funding for that, 14 million people estimated by the Lancet will die by 2030. That could have been prevented from dying if we voted for Democrats. And we didn't cut this funding. Like, actually.
Really? I just see that's something I didn't know about, man. That's something I didn't research or like, know about, honestly. I didn't like I'm open to hear the facts and stuff like that because, I do respect my kids and like my kids have strong opinions on this stuff and they'll be voting in the next couple years. Like the next 2 years they'll be voting. So I kind of want to be on this shit. So like whenever I talk to my mom, my dad and everything, like I don't really know what to say because like they're super MAGA, man. Like they're, my dad's a Marine and everything. And like, it's like, if I say something against the president and stuff, I get shot down like immediately with my family. It's crazy. So like, I want to be supportive to my country. You know what I mean? I want to be supportive to my country. I'm American, and I love this country. I want the best for people and everything. Like, I am a Christian, and I'm not that kind of like.
Do you think Donald Trump wants those same things? Do you think that he wants to uphold what like American values are, like the Constitution, the rule of law, or democracy?
I used to think so, and like I said, in the last couple months, I've been a little conflicted because it's starting to seem like to me that that's not really the plan, or that's not his values.
Hey,
Don't match
I'm
up with
sorry.
mine.
Real quick, are you good?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Is that what's that
There's
sound?
just siren in the background. He probably lives in like a city.
Oh no! I'm my business is right next to a fire hall. I'm surprised you guys can hear that. I'm in my basement of my business right now. I own a restaurant in
Wait, is that
Pennsylvania.
tornado siren?
No, it's a fire siren. There's a fire hall next door.
I thought it was fire too. Like, yeah,
It's a fire hall next to them.
Yeah, it's normal to hear that in like a city area, especially when there's traffic and they get stuck in like a certain area for a long
I
period
live
of time.
I live in a very small town in Pennsylvania, and we only got one fire hall, and my business is right next to it, so we get it all the time.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Parker.
I kind of lost where I was. Where were we at?
Here, yeah, where were
You guys were informing me on some of this stuff. I think that's where we were at. You know what I mean? Because like I said, man, I'm open to it. Like,
How about this?
I'm not like closed-minded, man.
I probably got to end my live here like super duper soon. I gotta catch a plane to catch, but I think that Parker's gonna be hopping on live. So if you wanted to have like a significantly longer form conversation, it's not like rushed and tread. So we're not trying to condense it down to like 5 minutes. You should join his live. He does the same debates I do, and I think.
Is
that
it
you
on
could really
TikTok?
Yeah. It just hit the follow button on his account. Is he on his main? Yeah, he is. Just hit the follow button on the account that he's on, like right now.
All right.
And you'll be able to see that.
Well, thanks for having me up then, Dean, and thanks
Yeah.
for your time and everything like that. And like, have a safe flight and everything, man.
Thanks, man. Take care, Maui. Parker, you gonna hop on? Your mic is muted.
Yeah, I'm about to hop on right now.
Sounds good. All right, I'll send everybody over to you, okay?
Alrighty, for sure. Appreciate you having me on.
Of course, you
Good
take care,
seeing
Parker.
you.
Bye,
Denisha,
Parker.
thank you so much for joining today. I really enjoyed it. It was a pleasure. I feel like I rarely do co-hosts, but I kind of enjoy it, honestly. It takes some of the stressors off of my shoulders. You know, I'm usually all like beat up by the end of these lives and I'm just completely exhausted. But, you know, today I'm not feeling that way. And hey, I mean, that's a good thing because I'm going to be flying till late. So I'm happy that I'm not super exhausted going to the airport. But seriously, thank you so much for joining. Folks, if you're watching on TikTok, please drop a follow to Denisha. She's awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all of your very generous followers and subscribers. You guys are so nice. I appreciate it so much. And yeah, we have to do this more often whenever you're willing.
Of course, yeah. Feel free to join whenever you want. You have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you. You too. Bye, everybody.
Take care, Denisha. Take care. Autumn, thank you for the $15 dono over on Venmo. I saw that come through around 10 minutes ago. I thought I'd thank you now. Same thing to you, Hannah. Thank you for the $10 who says, I've been watching your lives for a while, and the thing that baffles me is the fact that people blame their conservative views because of how they grew up. I grew up in a very conservative household, and I could not be more opposite. People need to have open eyes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Then Donkey, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. The anxiety pin would be the answer to your question, Donkey. And on PayPal, we're all caught up. Actually, Kendra, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, is Denisha receiving donations? Yes, her Venmo was in her bio. And then Sonia, thank you for the $1 and the message. All right, listen, folks, I'm off. I got a flight to go catch. A bunch of bags to pack, too. I probably should have hopped off like 30 minutes ago, but it is what it is. Somebody in the chat says you're going to get on tomorrow. Yes. So I specifically booked a stay at a B&B where I know I will have a good internet connection. I have an ongoing relationship with the people that manage this B&B because I stayed there last time I was out in LA. It's like right on the beach. It's really nice. I love it. I love it. And it's like one of the only areas in LA where you could get good enough internet to like run these live streams. It's great. It's great. I will see you all tomorrow. Follow my Instagram if you want some fun updates on my travels and what I'm doing in LA. Folks, it's gonna be so cool. It's going to be so exciting, you guys. Listen, I gave this in earlier in the stream. I'll give it again now. Going out there to film a project, it's a little bit of a blast to the past. A little bit of a throwback. A little bit of a blast to the past, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub over on YouTube. It's all free. Go raid Parker. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. And I love you all. See you tomorrow. Take care.